What's up? Boom. Anybody get any Scooby snacks, man? What's up? My belly's full, man. Good stuff. What's going on, peoples? Boom. What's going on, man? Boom. So what's new in the gear world? I don't act right when I after I eat. Boom. What's going on, man? Boom. So what do we need? 12 by 64, 42 scale inch force, 42 inch scale length guitar, man. That'll make it sound right, right? That's what we're going for, right? 12 to 56, 12 to 60 for a 42 inch scale neck. That should work, right? Drop Q. What's up, man? What's going on, people? Who wants to come in and hang out, man? Just shoot the shit. Because if it's just going to be me, man, it's going to be very boring and very short. Boom. This hangs for you, people. Yeah, we're going for 42 inch. About like this, man. I'm going to play with my tongue. You know what I'm saying, man? Oh, man. See, Ed, if you would come in and join the discussions, man, we'd be like, okay. Oh, man. Easy stuff, man. Francis, welcome, man. What's up, man? We got 22 people in here. Gary Helps, what's up, bro? Francis, Zach Thong, Ed B. Bear. What's up, Doc? Hey, man, how's it going, man? I haven't seen you for a while. Hope things are all right. Who else we got in here? Boom, 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 boom. Mojo67, right next to Dojo of Tone. That's confusing. Good stuff, man. Magic Man, thanks for hanging out, man. I seen you were in here. Popped in first, man. Good deal. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Who else? Rody's Jam Cave. R4, what's up, man? Come on out and say hi, folks. Mark Effects, what's up, man? It'd be Metal. Boom. Good deal, man. Boom, 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 boom. Good deal, man. What's up, man? So who wants to come in, man? Rick Hefner, what's up, bro? Patriot Underground, what's up, man? Everybody welcome Patriot Underground. Boom. Francis says he's shy. Boom. Oh, let me see what's going on here. Hang on. There we go. Boom. Hey, Ed, you can come on, man. You don't have to show your face, man. You just keep your cam off and you can talk anonymously, man. You don't have to show your face and shit. You know, the FBI is not going to get you, man. Boom. There's the link, man. If anybody wants to join, please make sure you have some decent setup, man. Microphone, headset, stuff like that, man. Anybody that feels like they want to join. What's coming up on the Metalhead show? Well, Sunday we got the 907 Global Music Co-op. That's going to be a full show. A lot of decent new music on it. Got some new people on it. Boom, got some old people on it. A lot of great new music's coming out. I've asked you guys to invite new people onto the channel and stuff. And boom, for channel growth, we need some new blood in here. Everybody that's here right now pretty much knows everybody and stuff like that, so that kind of slows channel growth for everybody. So we definitely need to get some new people in here, so I'm asking everybody to invite a friend, man. Have them come on, and boom, if they have music they want to share, have them come on, man. If you have new music in the works, get it out, send it in, let me have it, and we'll get it played, man. Good stuff. Boom. Hang on a second here.
Hey.
Whoa, what's up, bro?
Sorry, my guitar's loud.
That's all right. What were you jamming on?
The guitar? I'm playing my little TVLO Epiphone Les Paul, if you want to call it. Kind of like a special, I guess.
Throw out some licks, man.
I'm just fooling around, man. It's actually a rig that I created for the SG. I was just testing it out here with the P90s.
Mr. Andy Dion.
Hey, Andy.
What's up?
What's up, dudes?
How you doing, man?
Much,
Doing all right? How you doing?
I'm
good,
good. I'm
man.
good.
How you?
All good. Hey, I thought I'd show you guys something cool I just did. You want to see it?
Did?
Shoot. Yeah. Oh, you worked on the body. Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So I did a die. It's called American Walnut die on the
Nice.
top. And then this is, I did a stain, a mahogany
nice.
back.
I like
That
it.
looks nice. What kind of wood's that, bro?
So this is a mahogany body, and then it's a flame maple. It's like a veneer, but it looks pretty cool. The flames
Very
look
nice.
cool.
Yeah,
And then
very
this is
nice.
mahogany neck. I stained that. You can see the original color
Yeah. Cool.
right there.
Looks good,
And I
man.
stained that. And this is a rich light fretboard, like kind of the ebony, engineered ebony.
Yeah,
Ebony.
like what Martin does, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like Martin does.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Guitar Kit World, it's a pretty nice kit. And then I just got to put this stuff. I'm worried about this. This is what I'm worried about. I was talking to Mark Tanner and Marshall to glue it and get the right neck angle, because you don't want to be like, you want it right. So it sits right like that,
Yeah.
So I got
You
the
can't
clamps.
screw that in. It has to be a set neck. Yeah, I guess
No,
so.
it's a
yeah.
set neck. It's glued.
Yeah.
I got the clamps. You glue it and hope for
Okay.
the best, I guess. I don't know.
I'm sure it'll come good, man.
Yeah, I think it'll work. It seems like a good kit. It's got it came with pickups. They look like EMGs. They're just like black, but they're passive. I'm just gonna throw those in there and use everything the kit. The only thing I'm gonna use is I like strap locks because
Okay.
I don't want to drop it.
Yeah.
How's it going with you guys?
All right, man.
much. You get any new gear, Francis?
I don't know. Probably not. Or maybe, I don't know. What the hell do I have in there? Not really. I don't think so.
I got a new pedal too. Where is it? I got it in the bag. It's this company Sonic Cake. You ever hear of this company Sonic Cake?
Yeah, I have a Sonic Cake. I gave it to my son, actually. I have it's got like 4 different pedals in it, the one I have.
Where is that pedal? Oh, where is it?
They're actually pretty good, Sonic Cake, man. Especially, they make nice reverb.
They make a nice reverb.
Yeah, the reverb sounds pretty nice.
Blackjack, you should come in and join us, man.
Hey, Bobby Lopes, how you doing?
Here we go. Sonic Cake IR.
Oh, cool.
What's that?
Impulse
So-
response, right?
They sent it to me like a week ago. I've been messing around with it. So it's 11 different cabs, right?
Yeah.
So it's got 4x12 Marshall, 1x10 Vox, Fender, all the different cab speakers, and then this is really cool, USB, so you can load your own IRs, and then plus on their website it has like 100 IRs, and it's only $65. So $65 you can have,
Can you
and
make
then-
your own custom IRs and stuff like that?
and you
too?
can make your own custom stuff too. You can do 2 different cabs at the same time. So it has XLR out too. So you can do stereo. So you can have 2 outs, XLR and a 1/4 inch. It's pretty nice for like $65. And what I like about this is, let's say you're going like from like your Helix or Head Rush right to the board. Like you're doing direct. You're not no amps or anything for a gig. You can hook this up, and then you can just like boom. It's like, well, I like this sound a little better. I like this a little better.
Yeah.
So it's a lot easier than going in your menus, like on Head Rush and stuff. You can go in the menus, you can just do like, well, I like this cab a little better. So
Yeah.
that's kind of cool.
That's cool, man.
And for the price,
Yeah. For people who like the dial.
it's a dial. Some people like more dial stuff than menus. And,
Yeah.
unfortunately, I think amps are kind of going on the way out. Especially. Just it's hard. Yeah.
Who wants to break their back, man? Doing that stuff, man. That's the problem, man.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, especially the younger people, it's like it's all plugins and, I don't know. I think there always will be tube amps, but I think it'll be smaller and smaller market.
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought a little system. It's from Aurora DPS or DSP or something like that.
DSP. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's called Rhino. I couldn't get it to sound right, and I couldn't get the rates right on it because they said drop it down to 44.1, and their damn simulator didn't even go down. It only went down to 144 at 3 ohms or something like that, or 3 milliseconds. So they were telling me to do something that their what the hell's it called? An IR loader or whatever it's called. It wouldn't even go down that low. So I just like, yeah, dudes, I just need my money back, man. And most of the time they don't want to give you your money back. But I wrote them hard enough about it, and they just like returned it. But I spent $40, and it was an $89 thing, so they put it on sale. So I got it for $40, but I'm just like, it didn't work. So, boom. For some people, it does work. Jade has it, I think, and it works fine for her. But she was using the free
Moon
version.
uses DSP too.
Yeah.
Oh, I have it too. I don't
You
use
have
it
it,
that
right?
often. But if you need copies of it, I told you already.
Yeah.
Moon gave me the links, man. I can hook you up, man.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah. You haven't used your Head Rush there, Jeff?
Yeah, I plugged it in the other day, man. I was messing around with it. Actually, yesterday I was playing with it. That's just where it sits, so it's easy for me to just sit there and...
Did you download
Nice
all
one.
the IRs I sent you?
No, bro.
That's
I
what's going to
didn't
make
get-
the difference in sound.
Yeah,
the IRs make all the
definitely.
difference, man.
Yeah. We'll get on that stuff.
Alright.
I went and ordered a Yamaha MG12 XU today, man. So I should get that mixer for
Mixer.
I should I should get that by Monday or so. So I'll probably be doing something on that, trying to get stuff figured out.
Mm-hmm.
But I know I don't need it with an interface. Interface to do what it is I need it to do. But it's just the tactile thing, and then having all the other stuff that I need in case I need to plug something in to do this or do that. And plus, I can do the same thing I'm doing right now with the mixer correct. I can do whatever it is I'm doing right now using the mixer.
You mean basically plugging in the way I'm plugged in? Because
Sorta,
what I'm doing is I have my mixer, I have my left and right outputs going to my sound card, and like my head rush, for example, I got left and right going into two separate channels. I got my mic going in another one, and if somebody were to come over, I could always plug them into another channel that I have available on here, basically. So that's how I use my mixer right now.
Yeah. Plus, you can plug in the head rush and stuff to it too, right?
You could, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
you had the option with the wires because you have 4 inputs on your Scarlett. But I mean, if it's because you don't want to go in the back and always move for the wires and everything, I get it, man. You know, like for me, the convenience is my mixer's right here. It's at arm's length. I can just adjust my knobs and everything like pretty easily and quickly. So
Yeah. Well, that's pretty much what I got it for. I got it because I wanted it, and plus I just wanted it. Plus I have it. You know what I mean? So if I need it, I just if I need it, I have it. Do I need it? No, probably not. Could I get by with what I got? Yeah. But there's other stuff that I would like to do that I know just an interface won't do by itself.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, the
Plus, I
mixer's
like
good if ever you go jamming with people. Because, see, my mixer, the reason I have it is because when I used to play with my old band, everything used to run through my mixer. So, but now I have it, and I figured it's easy just to run it
That's
through
what
there.
this
May
is,
as well
yeah.
do it. Yeah, yeah, that's right. You got your mixer.
This is 12 channel.
Yeah.
It's like I think it's like 1,000 watts. It's freaking. But you can
Damn.
run everything, and you can run everything through there. And I got That's what this is sitting on. They're 15-inch Yamaha speakers. I have 4 of them. You can put bass through there.
Yeah.
Done it like full band. You can put everything through like those speakers. Use 2 as like monitors and 2 out to the crowd.
Yeah. So you got a
Done
full
that.
PA system, basically.
Yeah, full PA system. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I've just done that. I've done that for like 10, 15 years. Just run this right into the PA, and that's all the guitar. And then the bass player will have his own pedal board right into the PA. You just run everything right to the PA.
See, for you, that Sonic Cake IR thing is going to be good because
Yeah.
that pedal board that you have there, my sister
Exactly.
had the same one. It doesn't have amp or cab emulation, so
No, it
if you run it with the Sonic Cake IR, you'll be able to get your full sound with that. That's pretty cool.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. I could get different, just turn it. And it's weird, depending where you play, the PA, like your sound sounds different depending what room.
Yeah.
So you can change like the speaker cabinet depending on what room because you're just using the PA speakers.
Yeah.
But like at band practice, I was going into, they have Ibanez tube amp. I've been using that Boss pedal. They've been using this fuzz, but what's cool about this fuzz is it has fuzz 1, fuzz 2, but also has a boost.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
it's a nice clean boost. You just hit this and it just turns up your lead.
That's the one you won from Jeff, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it was originally from Laz.
No, it was
Yes,
from
that's
me.
right. Yeah,
It was
Yeah.
from
Laz
me because
to
I
you, and
won
then
it
you-
from Laz.
Yeah.
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 I won it from Laz, and then how did you get it?
I won it from you, I think, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I won it from Laz, and then I gave it away because I have one right here. It's sitting right here.
You drew.
So
you
I gave
drew
away.
it, and
I
then
gave
you
away
won it.
2 of them things. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget who won the original one, because I had 2 to give away, and then I won one from Laz, like right after I gave away that one pedal. But I forget who actually won the. Oh no, what was his name? He's from California. He barely stops in.
Nelson.
No. His name's on the
But
tip of my
Laz
tongue.
sent this to me. It came from Laz. It didn't
Yeah,
go
but
to you
I
first.
told him to send it to you.
Yeah, send it to
'cause
me
you won
instead of
it.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell? What's his name, man? You don't see him around much, man. The guy that I just had his
Remember
name
his
on.
name too.
Not Andy, but something like that. And it sounded like that. Sounded like almost like Andy.
I don't know.
Andy Dawson. I don't know.
No,
Nah, he's a UK guy.
it wasn't Handy something. Handy something.
Hold, not hold.
No. Yeah, what's his name, man?
I forget a lot of names
I
too.
don't know. There's a few people from California. It's hard to.
It's a big state.
Yeah.
I think California has more population than Canada.
For sure. For sure it does, man.
think
Canada, I
it's-
think, what are we at? 38 million, maybe?
I think California's 80 million.
Yeah.
Do you know there's
6.
more people in America that don't work and don't want to work than all of Canada? Like 3 times Canada.
Oh, for
There's,
sure.
there's over 100 million people that don't want to work in America.
For sure, man.
That's funny.
Yeah.
So I see you got your. Are you using it every so often? There, I see that your Wish clone there that you have there on the top there.
Oh yeah.
It sounds good as a. It sounds good as a boost, man. It sounded pretty decent,
fake
man.
clone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think when they came out they were like $8, but now they're like 40.
Yeah.
Because
I was thinking of getting one because you can get the one. You can get the kits like, where you solder it yourself and everything. And I was looking at
Yeah.
it, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's not like a big. It's not like a Jeff Doom fuzz pedal, or like heavy pedal. Even cranked up, even the gain cranked all the way up, it's still just like a heavy breakup pedal.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Klon is. I mean, I think that whole Klon thing is super overrated. Like $5,000 for a.
Well, yeah, no,
clone
for
pedal.
$5,000, it's not worth $5,000. That's for sure, man. You know, I mean, it
Uh-huh.
might sound decent, but I mean, there's so much out there. For 5,000, no, it's not worth it at 5,000.
No. But like, that's why I think this what this is best for is like an overdrive. It's just if you like that light breakup bluesy kind of thing, that's a good pedal.
Vandy, man.
Vandy, man, that rings a
You
bell.
remember Vandy?
It rings a bell.
But-
That name,
Rings
right?
a bell.
Vandy something.
Yeah.
But he,
Vandy, man.
I think it's Vandy Man or something,
Yeah.
something like that. Vandy Man. But I think he's the one that
He won it.
actually won that the first pedal, and then I won that one after. After I gave that one away, I won that one from Laz like a week or two later for his 200 subscribers, something like that.
Laz just did a cool show last night with Jimmy Guitar
Yeah, I
Mix
saw
Sounds there.
that.
It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I didn't catch that, man. I was
Saw a
like,
little bit of it, but nobody saw me
Totally
because I think everybody was in the top chat. So I wrote only twice. I said hi, and nobody saw me.
I said hi,
You did? Yeah, you did. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. You saw.
yeah.
Yeah.
but they did at the end they did a latency jam because it was on StreamYard. It didn't sound that bad. And then Jimmy did his like patented funk type of loop on the bass and stuff.
I like
strange.
his was it a Samick? His he called it an acoustic there. That
Oh yeah, it's nylon. He's got a little
pretty cool.
nylon. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just restrung
like
my
a-
nylon.
Is that like a
It's on this side.
piezo bridge in that or what?
it was he called it an acoustic, but it was actually a solid body, which was weird.
Solid
But
body.
it had I think it had like a piezo pickup underneath the
Of
saddle
the
or
bridge,
something.
and then it's a saddle bridge.
And it looked like it was a double cut guitar. It kind of reminded me, but it was, I don't know. It was an odd shape, I guess. It was kind of Strat like, I guess, to a certain extent, but not exactly there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, but it was Jimmy used to be, touring guy. He toured with this national Neil Diamond tribute band, and they were doing like, I don't know what the step down from stadiums. He was saying he was doing like 5,000, 10,000 people, in these shows, and he was a residency in Vegas too.
Cool.
But they told him he had to have acoustic guitar, so he got that thing for a couple $100, and he put steel electric string, and it's made for nylon strings. That's when, but he put steel acoustic strings on it, and that's what he used.
He said he put 9s on it. I think that's what he was saying. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah. Not 12s though.
Yeah.
He scallops all his guitars except like that one and his Les Paul aren't scalloped, but all his other guitars are scalloped. Freaking, I can't play scalloped. It's every note was out of tune. It's so weird. You ever play a scallop neck?
No, I never did.
Oh, dude. It's like
But
playing violin.
I'm sure sometimes I grip too hard, you know. And even just on the regular guitar, sometimes I put it out of tune just by gripping it too hard, you know. If I had a scallop guitar, forget it. I'd be putting it out of tune
Sounds
all
like
the
a
time for
personal
sure.
problem, bro.
No, sometimes it's like I vice. I don't know. Like I'm
Look at him, two-handed now. Holy shit.
oh my god.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
Really?
what's this, Brad? Example? I wish I could send you guys some pictures. I just had a new neck built for my jazz bass. It's incredible. A
sweet.
custom neck. Send me the pictures, man. Or send them to one of our emails, man. Or send it to me on Facebook. You have me on Facebook, man. Just send me the pictures and I'll look at them.
Sweet.
So
We'll
Jeff,
send him the pictures and then you can put them up here,
Custom.
man.
Jeff, you didn't sing me happy birthday earlier, man.
Uh-oh.
What the fuck, dude?
What?
It's your birthday?
No, yesterday.
You dick.
21.
I wish. Times 2.
Why didn't you tell me it was your birthday, man?
Ian wrote it like 3 times in big bold print, and everybody was wishing me happy birthday in the chat, man.
I didn't see not one of them, man. You son of a bitch.
Oh, Brad, you sent me the photo. Okay, let's see here. Oh, that's nice. What is that? Is that a rosewood headstock? Here, I don't know if you could.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that head's
It's beautiful,
super dark. That's cool.
man. Yeah.
Nice.
Got the big paddle tuners on there too. Nice.
Oh, 6 more photos. All right.
All right,
that's
let's
nice.
see.
Yeah, you just gotta tell the specs on. Oh, it's that's good. That's skunk stripe.
Yeah. Oh shit! Look at the skulls.
What's
in
those
there.
inlays?
You got
yeah.
skulls
That's
and X's. Yeah.
Yeah, what's that
That's
fretboard?
nice. The fretboard. It looks like it's the wood itself. It's is it all rosewood, Brad? What is it?
Yeah, it's super dark.
It looks like it's like rosewood.
Could be a Wenge.
Yeah. Oh, look at that inlay. Look at that skull inlay.
That is sweet.
That's freaking cool, man. Yeah, that's cool.
Damn.
What is it? It's Weng. Yeah, you're right, Andy. He says it's Wenge neck with African Paduk wood for the inlays and the truss rod cover, and the fretboard is ebony. Oh, cool, man.
Very
Sweet.
cool.
I'm gonna be on the big screen the whole time.
Wenge's pretty cool wood. It's super smooth too if you sand it down. It's smoother than maple. It's like a real tight grain on it. It's real nice
Yeah.
for necks and guitar necks and stuff. My cigar box guitar, the fretboard is Wenge, and it's like you can't feel the grain at all. It's super smooth. It's like ebony,
Nice.
but it's cheaper and easier to get than ebony. Ebony's like super hard to get now, especially for like a fretboard.
Damn, you drove 12 hours to get it, Brad. 24 round trip.
Dang, it's worth it though. That neck looks sick.
It's nice. It is though. It's sweet, man. I gotta admit.
Hey, amigos! See you Saturday at the replay at 10 p.m. Eastern.
You want me to send you the mobster one too?
Bro, that's
Deep
just
into
wrong.
Francis.
That's just wrong, man.
Look, I got my sombrero right there, man.
That's awesome.
No, man. Boom.
Yeah.
I love those little commercials you guys did. That's awesome.
It's fun, man. It was fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's a lot of work though. It
It
was
is.
fun. Yeah, you were asking about what's happening, Jeff. We're gonna be broadcasting it for my channel, the replay, right now. For the other stuff, Wes is taking a little bit of a break. It was a lot of work on him and everything, and he needs a break from it. Basically, it was the show we did, man. He put in so many hours in the editing and everything. It took a toll on him. So he was burnt out and everything. So he's basically gonna take a long break, and probably hopefully in the new year he'll come back. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know how he feels, man.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. But we are working on something else. I just got to get my green screen to Andy, and so does
Yeah.
Ian. We got to just get that little bit done, and then you'll get to see some triangle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. The song is done.
Yeah, the
Just
song,
gotta
the
work on
audio's
the
done.
video. Yeah. That's awesome.
And that's the song is for what? Is
This
it
is
just a song, or is it a song for something in the show?
Well, it's a song. I mean, the name of the song. Well, I guess we could give the name of the song. It's not the end of the world. I mean, the name of the song is "Itchy Fingers." Ian wrote it. It's a HHB track, you know, with Triangle in it, with our Triangle player.
Sweet.
Who's the triangle player?
The Triangle player. Does anybody know who the Triangle player is? Can anybody take a guess?
He's the best guitar player ever.
Yeah, yeah, and we stick him on Triangle. But I gotta tell you, man, holy shit, what a job he did on that Triangle, man! I couldn't believe it.
Oh, yeah.
I never thought a triangle player could play like
Does he have his tongue out
I
and
do
stuff? He's like,
No, in the video, no.
He's taking it serious.
He is.
He's like,
I mean, you listen to the audio, okay? No joke. When he sent me the tracks to mix, okay, that's 8 tracks because he bought a kit, so he had all the triangles. He used every single triangle and put them all together to make that track, man. It's like,
he's harmonizing triangles.
yeah, it's unfreaking real. You won't believe when you hear it, man. You know,
It's gonna change the world of triangles forever.
it will.
was it like any of those guys we were showing that one night with playing the triangle and stuff?
Kind of, but I think even more. To be honest with you, a little bit more, man.
Wow.
I think it's gonna be like, Spoon Man by Soundgarden. It's gonna be like that.
Yeah,
That
Oh
level.
yeah.
yeah.
Wow.
yeah.
That's awesome.
The hype is real, man. I mean, it's not just hype, man. He really did a job on it, man. That's right, guys. Het Triani, yes. Triani, yes.
Triangle.
Het Triangle, yes. That's right.
Triangle.
There we go.
It really shows like he takes like serious. Like,
Yeah, no, he does.
Like I would have been just like ding 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 ding,
Yeah.
He like harmonizes triangle.
Yeah, and like, I mean, you got his green screen, right?
Yeah.
He took that serious too. He really wanted to like make it like, because he's like, he asked me, he's like, is it good? Do you want me to redo it? I'm like, it's perfect, man. He's there and he's really serious, and he really, it's gonna be good.
So when's this coming out, man?
When we get the video done, I guess it's
Not
going
that
to take a
long.
bit of while. I mean, Ian and I still have to give the beginning little intro green screen that we have to do for Andy, and putting the video together takes a lot of work. So I mean, it's whatever amount of hours that Andy's going to have to put into to getting the video complete, I guess.
So Andy, you're doing all the editing on it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. You just a couple of nights just staying up all night.
You're a better man
it's-
than me, bro. Me and editing don't get along at all.
It's like millisecond. Oh, move that
Yeah.
millisecond. Oh,
Yeah.
his mouth doesn't match up. Move that.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh man, yeah, that's a pain in the ass.
The thing is, Jeff, everybody's got a green screen, so there's layers everywhere, okay? And when you're
Yeah.
working with it, you can only put so many layers in before the program starts freezing because your computer or phone or whatever tablet's not strong enough to do it. So you got to layer it in a couple of. You got to do it in steps. So maybe you're gonna do like 2-3 layers together. You render that,
render it,
and
yeah.
then you put a couple more layers in. So like it's about adding layers. Like when we did the Dead Jazz show, you don't even want to know how many layers and how many times it got rendered and re-rendered. And if we had to make a change, then we have to go back to the beginning and do all those layers all over again. So it's like it's a real pain in the butt, man. It's not easy, man. You know. So
You know that Giant Killer song? I had 15 renders.
oh
So
shit.
so Jack would be like, "Hey, can you change that? That was on render 1. I'm not changing."
Oh my god. Yeah.
No.
That's,
Yeah.
But there's so many layers. Like especially when you do green screen stuff, you can get crazy with the layers.
yeah.
You can get
Yeah.
so crazy.
And that's
Well,
why
that video-
sometimes it's
that
like it
video
is what it
turned
is
out
because
good.
you're like, fuck, that's like 6 layers in. I can't start all that work again. You know, like I'll
That's
go
when you
back
just
a
put
layer.
something over it. When you
Yeah.
just put something over it, it's like a Band-Aid on top or something.
Yeah.
That's sometimes what you got to do. Like it's just too much work to change stuff once you start getting too far into it.
Yeah.
And I could tell when I was watching those skits, I was like, "Holy crap, that's a lot."
Oh, when we did
You
our
know?
skits, yeah, that was so much work. It's not even funny, man. It's like, I mean,
With
we
all
had,
you guys on the screen and stuff,
yeah.
that's a lot.
Yeah, like the mobster scene where I'm killing
Yeah.
Ian and everything. You got 2 of Wes behind me there and everything, like, you know, and everything. You got the layers behind that because you got the pictures, a screen, and everything, and then the back and forth layers. And it was a lot of work. I mean, Moon put so much time in that. It's like it was crazy, man. Like he did most of the editing. We each did our green screen parts and everything, and like I tried to gather, backgrounds, and we tried to help. But I mean, Mooney did most of that stuff, and it's a lot of work. I mean, Andy knows because normally it's either Andy or Wes that were doing the HHB videos. I didn't even want to touch it because it's too much work. Like I do some once in a while, but it's a lot of work to do the video part of it, man.
Yeah.
But it makes things interesting, though. That's the thing. It's cool, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, little things that you guys do, like in that skit, like, you got perspective, like he's behind you, and you can see that, like, he's behind you. But it's just layers, so you're layering it right.
Yeah.
And it's just, like some of the blood, Ian getting shot and stuff, like the effects, that is like really cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's really good with that stuff, man. Like a lot of the stuff, like even like I don't know if did you see the thing we did for the dog paw after?
Oh yeah. I saw that.
I mean, you can find some of that stuff, like the actual thing where we're getting beamed in and beamed out. If you look up on YouTube and you look green screen, like beam in and beam out, they're there, so you can just grab it from there. It's the same thing like when Danny and Micah, they did that video where he exploded into like a blood puddle or whatever.
Yeah.
You can get it straight on if you look up on YouTube, green screen, blood splatter
I've
or
done that.
whatever. Yeah, so it's pretty cool, man, what you can find.
But it's also, you got to put it in there, and you got to chroma key it out so it looks kind of real. It's a lot of little fine tuning. You can't just like boom, it's done.
No, exactly.
No.
Exactly.
So what's up with green screen and being able to have moving stuff in the background while you're like, say I'm live right now and I have a green screen.
Yeah.
Say I want some lava movement in the background or some psychedelic hippie trippy stuff melting in the background.
Yeah,
You know what I
definitely.
mean? What's the deal with being able to have moving stuff while you're live doing green screen?
That's easy.
But you can't do it in StreamYards, though. That's the thing.
Oh, you
StreamYards
can't?
doesn't permit you to do it. You can do it with the
OBS.
OBS stuff and other
Okay.
programs, but StreamYards doesn't allow it. Even with the highest package, you can't get the moving green screen behind you. You can put green screens in, but not moving, basically.
In post, you got to do it in post, or
Yeah.
if you're making a video, you can do it easy.
Yeah, video is no problem. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
I
working
wanted
on.
to do it while I was live.
I'm working on I'm working on another skit that we're going to be releasing. Like what we're probably going to do is we're probably going to do little skits and just release it on the Dead Jazz channel, just like a skit here and there, because it's too much work to do like an episode that's like a half hour long, you know. But the next skit I'm working on, we're actually going to be pulling up in a bus, and then the bus is going to take off, and I got it almost all working. So I have somebody there playing, and then we pull up and everything. And the thing is that all it is a picture, and you take out all the background, whatever, and you can add whatever text you want. But you're slicing it up into a bunch of little bits to make the thing move across the screen, basically. So it's like, what's this? You can do it.
Yeah.
Hey,
There he is.
there's the triangle
Ding-a-ding-a-ding.
player, man.
Diggy, 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 diggy.
How you doing, Het? He can
What's
do it.
up,
Best
bro?
triangle player, the best.
Yep.
Yeah, we got Guitar Hack in here too. What's
Hey,
up,
Hack.
buddy? Hack and Het, man. Gary Hubbs. Dang, these guys just crawled out of the woodwork.
The new hack song he did with Bobby Lopes and his brother Dennis. It's awesome. Definitely. Did you play that yet, Jeff?
No, I think I seen him premiere, but I thought that was for
Yeah.
9 o'clock tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
I might
I
have
think he
missed it.
premiered it to like today. But you should
It
play
was
that one.
9
It's really
a.m.
good.
It's 9 a.m., right?
Yeah, 9 a.m. then must have been.
Oh, yeah, because I was thinking it was for tomorrow. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Hack's singing on it too. He gets falsetto in a couple spots. Sounds real nice.
Oh,
He's a
yeah.
good singer. He always says he sucks at singing, but he's a good singer.
Yeah, he's got a decent voice, man.
Yeah,
For what he's singing and how he sings it, he does a good job on it, man.
exactly.
Hey,
I mean, because there's a few things I could probably sing, but it ain't gonna sound great. You know what I mean? But it would basically fit my range, but it wouldn't sound good even. You know what I mean? But yeah, because I can't sing for shit.
I don't know. There's good happy birthdays I heard.
yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
You want to sing "Happy Birthday" with me, man?
let's do it.
To this
Happy
group right here.
birthday.
You ready? On 3, 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Francis.
Francis
Happy birthday,
Day.
Francis.
To me.
Francis.
Happy birthday, you big dumb goof. Happy birthday
Happy birthday
to you
you.
Thanks, guys.
and many more.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. If somebody would have told me, if I would have caught that it was your birthday, man, or you would have told me, hey, happy, my birthday's coming up.
Don't worry. I
I
kept
would've-
trying to tell Ian to shut up.
Yeah, were you?
Like, shh. I'm stopping to age now. I don't want any more birthdays. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah,
How old are you now? 41 or what?
42.
42.
that's
42. It's young, yes. It's just that
It's young.
parts of my body are in bad shape. That's the only problem right now.
Just get new
Thanks,
bikes.
Edby. Age. Yeah, I wish I could get a new back, but that doesn't happen, man.
Yeah.
They might do it soon enough. They gotta
Well,
do
you never
everything
know.
else.
You never know. Eventually, I'm sure. I mean, I think that they do. I've seen the technology exists that they do replace discs with synthetic discs and stuff, but they're not doing it that much here in Quebec. They've tested it out in Alberta, Canada, and they do it more in certain parts of the U.S. I think they've tested it out more. I mean, it's relatively, let's call it new if you want. There, it's like 10 years they've been developing these things. So maybe eventually. It's just that when I went to see a specialist, they basically told me, until you're in a wheelchair, I don't want to see you. There's no point, you know. You're too young to operate because when you get operated, it's like a 50-50 chance. So there's no point in risking it if you're able to still walk, basically. So
Okie dokie.
thanks, GB.
Go ahead and mute up. Mute up.
Mute up. Oh, you're going to play that thing again?
Uh-oh.
No?
Looks like rain again today. Shadows of doubt haunt me once again. Break on through, be rid of it. Stop its control and be gone with it. I'm a man, I take charge. Leave the demons looming large. Break away from this cage. Enter in another stage. Try to keep your spirit high. Don't ever let it die. Here it goes again. Shadows of doubt haunt me once again. Break on through and be rid of it. Stop its control and be gone with it. I'm a man, I take charge. Leave the demons moving on. Break away from this cage. Enter in another stage.
Boom. Good stuff, man. Awesome
yeah.
stuff, man.
Bum, bam, dano, bam, dano, dano, dano.
That was great.
That was sick.
It never quit,
Super
man.
harmonized,
And it
not
had
like Thin
it
Lizzy.
had, yeah, it had many different layers to it too, man. It just kept driving in a different
I
direction.
know.
Boom, awesome
That's
stuff.
why it's so awesome.
So
How long does that
I
song?
it.
Like 6 minutes, and it kept like all the different parts.
Yeah.
It's a cool long song.
Yeah, at least that, man. Boom, good job, Hack. Is he still in here or what? He take
I don't
off.
know. He said he didn't like his voice. How did he not like his voice? It sounded pretty decent, man.
No one
Hey,
likes
Aaron.
their own voice.
Yeah, well, I don't like mine either. That's why I
Yeah, no one
guess I
likes their
couldn't.
own voice.
Hi, Aaron Short. Ian's back. How you doing, Ian? You woke up? He was taking a little nap. I think he says he feels like a worn-out pickup.
And he said 40 winks is what he wanted, man. So that's what he got, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, about 120 winks, something like that.
Bobby Lopes killed it on drums too.
Yeah.
Especially when they picked up the tempo there. He like picked up right then too.
Who else was in that?
Bobby
Dennis.
Lopes is on drums, and Dennis is his brother.
He is still here, Hack?
Okay.
Oh, he is here? Okay. And Bobby's here, too. Yeah, Bobby, you're killer on drums, man. You really
so
are.
killer.
Awesome.
So killer.
Ah, there's Hack. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
That was a good song. Really good song.
200 winks. Good stuff, man.
Someone
Oh,
Boom.
that
give that
gets
one-
Star Trek jokes. Ian, yeah.
Boom. Hang on a second. No, Hack, that
Which
was a
Star
good
Trek?
tune, man. It really was.
No, I think that the dog was talking about the track that Ian that we did on the Dead Jazz thing. Their little track
Oh
for him.
yeah, oh yeah, oh
Yeah.
yeah, that one, yeah.
Boom. And here's a link if anybody wants to come in and say hi or just pop in and shoot the shit. That's cool too, man.
Hey, PJ.
Just click on that link. Make sure you have a good set of headphones and whatnot, so we can hear you all good.
Bobby says I'm making him blush. Bobby, you're a really good drummer, man. You really are, man. It's, you know,
Oh yeah,
Oh
pro.
hell yeah!
yeah. I mean, he made it so easy. When I did the collab with him, everything was perfect. He mixed it perfect because he knows how to mix and everything. He mixed
Yeah.
it perfect,
Oh, yeah.
gave me a perfectly mixed track, and all I had to do was slip it in there, and that's it, basically, you know?
Yeah, even the drums are like mixed good. You know,
Yeah.
like you didn't have to like a lot of times you got to turn down the cymbals a lot and the
Yeah.
snare up. And, nope.
Said he's giving up singing for the next one.
Oh, come on, Hack, man. You sang well,
That's
man.
good.
It was fine, man.
Hell yeah, man. And Terry Himes, welcome. Glad you're here, man. Bobby Lopes. Good stuff. Boom. Yeah, man. There's nothing wrong with that Hack at all, man. Everything you sang on sound pretty good, man.
Yeah.
Now Francis, that's another thing.
What? When I sing, it's not good? Oh, it depends what song.
Yeah, that's like everybody, man.
Hey, Ian.
What's up, man? What's
Hello,
up, Ian?
people.
How you feeling, bro?
Oh, fine, just knackered. If I fall asleep, forgive me. It's,
Oh, no worries, man. No
it'll be
worries.
all the boring chat about gear that does it. You know, that's,
Hey, I see monkeys.
Anybody else want to use that link and come on in and say hi? That's cool. But it's going to go away here in about 5 seconds.
so I want to know what your biggest fear about doing the kit guitar is, Andy.
Well, I don't know if you heard me, but it's a glue-on neck, so I've never
Right,
done
yes.
that before. You know, I've
Yeah.
taken necks off, like on Strats and Tellies and stuff, and then just like, you know, change the neck or even do a little shim. But I'm a little worried, like I glue it,
It's
And
stuck there. Yeah,
it's stuck there, and then
literally.
let's say I got to unglue it, and then other parts come off. You know, like 'cause this is if you look at this neck, you know, I'm worried I glue it, and it's like, oh, it's not right. This part comes off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was like, uh-oh.
I
what do I
like
do now?
bolts. I do
I
like
know.
bolts because they're idiot-proof.
I
And
know.
I'm definitely an idiot when it comes to anything practical. So
I wanted to challenge myself, you know. I wanted like a kind of PRS style guitar,
mhm.
and there's no I don't think PRS makes bolt on other than like the Silver Sky John Mayer stuff. So
Yeah, I don't know. I don't spend a lot of time browsing PRS websites.
yeah.
Every other guitar man, but not PRS. For some reason, I don't
Yeah.
warm to them. I'm not. I mean, I think they obviously make incredible instruments, but I don't warm to them for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Mhm.
But you
They're
know,
nice.
Yeah,
I
they're
can
nice.
lust
They're nice.
as much as any man over a Gibson
Yeah.
or a Fender or a Schecter or but for some reason not PRS. I'm not really sure.
The couple that I tried, though, the only thing I noticed is that I found that the neck was a little too wide for my liking, basically.
Mhm.
Maybe it's
They
just
do
the one that
have
I had. Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, that's their thing, man. It's called a fat wide neck. They call it.
Yeah. For
Yeah,
me, it
They,
that's
doesn't
one of
they
work.
those
use
neck
that on a
sizes.
lot.
I can't
Not
play
all
on
of
it
them,
like
but-
that. Yeah.
Not all of them.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like
that
even-
baritone's fat wide, and this is a fat wide also, even on the 245.
I can't play a wide. If the neck's a little too wide, I can't play it. Even
Short,
This one's
stubby
not,
fingers.
though.
no, that well, it doesn't look that.
That looks
wide.
like it's a
No.
little flat, actually.
Yeah,
Is
it does. It
it's
looks like a D.
This
Is
is
it
a
flat on the
12-inch
bottom?
radius. Yeah, so it's kind of a D. I would say it's like a D shape.
Yeah.
I like it. I told them, like, find me a thin neck and not a heavy body, and that's what they did. And this doesn't have the birds on it. This is just block inlays. I got all tape on there. I didn't. The
I
birds
saw
are
the
cool.
video. I saw the video
Yeah.
when you showed it to kids. Yeah.
But I was like, I don't want the birds. Then it looks like I'm really trying to copy PRS, you know.
Yeah.
So I like the blocks on there. You know, I don't want to put, like, nothing against people, but I don't want to have Gibson or PRS and it's not really a Gibson or PRS. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to try to fool people that's something that it's not. You know,
Yeah.
like I got Squire stuff. I'm Squire guitar. I'm gonna leave Squire on the top. That's what it is.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
The only one I did scrape off the Starcaster off the Strat and left the Fender on, because literally speaking, it's true. Which is the only time I've ever done that. But it was because
Yeah.
the Starcaster logo is so horrible that I couldn't
Oh, yeah.
look at it. It just like
Yeah.
just couldn't look at it. It was so bad. But
I hear some.
Hey,
yeah,
how you
no,
doing,
it's
that?
trouble.
What's up, man?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Francis. Happy birthday to you. Go out and have fun. Go out and get some. Get plastered, you. Old guy, you. Happy birthday to you.
Thanks,
There
man.
you go.
That's cool, man. Very cool. Thank you. Awesome.
I'm gonna have
He
to
didn't
hire
call you
you.
bastard
I'm gonna have
either.
to hire
No,
you
he
to come on
didn't.
in and sing "Happy Birthday" for us, man.
Up until like just
Holy
a couple
shit.
years ago,
What's up,
you
Pack? How
could
you
get a
doing?
copyright claim for Happy Birthday.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Yeah, they just made it public domain like in the last little while. It's ridiculous.
Didn't
Yeah,
Paul
cool.
McCartney own the rights to it?
I've had to fight copyright claims on the House of the Rising Sun and write in the thing. This song is so old.
Mhm.
Nobody even knows who wrote it. And one time I got a copyright claim for the Animals arrangement.
Mhm.
And it was like, how do you fight that one?
Yeah, I got a copyright claim for Eric Bell's Whiskey in the Jar solo, because of course Whiskey in the Jar is hundreds of years old. But they do put a copyright claim on you if you use Eric Bell's tune, because it is his. You know.
I got Whiskey in the Glass. Hippie, no disrespect, because I know
Oh, no
you
worries, man.
you don't partake, but
What's up, Pack? How you doing, man?
How's it going, guys? Yeah,
what's up, dude?
I just fought a copyright claim on a blues jam that I did, oh man, like over a month ago. And they said I was so it was, it was in one of those invitational things that, we do. And they said I was ripping off BB King. Oh, what's up, BB? Thrill Is Gone.
That happens all the time. It's
It
like
sounded-
it's an improvised solo, man. There
It's-
was
The
No
chord progression,
planning.
the chord progression was nothing like it. It was a basic blues progression, which has been used for like ever,
Hundreds. Yeah. Hundreds.
You know,
12-bar blues.
and sounded nothing like it. And it took them a month to figure out that I won. I disputed it and I won.
Oh, they got
So I got my
30
nickel.
days. They got 30 days, and they wait till the last minute of the last day.
They being AI.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
That's true. It
yeah.
is an AI now. Yeah.
It's like it's us fighting against computers. It's already
Are
like
you afraid of
Terminator.
artificial intelligence? No, I'm afraid of the lack of human intelligence.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's like they'll get you. I mean, even once it's uploaded, even before it goes live, they get you right away. Boom.
I've gotten stuff come a year after something was posted. And it's like, well, it doesn't matter now because the video's not getting viewed anymore. It got viewed the first day or so.
Yeah.
And, you know, I get 100 views if I'm lucky. So a year later, I get this copyright claim for exact same thing. They claim, and it's always Latin publishing thing.
Yeah, Latin publishing.
It's always these guys that do it, and it's like, I don't know who you are or where you come from. Once in a while, I would get one from Warner,
Yeah.
and it's like, okay, well, you know, I copied
WMG.
something.
So what's the weirdest notification anyone's ever got from YouTube?
I got a copyright claim on one of my originals.
Yeah, that's got a sting, and you just have to.
Well, I won it,
Yeah, I've
but
had
like
I've had a
Hack
couple of
said, it
those.
took 30
Yeah,
days. I
exactly.
won
You
it,
just
but
wait it and go, no, look, I can prove I wrote this, and it's like, you know, I don't care if it's somewhat similar to something else. There are only 12 notes, for God's sake. But it, you know, the weirdest one I ever had was when they said that a song called Love and about how we should love each other that happened to have a couple of pictures, still pictures of child soldiers, because there was a verse in it about how we should treat each other. They said was too violent. And that, you know, so like, it's pretty obvious that that's just been done again by AI. No human being has ever looked at that. So
Yeah.
you get some weird stuff being thrown back at you.
I think the weirdest thing I've ever seen, Ian, was when we put up Mooney's ass on the Dead Jazz Society and we got that 18 plus strike thing there.
Yes.
Rightly
agree with
so.
that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
would
So do
say,
I.
Yeah, some things you can't unsee, and
I don't
that.
think 18-year-olds should look at that either.
21 plus. Yeah.
21 at least.
No, you don't want to do that to 21-year-olds. They've got their whole life ahead of them.
That's right.
They're 50 at least.
42-year-olds.
Jaded. Yeah. Until we know that not every
So
ass is
down a
good
dark
ass.
alley. Yeah.
Wow.
Terry Himes is asking me if I'm ready for the Ohio winter off Lake Erie. Hey, hippie, are you ready for that
Sure.
Alaska winter?
Oh yeah, every winter, bro.
You already in it. You're already in
Yeah,
it.
I have to be. Yeah. Yeah. When it comes to getting ready for winter up here, man, it's like I'm on it, and when it hits, I don't even worry about it, man. I get all my shit picked up and put away, and everything tuned up and ready to turn on before it even hits, man. Because as soon as it hits 40 degrees, I'm like doing stuff already.
My nephew was in the Army, and he spent 5 years in Alaska. And he told me that they got places, like when you go grocery shopping, they got like places to plug in your oil heater for your car.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's wild, man.
Well, especially in Fairbanks in the winter, it can get to 50 below up there, man. So yeah, they have plugs for people when they pull up into the store to keep their oil pans heated up and stuff. Yeah. Yeah. And people put heat
Thanks.
tape on around their blocks and stuff like that on their things and plug them in too, man. So yeah. You know, it's
We
like
had-
heat tape. You know how you have heat tape to put around your pipes and stuff to keep them from freezing and popping and
Yeah,
stuff in the
right.
winter?
Exactly. I know
Well,
it,
we do
yeah.
that. They do. Some people up in Fairbanks do that, and up in Barrow, they have special blankets they put around blocks and stuff like that, so that they don't freeze up and stuff at night and whatnot.
We had a 1975. My parents had a 1975 Ford Granada, and they would have to pull it in the garage in the wintertime. And my dad bought a oil pan dipstick, the dipstick that you could plug the dipstick in, and it kept the oil hot, because if that car got too cold, it wouldn't turn over. It was like ridiculous. It would have never made it in Alaska.
No way. That's pretty cool. 50 below? Oh, jeez. I've never seen that.
Somebody's backfiring.
Backfire? Oh, you Eckler here?
Yeah.
Not me, I don't think.
I might
Somebody
do it in a
paid.
second because I'm gonna switch over to the pop out chat here.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
All right.
So did you finish wintering your house, Jeff? I mean, I'm almost finished. This weekend I probably should finish up everything, man.
Oh, I'm done a month before it hits. As soon as it hits 40, bro, I'm on it, because I only got one leg and I'm on crutches, man. If I get caught early with snow and shit,
Yeah.
it's just a big pain in the ass for me to do it. Because sometimes I have to crawl underneath my house and check the heat tape and make sure it's working. Just because the light comes on and the thing doesn't mean that it's not working or not. So
I just
Don't you have like a prosthetic leg?
no, it wouldn't work up here in the wintertime anyway.
Well, like a pirate leg.
Nah, it never worked, bro.
Bobby's saying he got a copyright claim. He put a video of him playing drums to like the song that he just heard. He says he got a copyright claim on it. I hope he's shitting.
no, he's not. He's telling you the truth, man.
No, they're ridiculous. They're ridiculous with the claims that the ones that make me mad is when they go after a video that's been up for like a year, and they find some stupid little thing, and it's like a guitar riff. It'll be 30 seconds in the video that they'll claim is, you know, it's some song that, and
50. That's not cold.
Nah, that's a summer night here, man. 50.
No.
32 here right now, so it's just hit freezing.
Oh wow.
And that's
Shit.
the first time. That's the first time for the year.
I'm warmer than you are right now, man. I'm about 37, 38.
Crap. I'm moving to Alaska.
Here it's what? It's 2 degrees Celsius. So then Fahrenheit, what is that? Let's see.
Yeah, we've hit 0 here though already.
It's like
You're 0?
35.
Well, we hit 0 the other day, but right now it's 2 degrees right now over here.
Oh, he's not kidding. Wow. Because wow. So the DistroKid actually works. that's funny. Because I put it like all my stuff's on all the streaming sites, right? Because I use DistroKid. So that's what it is, Bobby. I use DistroKid. So yeah, it's copyright protected, which is why I use DistroKid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, man.
Who was there was somebody, I think it might have been Pete Thorne or somebody, that said he couldn't post his own music on YouTube because he'd get a copyright strike
Yeah.
Oh,
from
yeah.
his publisher.
If
Oh,
you
yeah.
For a
put
lot
it,
of people.
Well,
if
that happened to Nikki as well, didn't it?
that's right,
Yeah.
Nikki. Yeah,
Yeah, well, she got kicked off
Nikki
her channel for
Tedesco?
yeah.
She got kicked off her channel for 90 days, man, for playing her own shit.
Playing her own stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I put my stuff up with DistroKid, but I don't tick the box for YouTube, because if I did, then the Padded Pedal Room channel, when I put up my music, would get a copyright claim. So
Yeah.
I just said forget about YouTube. But if it's on if you go to Spotify and you stream it or whatever, then it works. But not on YouTube, because or else
Yeah.
I would get claims too. You know.
I just
Well,
think-
Ibby
I
just played my
think-
track and it was fine, right?
Oh, we'll find out. I mean,
So no, it shouldn't-
Uh-oh,
I
world
just think
ban.
who's
World
going
ban.
to steal my music? Why would I?
No, because I mean I've been putting my stuff on DistroKid for the last year, and he's played a ton
I've
of
been
my
playing
stuff.
it, yeah.
So it's been
yeah,
fun.
I don't think I've ever gotten a hit on your stuff yet, man.
I think it's
not,
because
not that I remember.
I think it's because he's uploading it that he got nailed.
Oh,
So
That's
it's like
right.
upload.
That's
taking
right.
credit for it, right? But
Yeah.
you can play it as much as you want. That's the whole point of it, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't upload videos before I play them. I just play them right off your screen.
Yeah, exactly.
Right off your yeah.
But you know,
So,
the whole
yeah.
copyright thing is funny because I mean, it's such a crapshoot. Like I did a live stream last Saturday, and I mean, I played, I don't know, 15, 20 riffs. You know, Rush, AC/DC, you know, Zeppelin, Kiss, whatever. Not
Yeah.
once, but I've done it so many times where they'll pick out just one riff, and that one gets picked off, and I at this point I know a couple of riffs that will guarantee a copyright claim. Don't ever play "Tie Your Mother Down" by Queen. Every single time that gets hit. And what's the other one? Shit,
Smoke on the Water.
I never do that one, but I know that one for sure. And I think actually one of the Rush ones got a hit. I don't know, it was Limelight or
I've gone live on YouTube with my band, or me and Fred and Linda, for like a whole hour, and not gotten a copyright strike, and then or a claim, and then do it again a month later and play some of the same songs, and get a claim on a song that I didn't get in the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So that's
weird.
how stupid it is.
It is. It is weird like that. Yeah.
Well, it's like you guys. Just because you guys, you may have got a copyright claim, but I might get the global shutdown for playing your stuff. That like when you guys say, "Hey, hippie, play a song," I ask you, "Well, what kind of strike did you get, and how many music society things did you get?" Usually, I won't play anything that's over 10. You know, when you have music societies claim whatever it is, which means they have 10 different entities claiming your song as a copyright or have rights to it. If you have more than 10, I normally just like shy away from it and ask for another one. But just because you guys get a copyright doesn't mean that after I play it, I've had your videos shut me down. You know what I mean? So like when Joey did, what the hell did he do? Evanescence. He did an Evanescence song. I got nailed for that. He didn't, but I got a global for playing his song on my thing of Evanescence, and quite a few other people, but I can't think of the names of the songs. But
I did an in-depth analysis of the song "Sweet Home Alabama," and it was an half-hour-long video, right? And I spent a day and a half putting this thing together, downloading clips of Leonard Skinner playing it, and breaking down what was going on. And if you play the song right, how it's such a great tune, and all, you know, and I had all these clips and all this stuff. That video lasted 10 seconds. It got a worldwide ban, not monetizable, could not be played anywhere. And I was like, I spent a day and a half on this sucker putting this thing together, and it was like, okay, well, I'm done. I never did that again.
Does anybody else here use DistroKid?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I use it.
Let me. So did you get a second channel created?
Oh yeah, it does.
Yeah, the topic channel is always created by them.
Yeah, I had no idea because somebody's telling me, "Oh, you got another channel." I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
can
there's
actually
all your
merge
dis-
them. You can actually merge them if you want, or you can delete that topic channel if you want to.
Can you? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, on DistroKid.
Hey
it's just an
guys,
option.
I'm gonna jump out. I'm gonna bounce. I'll be listening in the background for a while, but it's midnight, and I wanted to sing "Happy Birthday."
Thank
so
you. I appreciate that. Thank
yeah,
you.
it's good to see all you guys.
Good
Hippie,
to see
keep
you
it up. Keep it up, man. You're doing great, and catch
Thanks,
y'all
Eric.
later.
Sure.
Take care, man.
Cheers.
Say hi to Linda for me.
I will. She's in there playing her bass.
Awesome.
She's probably playing Unchained Melody because we're gonna play that. We got a keyboard player working with us now,
sweet.
so we'll see.
Cool.
Sweet.
So
Awesome.
how do you merge it with your real channel?
There's an option on DistroKid on if you log in there. That's something new.
Oh yeah.
Pete Johns was talking about. I haven't done it, but
I got
you can merge it. Yeah.
I think Banzini did that, or he just downloaded those videos from DistroKid to his YouTube channel. Can't you do that too? Because you have to upload the videos to get them though on DistroKid, right?
Oh
No,
no,
well,
just
no.
music.
They make
It's
their
just
own
a
with like
picture.
the album cover. Yeah.
It's just a picture. That's all it is. It's the album cover with the music. There's no video.
Yeah.
Okay.
And on topic, if you have a video with your song, it doesn't show the video. It just plays the music.
See, I'm in DistroKid now, and you're saying
I'm gonna go to DistroKid and do that right now.
so goodies. Promote yourself. Enhance your music. Upgrades. Let's see the music.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff.
Personal profile, payment method, cover license, referral program. Get her now.
Yeah, CD Baby's given me a global before on somebody's tune too.
Yeah. CD Baby's like DistroKid.
I'm gonna have to check it out because I don't see it here, Andy, where it says you can merge these.
I haven't
things.
done it, but I know Pete Johns was talking about it. You can
Okay.
merge them.
If I play up people's stuff off of Bandcamp and what's the other one? What's the one that Brian has all his stuff on?
Reverb Nation.
Reverb Nation.
Yeah. So if I play him off of that, I don't think I've ever gotten a hit from those guys for copyrights from Reverb or Bandcamp. Sith Vasquez. Hello.
Yeah, if it's not copyrighted under something else, if they just someone just put it on Bandcamp, it wouldn't come with
It's
it.
a distribution platform rather than a licensing. I think you can.
Yeah, it's not a
license
licensing.
with them, but it's not a licensing platform. Same as Reverb Nation, it really isn't. But I mean, I think they can do all of those things, but you have to kind of pay into their.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 42, Quentin.
Have you found it, Francis?
No, I went through it. I did not see how or where. I have to look it up. I have no idea which section to look into to get that.
Get heard now. Promote yourself. Yeah, I don't know where it is.
If I figure it out, I'll let you know. I'll send you an email. But I-
Yeah, let me know. Special. Oh, wait, right there.
There's also
What are you
like
trying to do? Merge the topic channels?
Yeah.
merge the topic, yeah.
What's this?
What's that one that Brad uses? Band something? Lab band? Band lab?
Band Lab. Oh,
Band
that
Lab.
used to be the old
I found it.
Cakewalk Sonar. Oh yeah, which section?
Okay, so if you go to goodies, right?
Hold on.
Can you share the screen without messing with any of your security stuff?
DistroKid. Okay. Let's
I
get
am
in. Okay, if you
PC illiterate.
Goodies. Okay.
Yeah. if you
And
go to-
tell Francis where you are. He can pull it up.
All right. Okay, so go to goodies. Okay, if you go down.
Oh, you want me to share my screen? Is that what you're asking, Jeff?
Yeah, if you're not worried about security issues.
I don't care, man.
I don't know how to do it.
Here, I'll share my screen here. Here's my screen. I don't. Yeah, okay. Mute website notifications while sharing. I guess.
This way we can show everybody else how to do it if they need to do it.
Yeah, I gotta do that too.
All right. So, I'm sharing my screen. There we go. Okay. So you're saying under goodies over
Go
here?
to goodies.
Yeah.
Yeah, promote yourself.
Promote yourself. Yeah.
Okay, so go down. Hang on, let me go back to mine. Okay, hang on. All right, so goodies.
Special access.
Oh, special access. I'm sorry.
Ah.
Go to YouTube official artist channel. Okay, so see where it says select artist? That's going to be you, right? You
I
there?
don't have a YouTube. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I put my name there. And no, I don't have a YouTube channel. Yes, I have a YouTube channel that can.
No, you're gonna go to
Yeah.
the third one because it's your own channel by yourself. You go to
Okay.
the third option.
Yes, I have a YouTube channel dedicated to. Yeah, okay. Well, I have more than one, but yeah.
Well, okay.
Ah.
Let's just link your YouTube channel beta. That's
Yeah,
it.
that's
Click
how
on
it
that.
is. That will make it easy to find.
Okay.
Francis, you don't have to do it if you think you're going to screw something up, but
I don't know.
It just,
I think you'd have to.
I don't know exactly what it does, but it merges them together.
Well, I'll tell you. I'll find out soon enough because I just did it.
oh, we won't see Hack around for a couple months till he figures out how to get back on YouTube.
When you allow DistroKid, will be able to view your YouTube account. Maybe sensitive. Okay. I'm gonna look at it later because I don't know if I want DistroKid to have access to the padded bell room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you
It's
also
kinda the same
delete
thing
the
with
topic
StreamYard.
page too, right?
Eh?
I think you can just remove the topic too, so you don't have two channels.
Okay.
I didn't see an option for that. My YouTube page still looks the same. I don't see any difference.
Jeff, take me off the big screen.
Yeah. What the hell?
It's the chat, man. I'm looking at the chat here.
Yeah.
Why am I like froze dead, man?
Because I muted and I froze you. Because if I keep letting it move, then it distracts me, and I don't know which screen I'm looking at sometimes.
Boom. Oh, okay. I got it.
There you go.
Very cool. Thanks, Zach.
Yeah.
I'll let you know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. I just
Well, it might take a little while for those if your topic channel to you put your topic channel on your YouTube channel is what you're trying to do, right?
I guess that's what it does.
Is it gonna?
Yeah.
You let me know what it does to you, and then I'll see if I do it.
Yeah.
Big, yeah.
You got like 15 videos just put on your page.
I'm gonna see if my topic channel still exists. Maybe that's gone. Oh,
Thanks, Gary, for those.
I still have a
M&Ms.
topic channel. 19 subscribers. Woo!
Yeah, it might take it. If anything's gonna happen, it might take a 24.
Yeah,
hour period.
24 hours probably. Yeah.
So, Brad, you just did it, or you did it before? Like if you did it before, then how does it merge it? And if you just did it, well, I guess we'll find out later too. So.
Boom.
The head trim,
Brad
good
says
luck.
he's done it.
You could probably switch it back if you wanted, I would think, right?
Probably.
Or
Hubs has done it too. Oh, so you guys did it already. I still have a topic channel, and it's been a few months now. Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh,
wow.
mine's been around for a while too, and it's got the new song on there already.
Yeah, they're quick at putting it up there, right?
Yeah.
Join our gang, Francis.
Heck, is that coming through your speakers? Is that who that is?
I
I don't
so.
hear it. You might speak rather than you speaking.
But you're listening to us through speakers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Is it picking it up?
Well, the echo. That's where the echo's coming from. I think, yeah.
Okay. Hang on.
Yeah. Do you have like headphones or
Yeah.
a headset?
Just a sec.
Earbuds?
Hang on.
Dude, what's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, how's
you
it going,
doing, man?
guys?
What's
Doing
up?
good.
What's that?
Can you hear me all right, or
Oh yeah, you're good, bro. Yeah.
dynamite, dude?
Yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. It's cold. I mean, honestly, I'm thankful I got a heater here and everything's all good. But it's cold outside, man. I mean, I do not want to be out there.
Hey, cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, dude. Right now
What's
it's
the temperature?
actually well, right now it's actually warmed up since earlier today, but it's 41 degrees right now.
See,
I
here
don't hear anything.
right
It's
now
not
it's
bad.
35.
No, it's not that bad. I mean, I guess I'm being a little bit of a baby about it, but I mean, like, I don't want to be out
Yeah.
there.
That's t-shirt weather for me, bro.
Oh yeah, no.
Oh, man.
I mean,
I go out and stand on the porch at midnight in my boxer briefs, man, and a t-shirt and a sock. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm just chilling, bro, for real.
hey man, I'm right there
I
with
just hang
you.
out.
But
I just hang out, man. I'm like, what? 40's like, that's nice, man. For me, that's nice, man.
Did I do this now?
What's going on now?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Me. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday, dear the petted pedal room guy. I don't know his name. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
You're
It's
welcome.
Francis, by the way.
Boom.
The dude in
Yeah,
the
that's
upper right
Francis.
with his arms folded is going, "What the fuck?"
The dude. It's Big Lebowski.
Thanks. Stu.
Hack is supposed to send me a pitch pipe or something. He said the G is out or something. I don't know what.
Hey, chords.
Boom.
Hi, kids.
So,
What you never want is
Hello.
a G-string that's out.
Alternate tuning. Yeah. Gary Hubbs said that was so touching. Hey, thank you. I worked on that for like half an hour or so. Apparently, Brad thinks I need a tuner.
what the hell was that?
No.
So I'm the king of copyright claims.
Oh,
But all
yeah.
I do is
Yeah.
cover songs. I play along with the exact song and just, But I've never had a copyright strike, though.
Oh, strike. Oh, okay. It's channel strike. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you don't want.
Yeah, those are hard to get and hard to get rid of.
When you think about it, economically, it doesn't make any sense to put a strike on something. Just take its money.
Just take the
Which
money.
is
yeah.
weird because
Yeah.
there used to be an international agreement with the artist who made the song would still get something, but you pay. Now they just take it all from you.
Hmm.
So does that seem odd to anybody else?
Yeah, that is weird.
They take that 25 cents and put it in escrow, right, Hack?
Yeah.
That's
All right,
too
guys.
bad. That's like
I'm gonna hit the hay.
You heading out?
Guys,
there?
have a good night.
Andy.
There, Andy.
Alrighty,
Take care,
everyone.
Andy.
Take it easy,
Later.
Andy.
Later. Sorry
Peace,
about
bro.
the tuning, dude. Did I run him off? Shit.
Yeah, I think you did, man.
Damn it. Hippie, did you get your mail yet?
Oh no, bro. Did
Okay.
you track it? Did you? Well, how'd you send it?
No, no,
what's-
fuck. I just dropped it in the mail, dude.
Was it like
No,
in a
there's
letter or was it
Yeah,
like in
just a
just like
regular-
an envelope?
Yeah, just an envelope.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably get it in like a week. When did you send it?
I don't know. When did you message me? In the last 5 or so days. People are already getting them, but you're way up there. And
Yeah,
last-
anything coming from the East Coast takes about 7 days, 7 to 8 days.
Yeah,
But
shipping
I'll-
here is a nightmare.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, everything has to fly up or come up on a barge, man.
mine's being held at customs.
What Quentin sent you pics too?
Yeah.
And they're being held at custom.
Probably.
Yeah.
They're offended by the FVCKING part of it.
Oh, I got it.
yeah, they wanted an extra $30 shipping. I'm like, damn, you're killing me, Hack.
For real?
That's a joke now.
Uh,
The birds are. Oh, y'all hear my birds or something?
Yeah, Gary said it sounded pleasant. He was asking who it was, so I was just telling him it's your birds. Yeah.
You gonna tell them about your other channel, Quinn?
That's Emmett and Todd. You can go ahead and tell them about it. Apparently, I have a like a 24/7 Brokeback Budgie porn parakeet channel that I have on YouTube.
Get you
That sounds interesting.
Hey,
I
Preston,
don't
what's
get those
up, bro?
people that put cameras in their house and they just broadcast live 24/7. Why do I want to watch you sitting on the couch reading a book?
Yeah.
I think the
What's
one that
up,
gets
man?
me is people chewing. Is they have like ASMRs on that on like people actually chewing food, and it's like, don't.
Oh, you're kidding.
Don't.
Believe-
It's the
believe
nastiest
me.
thing, man. I hate when people
You need
smack.
to go on Twitch
Oh,
and
dude.
look up the ASMR stuff because some of it is as dodgy as you can possibly.
Oh, is that-
Oh,
imagine, but
some of it's
also
gnarly,
extremely
man. And it's
funny.
like, how do you
Yeah.
get away with this, man?
It's
That stuff that it's that stuff that I showed you and Mooney the other
yeah,
night.
I'm
You're
still
talking about.
scarred by that,
I guess, yeah, some of that stuff is gnarly, dude. It's like, holy crap. What
They
is
got
this?
they got these people on Twitch that they have these microphones that have freaking ears on them on both sides, and these girls are like dressed in like nothing practically, and they're licking the earlobe, and you hear like what it's I don't know, it's the craziest thing.
I can cope
I'm
with
like, what the
girls
hell is
dressed
this
in
shit?
Nothing. It's the slurping noises. It's
I know.
really off-putting.
They're licking these like ear-shaped microphones, and because you get like a full stereo sound, and it's the totally craziest thing I've ever
Yeah,
seen.
and
I'm
they're
like,
high quality microphones, too. Like,
yes,
they're
they
not-
are.
Like, you
That's
hear every
disgusting.
bit of detail. They don't skimp out on anything.
That's disgusting. Where do I find that?
On Twitch.
You don't want to find
I don't do Twitch.
Don't anybody even pull it up because I ain't playing this shit. It's not happening.
It's really not that bad. It's just like, I just hate when people smack. Like, when they, like, literally chew with their lips open. It's like, all right,
yeah.
man, come on now. Chew with your lips closed. Come on now.
Now you sound like my mother.
Explain why you are such an expert on it. Honestly, I joined Twitch to
Oh,
go
I'm not
see
an
Nikki.
expert. I just...
I joined Twitch to see Nikki Tedesco, and then while I was there, I check out some of the live stuff. I was checking out the live music, and I just fell upon it because it was live. I'm like, what the hell is this? There's like a microphone with ears on it. I'm like, what the hell is that shit? And I clicked on it to check it out. I'm like, oh my god! And then the other time I was hanging with Mooney and Ian, and I'm like, you guys got to see this ridiculous shit I found, you know? And it's crazy. Some of the stuff that they're doing there is crazy.
Oh, man.
You work for Twitch, same channels for it. Yeah.
You gotta love the internet, man. Come on.
The internet is a magical place.
Somehow I got in my feed. It was a video 24 hours long of Star Trek The New Generation ambient engine noise. A 24-hour long video of just this kind of droning Star Trek engine.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
If I had
got stuck-
like 8 million views, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I got stuck on like some Resident Evil video gaming stream, like 24 hours. I was like, all right, what? No way.
Oh, man.
You know, when you
I have
think
to
about it,
admit,
how
the
crazy it
Redfall
is.
Ones are pretty decent for getting you to fall asleep.
Ron Spalding.
But you know, like Ian, remember when I was showing you the Twitch thing, right? It's like you look at the musicians, and you got a musician playing like songs and whatever, like really, a good musician playing well, and you see like 25 viewers, 100 viewers max, and then you see these crazy things with like the microphones with the ears, and you see like 10,000 people watching it live. It's like I don't get it. I don't get it.
Never, ever underestimate the power of human stupidity. Never overestimate the other way.
Sorry, Hack.
You know what that acoustic needs, what? Needs some invaders.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think we know why.
Nope, I put that guitar up. Yes, my Strat has an invader. and it's 16.4K.
My first
That'll
guitar
work.
ever had an Invader pickup in there, and it was the coolest thing. But ever since then, it's just no pickup has ever been awesome. Ever since, it's like, oh, the guitar's so cool.
It works in that Strat, man. I tell you.
Hey
mean, I
man, they're
put
ripping
that-
roaring pickups, dude.
I've done even on a clean channel. I've done the number 2 position in the Strat, and you can kind of get that little Georgia Headlights, thing out of it. I was really surprised because I mean, on a clean sound, nobody uses the bridge pickup, let alone a humbucker. But the number 2 position just worked.
Yeah, you're pretty much right there. You caught me. I didn't use it for clean, but I unfortunately had it in a very crappy Gibson guitar. It's do you know what a Gibson Sonex is?
Oh God, yeah.
Dude, it was such an awful guitar.
That's worse than a studio.
Dude, they're so bad of an instrument, and I still have it. I literally have it just for the pickups and whatnot. I want to tear it apart, but it's so sentimental because it's like my dad got me that guitar, and it's like I cut my teeth learning everything on that guitar, and it's just like,
Yeah.
oh. But it is such a shit instrument. Oh, sorry, crappy instrument. I mean,
Everybody blames global warming.
it was bad. I mean, no
Greenhouse
one should.
effect and all that. It's got nothing to do with that. It's all these invaders changing the orbit of the Earth because of the magnetic pull of those pickups and pushing us closer to the sun.
Oh, the pickups were great. The instrument sounded great, but just playing it was just god awful. Like as a player, you're like, oh, dude, this is horrid. I mean,
Are they
like
so
no matter
strong
how.
that they like pull on the strings, so you're fighting the strings to do bends and things like that because the magnets are so strong. Are they-
Well,
It's
not
okay,
only
Hawk.
that.
I know lots of girls that can't play an Invader. It's okay, buddy.
Okay, Gary, I'm sorry. Phone's down. I'm answering your buddy Hetriani. I'm sorry.
See, I play Alnico 2s in my Strat, so I'm a real wimp, and 9s at that,
Oh, I have really low output pickups now. I mean, I don't really go very high output pickups anymore. I mean, it's just because you can always just crank the amp and get the good tone that you're really looking for, or whatever tone that you're looking for. Because I usually play a lot of blues stuff as well, like out at the bars whenever I go and gigging and shit. Sorry, over at go out and gigging, it's I'm usually just playing a whole lot of blues stuff. I mean, I love playing metal and whatnot, but it's just like you don't get a whole lot of gigs playing metal in Juneau. There's a whole lot of folk gigs here, and I do play some folk music, but I'm not a very good folk player. I'm good at faking it.
Any idea how cold 16.4 is in Kelvin? All I know is the pull on it is so bad that one of my birds actually cannot fly. He just hits the ground.
That'd be Emmett, right?
Yeah.
Does the other one fly, Q?
The other one's flying like a little flying parakeet.
Well, does Emmett have his wings clipped, or is he just never?
Well, they both did when I first got him. But they grow back, and Todd learned to fly. But I think Emmett thinks if he sticks his wings straight out, he'll fly. It's like, no, dude, you gotta flap them fuckers, dude. He just, poor little guy. He just does this thing here and then straight down and gravity, and man down.
I think he's just not trying.
Yeah.
I figured he would kind of learn from Todd, but not yet. He still may get it. Give him time.
Spencer, what are you working on, man?
I got a couple things. I got like 3 things I'm working on right now, and yeah, it's literally a couple different things, and I'm just juggling in between work and just a couple. I'm trying to get a bass guitar, basically. I'm trying to get my bass guitar back, but I can't get a hold of my bassist at all. So that's a problem.
It's true. You said the other day that you lent it to your bassist, and so you haven't seen it since, basically.
Yeah. So about that, I still haven't seen it.
Wait a minute, as an ex-bass player, isn't that the way bassists get their basses? You wait for a guitarist to give you one. That's how it
You
is,
see,
isn't
I
it?
started off as a drummer first, so I know all the dumb drummer jokes, and then I transferred to guitar. I didn't do bass. I mean,
Well, you know what they say. What do you call a guy who hangs around with musicians? A bass player.
Don't let Boomer hear you say that, man.
You see, I'm allowed to because I started as a bass player.
Speaking of bass players, Sith is in there. Did you?
although
guys,
they are hard to come by.
Did any of you guys catch Sith on Nikki's channel the other day?
No, I unfortunately had stuff to do that night.
She actually went to Nikki's studio and was on the show with Nikki live in studio. It was pretty cool, man.
Oh, that's
Sweet.
cool. That's killer.
Yeah.
Well, I hope she recorded some of it. Sith, did Nikki record any of that and save it for YouTube or upload or anything like that?
I'm pretty sure you can just go on the Twitch channel or whatever.
Yeah,
Like, what was
it's
that?
up on her channel.
Ian said that, Sith. It wasn't me, man.
Did anybody see China Mike live stream today?
No, I didn't catch it.
You know who China
No,
Mike
I've
is?
seen it.
China Guitar Skeptic.
Mm-hmm.
Rick Beato came in his chat.
Really?
Ooh.
I know, right?
That's cool.
He's got like 8 million subs or something.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Wait, Rick Beato has 8 million subs?
He's got a
it's
lot.
around there. Yeah,
He's got.
he's
I
got
think he was
quite a
hitting. He
few.
hit 1 million, no? Or he's at 2 million, maybe, or something.
He may be 2 million.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Man,
it's in the
I haven't
millions.
paid
Yeah.
attention in a-
Compared to me, that's 8 million.
Yeah, I guess I haven't paid attention in a while then.
I go over there, I sit for like 5 minutes, and then he starts talking theory stuff, and I'm just like, "You're in
Dude,
a whole
I've been
different
playing for
language. I gotta
40
go."
years, and I'm like, what?
You see, I'm interested in the music theory stuff. It's just I don't really care about cover tunes at all. I mean, that's not what I want to do. I don't want to be a dude who just does cover tunes.
You wouldn't like my
course
channel.
He does that's really good is the ear training course, because even though that uses cover tunes and the basis of that, it's really useful when you're writing your own stuff to get your ear developed. And his ear training course is actually very, very good.
Well, his kid's a phenom, man. You ever watch his son,
His
man?
kid has like pitch perfect hearing or something
Yeah,
like that.
and it is something that you can seriously improve everything you do by learning. but
See,
it's,
I don't
you know,
want to
it
do
takes a
that.
while.
I just want to be a musician. I think that is simple enough.
I just want to be a weekend guitarist. That's all.
Hey,
And
Ian,
that's
you should
fine.
put
There's
your
nothing
gain up
wrong
just
with
a little,
that.
man. Eh?
Oh yeah, no problem. Sorry about that.
No. Ian's gain is a little.
All right, is that better?
Yeah, a little.
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
It's a lot better actually.
Okay.
Dynamite.
It's this damn PreSonus thing. It's got clicking knobs where you can't get in between the two clicks, you know. So it's either always too quiet or too loud.
Well, how's that guitar that Mark got you, man? Is that the P90 one?
This one.
How's that working out?
This is great. It's actually a really surprising guitar. It's the Artist Grunge Master, and they're like
Is that like a Jaguar body or something? Like
It
that?
is. It's a Jag. It's a Jag or a Jazz Master, but it's just got these. It's got they designed the P90 style pickups to actually fit the guitar. So even though it's a relatively very cheap guitar, starter model, it actually is voiced really quite nicely, and it plays very well. It's fun, but it's got. You can slip paper between the neck and the, it's like there are lots of issues with it, but it is actually a fun guitar to play. But the thing is, the pickups are really nicely responsive. They're way better than you'd imagine they would ever be. So it's just a good fun guitar, and it's well made apart from the fact that you can see daylight through the
Oh,
gap
where'd
between
Spencer
them.
go, man?
But yeah, it's cool.
Who? Stupid question. Who was that? Spencer? Who?
Dojo of
Spencer.
Tone.
Dojo of Tone.
Dojo of Tone. When he's in
Yeah.
the chat, he's called Dojo of Tone.
Oh, okay. There's so many of you kids on here. It's hard to follow.
Yeah, there's new people on here every day, man.
I got
Seems.
90s on one of my Les Pauls, and it's great if you don't play high gain. But then when you play high gain, it's just too noisy. And noise
Yeah,
gates
you're
don't work.
you're sounding pretty muffled, Hat. You're like
Yeah.
really muffled.
Sounding muffled.
You just touched
Yeah.
something.
Yeah,
How about now?
That's okay.
That sounds better.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I said I have P90s on my Les Paul, one of my Les
Mhm.
Pauls, and it's great, and they sound great, and they're beautiful sounding pickups. But I've gigged with it, and when you're playing with, when you hit like a lead boost and you get already a little bit of dirt, you just get real noisy. So what happens is as soon as a note starts to trail off, the noise kind of comes up. So you can't sit there and hold a note. And if you use a noise gate, because I've tried noise gates, when noise gates, they just at a certain threshold, they'll just cut it off the sound, and then you'll lose the tail of the note. So they're really frustrating.
Yeah,
but it's
yeah, I do get that a lot with single coils in general. With the noise gate thing, I've had exactly that, where you lose the sustain because the noise gate is shortening the note because it's so noisy. But what I do find is that these take gain better than. A friend of mine's got a Les Paul with P90s on it, and it's probably the nicest Les Paul I've ever played. But I think it's because he's played it in. He's had it so long. It's gorgeous. But actually, the P90s on that don't take gain as well as these do. And I don't know what it's. They're just ceramic magnets. They're obviously very cheap pickups, but for some reason they actually do work quite well. They've got quite a lot of clarity to them, and I think it's because they're not really P90s. There's something else, but they're based on that. So there's a kind of robustness to them, which is surprising. And I'd say, what it was about 129 quid or something. That's what they retail at. At that, I'd recommend anybody get hold of one just for the fun of playing it, because it's a guitar you are not going to be worried about dropping on the floor, and it's still going to deliver. So it's just fun to play.
It's kind of like
I've got
this
a
one.
few more stuff coming out with it on it. Yeah, it's very similar in a lot of ways to the Epiphone.
Is that the same one
the
Ed
Studio.
Dana has?
I'm not
he
sure
has
if it's
one.
exactly. It's very close to it, but this one here was a Long and McQuaid special. It's a bolt-on neck, and it was like only 299 Canadian, so it's probably like 50 cents American. But but it's like for what it's worth, this thing is actually pretty good. I'm actually impressed. And if you keep it in the middle, you don't get noise, obviously, because it's canceling each other. But I mean, if you do put it on one pickup or the other, it does get noisy. That I do admit. But it is, for the price, it's definitely a fun guitar to play. And this thing weighs nothing because it's a thin slab of mahogany basically. So.
I must
That's
admit,
the only-
I'm a bit of a proponent of the cheap guitar,
Oh, yeah.
expensive amp way of doing things.
There we go.
Right, that's pretty.
That's very nice. Yeah. Very nice.
I don't know what year this is. It's like either a 2018 or 2019. It's a classic, right?
Mhm.
Gibson every year they put different pickups in it. This particular year they put, because I wanted a P90 guitar, but I didn't want to wrap around bridge because of intonation and tuning stability, and you got no issues with this one. And,
Yeah.
it's weight relief, but it's like probably the heaviest one I own.
Yeah. No,
Nice.
I want a P90 and a Tele. That's about probably the only two guitars that I really want, or a pickup bass guitar like that.
Mhm.
But I do want a Tele and something decent with either a SG with P90s or something with an awesome set of P90s in it.
What about a
That'd-
Tele with P90s? You can get the Noventa Tele. And
Yeah,
it comes,
Yeah, but dude, that's like $1,000, right?
Well, I was going to say the other thing is with a Tele, go for a Squire or something, because quite frankly, you go for a good Squire and you get all the Tele experience you're ever going to need. So, and you don't have to.
the classic
you know,
vibes. The classic
they're
vibe
pretty
Telecasters,
good.
the Squires are pretty nice, man.
Yeah.
Well, I like that Pro Player series out of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
They're like $600 or $700, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get a heck of a Tele for that. I mean, they are. Well, I know I'm biased, but they are probably the most fun to play.
Well, that
They are
one Rick
great
has
guitars to
the what's the orange color? What do they call that?
Oh, like Atomic Orange. I think
No,
is
it's
it
not
Atomic?
Atomic. It's something
like a
else they call
classic
it.
Oh, is
vibe
that,
or
that's probably
something?
someone else. Yeah.
Is it the classic
No,
vibe?
his is the pro. What the hell's the name of that orange that they come in? I
Not-
can't remember.
Orange, not butterscotch, right?
No, it's orange. It's like an orange color. The one Rick plays, Romanelli.
Oh,
His-
you're
that's
talking
a
about
pro
the
play.
Gretsch. Are you talking about a Gretsch or are you talking about a
No, the
a
No,
Esquire?
he's got like a day glow orange. I thought it was a strap.
I like
Maybe
the
he's got
color.
two.
Color's
Maybe
nice.
he's got both.
Hold on.
Yeah, he has both in orange.
Yeah, it's like
But
a really
I can't
bright-
remember
yeah.
the name of the orange. It's a weird color for the orange
Mm-hmm.
they call it. Sonic or not something Sonic. Oh, what the hell is it? Somebody tell me what the name of that orange is, man.
I'm trying to find it.
They,
Hold on.
Yeah, that's an Epiphone Sith.
A ye-
400 Pro.
a year ago, or whenever just before the Fender Pro 2s came out, I was looking for a Telly, and Fender has something called a Player Series.
Mhm.
They have something
Yeah.
called a Performer Series, and then they have the Professional, which is like the expensive one, right? And they all played equally fine. The only thing that I found lacking was the pickups, which, the Pro pickups just, there's no question they sound better. But if you get a player and just buy the pickups, then you got basically a Pro. It's the same thing, really.
The MIM Pro Player Series.
No, the Pro series, that's the All American parts. That's like that's what Fender. It used to be a standard, and then they decided to raise the prices of the standard and call it a professional. But that's
There it is, Capri Orange. Yeah.
Capri Orange. But
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
There's always ways around it.
I don't know what the difference between the pickups on those actually is, because I have to admit I haven't really looked at them. But one thing that's certainly true is that it's an easy fix is to change the pickups.
swap pickups.
You know,
Yeah, the in the Pro they put they're called V mods, and now the Pro 2 is like V mod 2 or something. When you're trying guitars, you always have kind of a sound in your head that this is what it's supposed to sound like.
Mhm.
And then when you're A-Bing guitars, it's like, and you hear that sound, it's like, okay, there it is. That's, and for me, unfortunately, it was the Pro, which is, of course, the most expensive. Right?
Mhm.
But, yeah, but, I mean, it's...
is that the one you got? The one that you got last year? Right, cool.
Oh, that Telly. Yeah, that's a nice one. I remember when you got that, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I mean, I would have much rather bought a Players than saved myself some money.
Now those barrels on there where the strings go over top, like the bridge.
Mhm.
I mean, when you're changing strings and stuff, do they move all the time? Do you always have to like re-intonate it and stuff?
No.
So they have like little saddle notches that they stick
Yeah,
in
I'll
so
show
they
you.
don't move.
No, they're just springs on with a screw into the barrel.
Yeah, there's a
And
little
the spring
screw in
keeps the tension in it.
So you've got a barrel, right? And if the barrel, each barrel, two strings are shared on it. There's three of them, and there's
Yeah.
screws on either side of it. Little hex head screws, and they give you a tool for that. So you can like raise either side of the barrel to get the string where you want it.
But do they move like this?
No, they don't move at all when you change the strings because there's screws going through them, right? And the screws hold the barrels in place when you're changing strings. And then
So
there's
it'll never go out of
is set.
intonation. Is basically unless
we
you
set the
change the string.
intonation on the three,
Well, you
but they're
can't you
usually
can't
staggered.
you can't set each string's intonation. You can only
No,
set
you,
two at
you
a
can
time.
on
that's
on ones
the
like
downside.
this.
Yeah, so you've got
Like that one's got the individual
Yeah.
barrels on
yeah,
it.
that's
But
different.
the ones with three,
Yeah, on that one. you can.
to be honest with you, let's face it, on a Telecaster design, with the way that they're put together, the intonation is never going to be all that accurate. It's never going to be perfect, and it's never going to be spot on, even with 6 barrels. It's
That's
just
why
the
I
way
stayed
that
away
they,
from
you know,
those barrel ones. Now the
Well,
ones that have
they
the ones that
intonate
have the
fine, even
blades,
with just the 3
are
ones,
they
they actually
better?
intonate perfectly well, but they're not perfect.
They're-
The
Yeah.
No, I mean they're not. It doesn't make any difference. It's how much you can shorten and lengthen the string. That's all that matters to intonation.
I
So
had
it's not the mechanism isn't important.
this is my
Yeah.
second Telecaster. The first one I had, it had individual. Every string had its
Mhm.
own little, whatever you want to call that, right?
The square
had
block ones?
They all had individual saddles.
Yeah.
And
Mhm.
I was also very hesitant about the barrel thing because, for the intonation and whatever, because the barrels are shared between two strings. But I have not had an issue with this guitar ever.
I mean, it's accurate enough. As I say,
Well,
it's never going to be absolutely perfect.
I mean,
with the
maybe it
Telecaster.
I mean,
It's
does it
accurate
produce a
enough.
note?
It sounds fine to me.
Yeah, I mean, when you set it, you can. I mean, I do my intonation depending on which guitar I'm doing. Some of mine are intonated to 5th fret because I play cowboy chords on them more often. So it's more important for it to be in tune at the lower end of the neck. And for this one though, I do a fair amount of lead on it, so it's intonated to the 12th fret, and it's fine. It's only when it gets up to 18th, 19th fret that you can even begin to hear it. It's not all that accurate. But it's perfectly okay for up to the 12th
The way I
fret.
check intonation, just if I can play a full bar chord as high as possible with
Mhm.
like the 14th and 15th fret, if I can play a full bar chord and it
Yeah.
rings true, it's
Yeah,
fine.
then it's okay. And you can perfectly well do that on a 3 saddled. That
Yeah,
will
I-
work. Yeah,
never had-
on the 14th fret you'd be fine.
I got a question about delay, man. If any of you guys know about this,
Mhm.
whenever I'm playing on delay, like down on the thinner E string and stuff, and the B, when I'm like up around the 8th fret or so, it's not a dead fret or anything like that. But when I play delay and I hold the note down, it just cuts off. It's like it'll play for like 3 to 5 seconds. But while I have delay on, it just kind of, I don't know if it's because of the repeating and because you're not having any movement in the string or you're not picking on it, but just to hold it out to sustain the note. When I'm playing delay, it cuts off, but it won't do it like when I'm doing a distortion on it or anything else like that. But when I use delay, why does delay cut out
It shouldn't.
on a
That's-
guitar?
It shouldn't. That's your guitar, dude. That's not a delay.
Yeah,
That's,
that's
not your
not what
delay
it should
doing that.
Yeah, you should check your internals in your guitar.
Does that happen
Probably
on every guitar, or is it just a particular guitar?
No,
Please
it's pretty
don't
much
say every
it's-
guitar. Don't say
It's
every
pretty
guitar.
much every guitar, yeah.
Do you have a
not
noise
good
gate
news.
running?
No.
Do you have a noise gate running on it? No.
Yeah,
No.
like what are you playing through when you're playing that? Is it just it's your pedal board with all your analog pedals, individual
No, it's
pedals,
just my Black Star, man, with delay, just regular delay.
and you're sure
I
you
can sit
don't
there,
have?
I can,
Have
don't
you
have
tried
the
just
eights in
noodling
there?
around with just the settings and literally just reset it?
Wait, now
Or
listen. He's
keep
saying
your
only the
original
E and
tone?
B string, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If it's
that's
on-
no,
if it's doing
no,
that
I'm
on
saying
every-
I'm saying any string, man. The
Oh.
delay, when it's like, when you have the delay just going in fast or slow,
Yeah.
no matter what, when I hit it, the notes always cut out shorter on the delay, no matter where I'm at on my guitar, any guitar. So
Yeah.
I'm just like, boom, I hit it.
Does
I've
And it
that,
won't-
I've
this
never
is-
heard of anything like that. Never.
does that happen without the delay? Do the
What's
notes
that?
last without a
No,
delay?
it's just delay.
So there's something wrong with that
It's-
delay valve.
I would have thought
Yeah,
that.
No,
I've
it's
never
my-
heard of anything like
It's
that.
my black. It's my Black Star amp, man. There's nothing wrong with the amp, man. It's just
No. Well,
something.
like you just said, it doesn't. It only happens when you're using delay. So maybe there's like some kind of noise gate that's cutting the note off.
Mm.
And the note will be weaker if it's on a higher string. So
Is it a time? Is it a time of day where you're drinking a lot, or? No, seriously, dude. I'm joking. I've never heard of it. There's either something fucked up with your delay. I've never heard of anything like that, and I don't think anybody else has. So
No.
Yeah.
that's
Well,
not-
I'm telling you, it's real, man. It happens. I'm just like, why does delay
I don't
cut
think-
out?
is it a
Why
delay
does
in
delay-
the amp or a delay pedal?
No, it's delay on my amp, my Black
Oh,
Star
yeah, not at that.
TV60.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's denying the fact that it's not.
Oh yeah,
happening.
no.
Like,
I just
yeah, it's
we've
just like I've never heard
of
of it. I've never heard of this at all.
No, it
Like,
doesn't like
especially-
cut out. I mean, it'll
Right,
ring out
right.
for a little while, but the note won't last as long as like like if I'm just using reverb, I can get as much sustain on that. It'll last for maybe.
I guess. Do you have like a
12 to-
mix insert there, like on your actual delay? Like when you can, like, is there a dial for the mix to when you can actually insert how much is going in the mix or anything like that? Or
Well, yeah, there's a sweep on there. I mean, you go from low to high on the knobs and stuff. There's 4 different delays on each knob and each presetting for the stuff. You got like pan. You got not pan, but name the delays. I got analog delay.
Ping pong or
tape delay.
No,
you
it's
got
not.
analog,
No,
tape,
analog tape,
digital.
echo, something else.
Bucket brigade.
Probably got digital on there too. I mean,
Yeah,
But,
it's
You don't have controls for the millisecond for how much take up. there
that's
is
it's in a
beforehand.
sweep.
It's in a sweep, right?
I
Okay,
mean,
so yeah, it
I
shouldn't be.
I
doing
got
what you
tap
described.
tempo on it.
I think
It'll tap tempo, but then there's like a 1/4 inch of I can if I go all the way up, that gives me all the effect of the delay. So and then I have a sweep knob that increases all of it. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But-
yeah. I know. You
Here's
shouldn't
a
then
knob.
get a shortening of your note, but you might be finding that the delay is overriding the signal that's going to your amp by playing. the
That's
delay
probably
part.
what I'm getting. That's what I feel it is. Like
But
something's
that's
going
not
on.
how a
there.
delay's supposed to work. I can see
Yeah,
how that
right.
might happen, but it would sound like an error or a fault in the machine rather than how it's supposed to work. Because they're not supposed to. The trails are supposed to stay in place. So I
But-
guess
Yeah.
you know.
That depends on how you set your feedback too. I mean, if you only set it for 1.5 repeats, if you adjust your feedback, you can get more repeats. Depending how many repeats.
Yeah,
you
but the
want to
length
see.
and duration of your held note should be the same regardless.
right.
Yeah, that's
Right.
true. Yeah, that is true.
Well, I mean, all notes fade out. I mean, every note has a sustained length, but it between what a good sustained note is what anywhere from 12 to 18 seconds is a long sustained
That's a
note.
long time. That's a long
Depending
time.
on the
though.
guitar.
If
Yeah,
you're
but that's
running,
a
if
delay
you're like
on
me
it.
and running all the gain, yeah, that'll.
Well, I got a Les Paul and it's still playing the note I played.
yeah, I was about to say. I mean, a good delay pedal should just keep consistent rhythm and with
Yeah.
whatever you're doing. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what its job is supposed to be doing.
I'm just saying I'm just saying like that's the only time and the only way that I know how to do it, or that it does it on is delay, man. And it's either because I don't have it, it's either because I'm not cranking it to the point where it. What's the knob where they? What's the knob on a delay pedal that gives you all the level? I guess it would be like a level, or.
An
It's usually the
output,
mix.
an
Usually.
output or
I thought
level
it
is
was
the amount of
mix.
delay you're getting in your signal.
Yeah, so I have a knob that I can turn it up and give me full delay reverb effect. I mean, the lush, all that stuff. The most powerful my delay signal can get. Normally, I keep that down around 9 o'clock, and if it goes all the way up, it's probably like 7 or 8 o'clock on a knob. But it'll go from 6 o'clock. It'll go from 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock at night if I give it a full turn this way and a full turn that way. So if you look at a clock, it'd be 8 in the morning to 4 o'clock, all the way down like that. So
And
that
that's
would be
that's the amount of delay in your signal.
yeah. I mean, I can max that out, but I don't use that much. I
Yeah,
only
I
keep it
wouldn't
at
either.
like
I wouldn't either. That's
The overall point is it does work.
yeah, it works. But I'm just saying when I go to hold a note down on certain settings and stuff, it's the delay just cuts out. So
See,
either
you should really
Do you have a
you need to-
feedback? Do you have a
you
you
should
need to
have
do a
two
demo. You
controls.
need to do a video, a demo
Yeah.
video.
You
Do you
also
have a
should have two
feedback
controls
dial at
on
all?
a delay. You should have the time and the mix, or
I do,
the
I have-
decay rate. So you should be able to change it from like an eighth of a bar or a certain number of milliseconds to a different
Yeah.
number of milliseconds, or a 16th of a bar or whatever. And then you should be able to increase the amount of times it repeats, or how long it takes before it dies away. So it's not how much of the mix it's in, so how much of your dry signal you can. So if you've just got one knob, I can see how it might collide with things at certain points with your playing, because you might be playing in
Yeah.
time to the delay kicking in, and it might then just go, the amp just might go, well, I'm playing one thing, but it
Yeah.
shouldn't really do that. But
Well, it's like it's either that or I just overwhelm the delay and I get way too much, and then boom, then it will play out. But then if it's like if I set it on a lower setting where I don't want a bunch of delay, and I just want a little bit of it to come in, you know, like when I use it as like a boost, a delay boost for my just to wake up the amp a little bit with some delay, and so a little bit
Just
of
to make it
reverb
feel a
and
little
stuff.
more live.
Yes, but I don't use it to wah 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 my single out. You know what I mean? I don't
just
want
for
that.
ambience, yeah.
Yeah,
you
I
want
just want it to wake up the amp. I don't use it to wah 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 shit. I don't do that kind of shit.
if you want to wake up an amp.
Yeah, Dogpaw actually has a pretty good point here. It says cutout sounds like a gate. Delay length should be the same time at any
That's what
volume,
we're
or
saying.
the same at any. Yeah,
But
Yeah.
if you want a pedal that'll wake up your amp or any amp, I would suggest something called an EP booster. And that
A
thing
what?
is like a secret sauce that I have on the end of my pedal trim. Look at my
I love booster
keyboard
pedals.
beside me here. It's like the last thing before I go into the amp. And an EP booster, it's a boost pedal, but you have, I mean, I have the knob, the gain down at 0. But when you turn that thing on, it's like everything. I mean, it just makes your amp sparkle, come to life. Like it's incredible what that thing does. And I put that on the end of my chain, and that is always on. And I've used it. I mean, when I rehearse, I'm playing out of Marshalls, DSLs, GCM 800, like any amp. My Hughes and Kettner, my Friedman, my DSL. I use that thing, and oh my god! Like it just, as soon as you turn it on, it's like taking a blanket off your amp. It's just an amazing pedal.
Does it like add silver to the top end, or that?
Yeah, just
they used to
everything.
call it silver in the studio.
It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah, the booster pedals are probably those, and EQ pedals are probably the most underrated pedals on the planet. Everybody
I
needs to
love
have
booster
those two.
pedals.
you
Yeah.
know?
I don't even use it for a booster. It just colors the tone, but in such a nice way. You know? And that's
Francis,
what I
look,
love.
Francis, look up a Black Star 260 TVP.
Yeah, Adam Burst was saying something about that in the chat because he used to use one. He was saying that it's maybe the setting. It's like it's a digital delay on there, and if it's an ID TVP series, so it might be the settings. He says he hasn't used it in a while. So
Yeah.
you want me to get the Black Star TVP series? You're saying?
Yeah, it's the 260 TVP. It's the biggest one they make.
260
Jeff, you don't know what a
TVP.
regular, just a standalone digital delay, do you?
Black Star TVP.
Who, me?
That's the
Yeah.
route you should. That's the
Yeah, I
route
have
you
a,
should
I have
go.
the, I have the MXR delay pedal.
Yeah. If you use that instead, that won't happen.
Yeah, the carbon copy.
Yeah, that won't happen. What you're saying, that'll work fine.
Yeah, see, now look, there's 4 types of delay on one knob, okay? And if I turn the knob all the way this way, it's that one. But then I can turn it up just about, and then there's a red, then it goes, once it goes red, it means you're maxing out what that delay can actually do. But then there's a tap tempo, and then there's a knob for volume, which would be this, I guess, for the
volume of the delay itself.
Yeah,
Yeah,
how
I would
much
imagine.
delay
Yeah.
signal.
Yeah.
So I have a volume which is separate standalone. That I never turn up to more than 10 when I have distortion on. But then if I just use clean and delay and I hit a delayed note, it'll you'll hear the ding 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 and it go whoop, cut right out on you.
That's a
So it's
gate.
like it doesn't last long. It doesn't
That
sustain
does
itself.
sound
So,
like a gate. That
gate.
sounds like a gate.
so like a building gate on the
Yeah,
actual.
sounds like it.
Because what a
Sounds like it
gate does
It
is
sounds
that-
like it's built in internally into the
yeah, it's
amp.
built in. So what a
That's
gate
what-
does is
That's what I
once
was
you hit
thinking.
a certain threshold of signal, the gate just chops your note off. That's what it does.
like
That's what it sounds like.
hits 30 dB or something. You know, once it hits
Yeah,
goes
whatever.
below that, it'll cut it completely.
There still might be a solution. I don't know if you could plug in your amp into your computer, like all the high tech stuff, and you can like adjust it within. Like you could do that on the Boss Katana or whatever. and
Well, yeah, it
stuff
has
like that.
it has insider software. I can plug that into my PC and stuff.
That probably
And it-
might be your solution, if anything, even though it's a stupid route to go, because even though it's right there on your actual thing, it's just like you probably have to go inside the computer and actually fix it like that.
Yeah, I was
Which
just
is what
wondering
I'm-
if that was like a quirk with delays that why it cuts out on certain settings and stuff, because it does
No.
happen.
Why I don't buy
Nope.
digital amps.
Yeah.
Well, at the time, man.
I'll buy digital
act-
stuff, just not.
Look where we
digital,
come
like,
in 6 years. Look where we come in 6 and 7 years from the time I bought that amp to now. Think back 6 years ago, what we actually had as far as digital stuff. It wasn't and hardly anything really good, even on PC. Now there's a shit ton of it and stuff. But back even 6 years ago, it was already redundant when you bought it. You know, it was like 3 years out of date when you bought it.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
so
like
it's-
my Boss E-Band or whatever. I found that thing, and I've been dealing with my Avid 11 rack. I've been gigging with that thing forever, and I found my Boss E-Band. Because, like I said, I cut my teeth on that thing. I was like, oh, hey, this thing. I haven't seen this thing in years. And that thing still sounds killer, like, to this day. I mean, it doesn't produce enough volume or anything like that to go gigging or anything. You can if you actually, like, plug it up correctly and whatnot, but it's just like, I wouldn't go gig with that. But I mean, like, you can do other things with it. I mean, it's the perfect practice amp for like at home and whatnot, just kind of like shredding at home and doing all that stuff. Oh yeah, it's killer.
Yeah, this is a good amp, dude. I mean, it's just when I have it when I'm not cranking it on distortion and stuff, the delay works fine and stuff. But when I have it on like clean or something like that, and I'm just delaying around, ding 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 all the way around, and if I try to hold one note, doesn't matter what string it is, anywhere on there, it just the delay just like it'll ring out for 4, 5, 6, 7 rings, and then just stop, like it gates itself. And it's been
That
doing that
shouldn't
ever since, and I haven't been able to figure out where to set my delay on my amp to let it, you know, decay out all the way until I decide to let my finger off the string or the actual delay just runs its cycle. But it's
I have to
always
say
chopped off.
This one's directed at Marshall, set up by Marshall. There is one other way you can deal with that. Turn your reverb up.
That I have them on both at the same time, reverb and delay.
So turn the reverb up even more. So it's a bit of a. It's like that'll
I don't
put
think you
tail
could
on
turn
the
'em
end
up
of anything.
I don't think
if you
turn them up
if you can do them independently, but it delays shouldn't do unless you've set it to have a really sharp cutoff. Some delays you can set the cutoff, so how long the note rings for. So
Well, I think that's in the main. I think that's in the
Yeah.
main sweep, because it's not that the delays get up loud. It's not that they go up louder when you turn up that knob. It means it just gives you more wet signal, I think, when you
Yeah.
turn it all the way up.
Yeah, I
But
think
I never.
I think Dojo's
Yeah, I never
right.
go
You
past
need to get
12.
into the firmware and actually see whether there's a setting for cutoff and something like it. They might be calling it something else. I mean, because software engineers don't always use the right language. But
Yeah, and it's a crappy
Yeah.
solution, but I mean, you wouldn't have this problem if you just use a regular old pedal and just an actual amp. I just don't like digital amps. I've had many bad experiences.
I have to say, I mean, I use nothing but Sims because I record and because because I'm a singer. I've got a PA. I've got a Q12.
Oh, digital stuff is amazing.
Yeah, and
Sims
no
and all that
problem.
stuff is
Never have a
amazing.
problem with it at all. In terms of delays and things like that, as long as you make sure that you don't put things like a noise gate in when you don't want the, which with a single coil sometimes creates noise. But you got to remember, there's a lot of noise in rock and roll. You can get away with murder, to be honest with you.
I went through a whole cycle where, I was pedals, and then I had an Apex effects, and then I programmed all the, sounds that I would need for getting into that. And you know what? As much mucking around and tweaking and whatever, I'm back to my pedals. That sounds better than pedals. Pedals are too bad for me. I'm a dinosaur.
What's that,
Yeah, that's-
Francis?
This is
I
the manual
love
for your
pedals
amp.
in a tube amp, but I mean, gigging wise, I don't do that anymore. I haven't hauled my 4x12 in years.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
these
to be
are
honest
like
with you, I mean, you talk to
Well,
Francis
yeah,
about it.
that's
You take your MX5, which is about as big as an old-fashioned delay pedal. That's about the size of it, and you just take that and say plug it into the PA.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and those are sweet, man. I mean, I don't have one personally, but I mean, I just bring out an Avid 11 rack, or I just got an Axe FX3. So I've
Cool.
been testing that out recently, and those things are sweet,
Yeah.
man. I mean,
Mhm.
and I got it for super cheap on the good money too, and it's like, all right, dude, I gotta try this thing out. And
Yeah, and that
honestly,
does
they're
take
worth
it-
the money, but
It takes
I
it to a
mean-
new level. The idea of a good amp, good amp, bad guitar versus good guitar, bad amp. I always fell on the good amp side of that because that's where most of your sound is coming from. And if you can't do both, but the best one is good amp, good guitar. But these days, you can get almost any amp you want, and those Sims are really good. So the idea is now go for something like an MX5. It's going to cost you $400 or whatever, and spend
Yeah,
the
I
rest of
go
the money
for
on a good
things-
guitar.
Yeah, when I get guitars and amps and stuff, I go right down the middle of everything, man.
Mm.
So I try to get the best I can in the upper middle part of the spectrum of what is considered somewhat good for the bargain buyer, but it's the top end bargain buyer. You know what I mean? So I buy the best cheap stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's the way I explain buying my stuff, because none of my guitars are over $1,000, and my most expensive one is my PRS right here, my baritone, and that was like $750 brand new. So,
which is still a good deal in all honesty. I mean,
oh yeah.
I don't see anything in this manual about a gate, Jeff. I don't see absolutely anything about a gate in here. There's got to be a gate if that's what's happening, but I don't see any mention of it in the manual at all.
I don't think there is either. I think it's just that you have to push it a little bit, and I think you have to push the delay up, and then boom, and then you have. But there's also tap tempo involved in it. I use a real fast tap tempo, so boom, it's like on da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then my reverb is just sitting solid. It's just that I have no on there. But do you see the 3 buttons there, man? One's for chorus and tremolo and stuff on the top button, and the next one in the middle is for delay, and then there's a push button for reverb.
On the front panel, okay, hold on a second. This is the front panel. If I go to, what's this? This is the effects. In your modulation effects, you have a phaser, flanger, chorus, tremolo. Then you got delays, and you got all the different delays. You got analog, tape, multi. Then you got reverb, which you have your room, your hall, and your spring and plate, basically.
Yeah.
Show the front panel. Can you show the front panel?
It doesn't show. This is the manual. If we hold on a second, let's see.
Do you have the amp? TVP 260.
The manual doesn't have a picture in the front panel.
Well,
good
no.
old PDF files.
Let's see here.
Right there, the one on top left.
This here?
That's a. Well, yeah, this is the same one, but that's a. Is that a 2x2 by?
Hold on a second.
That might be it, man.
Bullshit. Okay. So this is what you're looking at here. Let's see. Can we? Is this what yours looks like?
Yeah, sorta. That's the ID Core 30 though, bro. But it's sort of the same thing, yeah.
TVP 260. So this is only the small section of it. So this is how.
Yeah.
This
That's
is
the
it.
EQ range, right? Or yeah, that's the.
So your effects is this button here that you're just spinning. You got like 4 spots for your effects, and then
See
you
that
get to-
saw blade? You see that saw blade looking thing?
This
The
here,
knob?
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, now if you go all the way down to the bottom, that's the lowest amount that you can get on that delay. And if you go up to where you see how that's like yellow?
Over here, yeah.
Yeah. But it's like that's what they're using. But that's different. This knob shows you every one that's on, and that's new, that's not on my amp.
So,
It's
like
just
for example, here the green on the mod, that means the green is modulation is active, and the
Yeah.
yellow stuff is not active. Is that what you mean?
No, they're there. They're just muted, and the
Okay.
modulation is overriding the main signals, but the delay and the reverb is still playing in the background.
But you can only pick if it's on or off. You have to program this in your computer.
No, no. This is it's called Insider software for Blackstar for these amps. So basically, it's just like a DAW for the amp. And the amp is actually on there. I can do it just like any other system that you guys use, just like a regular DAW or something like that for the Blackstar.
But you have to
Turn it-
pre-program it in the program, right? Because when you're here, you could only select if you have your mod on or off. Your delay
when the modulation is on, the first effect where it says type is probably chorus, number 2's flanger, number 3's phaser, number 4's tremolo.
Okay.
The sweep between the 1 and the 2 is probably the output of the effect, and then your tap tempo is how you change the time.
Yeah.
It's like
Tap
any cheap amp with built-in effects. There's not a whole lot you can do with the effects.
But you see, this amp here only has the amount that you can put on there. It doesn't have a main sweep knob on this amp like my amp does. So
What's a main sweep knob? I don't know what that is.
You see the little knob here where it has like degrees of how much of that effect you can put in. Now off to the right there should be another knob, and that controls the saturation amount, I guess.
Yeah, it said volume or something like that.
Your level here, is that it?
Yeah, level. That's probably the overall effect in in the output. Did we lose everybody?
I don't know. Still there, Jeff?
Yeah, I'm here.
I think I lost everybody.
We hear you.
Hear anyone?
I hear everybody.
Okay.
Hang on a sec. Yeah, I don't know if you can see this or not.
Let me stop sharing my screen here. Hold on, so that we can. That's it. Yeah.
I think the dog paw just recommends you get a TC2290.
Okay.
Do you see how that other knob is connected to the delay
Yeah.
stage and all the other stuff? And you see the 3 buttons for the modulation, delay, and reverb.
Yeah.
Then there's there's that saw blade stuff. That's
Right.
the level. That's the amount of delay or anything you can add to it. And then that button right to the right of it is, I guess I wouldn't call it like a saturation or something like that, but it's like the level of the
Wet and dry. It's your wet and dry. Yeah.
That's your mix. Okay, yeah, your blend.
Yeah.
Okay.
But see, I never had that blend more than
You
10
got it
o'clock.
you got it way wet.
Yeah. Well, I was just messing with it last night, but yeah, I don't normally have it like that. So,
So what the wet dry should do in that case is if you have it more wet, then it will play the delay more than it will play the signal coming from the guitar. It'll play the affected signal more.
Yeah.
So, and as you turn it towards dry, it plays the affected signal at a lower, level. So you can balance the two out and that's what that should do.
Yeah.
Obviously, whatever problem you're having, make a video and put it on YouTube. That way we can see exactly and hear exactly what's going on.
Yeah. Well, it'd be,
Because this translation is not
'Cause
working.
you're talking to a bunch of nerds that could help you figure it out.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I just asked the question, like, did anybody ever have that problem, and what could possibly be the fix? But
None of us have ever had that problem. So it's something either in the amp or...
Well, I think I'm just not adding enough level or this or that, but it happens on all guitars, so it has to either be the way the setting is for this amp or something like that. It's not broken. I just don't think it's I don't think I'm giving it enough to make the effect ring out the way it's supposed to on the guitar and stuff. So,
Or you may be wanting it to do something that it's just not going to do. You may be expecting... I don't know. That's why make a video, because I can't follow what you're saying. I can't yet
well,
make a video.
I don't know if it's going to translate in the video though either. Yeah, no, I'm just telling you what it does, but I think it can be fixed. I'm just going to try to mess around with it tonight and see if I can add more wet or dry to it and see if it keeps doing what it's doing. But
just get a Helix rack.
Yeah.
He's got an MX5 there on his
Just
table.
get $140 didgeridoo like me.
Yeah.
Got a carbon.
I got. Well,
He's got
I
the
got
MX5
a.
on his desk,
Hack,
man.
quit playing with your volume, dude. We can't hear you anymore.
I said just get a carbon copy or use your
Yeah,
carbon.
I got one of those. Yeah.
That's a better delay pedal than most.
No, I mean I got a complete pedal board. The only thing I'm really missing is like a master distortion pedal, which means a really good distortion pedal. Is all I'm really craving for that pedal board. Then I got all the fuzz I want. I got my delay and reverb, which is the Ocean 11's reverb.
Is it the distortion, the one on the MX, is that the SD distortion, the
There's all
Boss
sorts of
distortion?
distortion in here, man.
Because you've got some killer distortions on that. I can't remember what they all are. but-
Well, you got a whole bunch, man.
Gain is a funny thing, man, because everybody's got a different,
I mean,
I hear some different gain. I've gone
Mhm.
through more dry pedals than any other pedal. And
Mhm.
I've only ever had one delay, and it works fine.
Yeah.
Only ever had like one reverb, one
So
chord.
your carbon copy is your main delay and stuff.
Well, no, I use a flashback delay, the TC Electronic, and
Okay.
that works. And I pretty much use tape. I like the tape the best, but but dry pedals, man, I've had more dry pedals come on and off my board. I've sold dry pedal. I'm actually going to be getting another dry pedal in another week or so to try that one out. But yeah,
What do you guys think about the Rev G4 and 3
I
pedals, man?
I
'Cause-
don't like those rep pedals. But that's
Why
me.
not?
That's not the sound I'm going for.
But for high gain distortion, I mean everything that I've heard, I kind of like it, but I don't. There's something missing in the pedal that I can't figure out what it is. But it's just not the kind of. Ian, remember when we were playing with the thing you told me to download? What the hell was that?
Yeah, amplitude. The
Remember when I was telling you, like, dude, but it was only coming across in clean for you, but I'm like sitting there playing. I said, damn, this is good, man. I never heard that distortion tone before.
Yeah, well,
I'm
you
just
see,
like,
the pedals they've got are actually the ones from the companies. So if you get they do a Fender range, they do all the ranges of pedals, and you can buy their Sims that come from that company. So Amplitude is pretty good. What you just have to play with it. And it's like every single system, we keep saying they all produce amazing sounds, but you need to find the one where the workflow suits the way you think. And you know, sometimes with the best will in the world, great sims don't have great interfaces for everybody because everybody's different.
Well, see, I played that just for that little bit of time that I was playing that with you. I felt like a better guitar player in a minute and a half. I swear to God, I'm like,
I tell you
this
what,
was making me a better guitar player because
listening for mistakes in your tone will sap everything out of you. So if you don't have to worry about it, you're going to be you'll just be noodling and everything. You know, I think we all know that feeling. But you just have to keep playing with it. That's why I use Amplitude a lot, because it's free and because it plugs into GarageBand, and I do find it produces great sounds. But it doesn't really suit my workflow because it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit odd for workflow within the DAW. Whereas remotely, I can work with Francis, and I don't have an MX, but I know how it works, so I can tell him what to do with it. And we've created things where because you know, we've sort of challenged each other, and you know, things where we can create stuff. That system seems to work in the way my mind thinks, which others don't. So that's what's what you're looking for.
It reacts like the real thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And like
When
Jeff,
you do
you
something,
got
it
like
does what you expect.
you got like 9 different delay pedals in here. You know, you got a boost pedal. You got your green pedal. Your 808s, 909s. You got DC distort. You got your rat type pedals. You got your tri fuzzes.
Here's
You
what
got
I
everything
was
in there, man.
I was talking to Marshall, or I'm not really talking, but just at the comment, I told him I was getting the MG12 UX, the Yamaha. And he's like, why, dude? I'm just like, because I want it. but he's like, you don't need it. He said he's never had to use a mixer in the past 4, 7, 8, 10 years because he's got all the digital stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know how to use all the digital stuff. I'm a tactile individual, and here's the question I'm going to ask you guys. Not that I know I don't probably need it, but why? What can I get out of having it is what I'm saying for what I'm doing here with my podcast and everything else. What can I add to that mixer? Can I add all my junk and just plug it in, bloom, 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 this switch, that switch, this?
It will probably make things easier.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm looking for. I don't want to hear about why I don't need it. What will it give me? What do I need with it? Or what will I get out of having it?
Essentially, it'll just give you the input ability to put more things in and leave them on. Rather than keep unplugging them. They're there, and you just have
That's
to
what
slide
I'm
the
looking
slider.
for.
Yeah.
See,
So,
that's
yeah,
what I
it gives you
needed.
that.
Yeah, I
Every
need
time
one
I have
for,
to set up something, I get bored real quick. Because it's like, if I have to do this every damn time, I got to move this over here, set it over here. But if I set it over here and I have this one machine right here, like right where this MX5 is at, and just going whoop, 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 click, 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 boom, slide that, boom, and I got this, I got that, I got that. That's kind of what I want it for. Not that I'm ever going to record a band, because I'm not. I'm not going to carry it out to a bar somewhere and, you know, mix my band, because I don't have a band. But what I want to do is have something that's going to be allow me to run this into it, that into it, that into it. And if I have a friend over, I can pop in another mic or whatever. Or I could use my phone for somebody calls in. I can use that, what's that line in thing for when you can plug your phone into it and people can call you and you can play it through your you can play it through your mixer and your DAW or whatnot, and it comes through the PC.
I can tell you what I use my mixer for. I mean, I got a Mackie Pro FX 6, so it's a 6-channel. It's a USB out, so it goes right into the computer. Here's what I use it for. So I only ever use 2 channels on it. One for this and one for my guitar. So I've got like my amps. I've got 2 heads that have a DI out, and so they can go literally from the head right in. So when I'm playing, you know, on the live stream or whatever, that's the thing. I can play and I can talk. I can do both because I have 2 inputs. They're both on. The other thing this lets me do is, like I just did a track for Bobby. I can record isolated guitar tracks. So I can, somebody says, "Hey, can you do this?" I remember I did one with Ian a long time ago, and I didn't have that ability, and it was a nightmare. I can do it now, no problem, right? And that's basically it. Isolated guitar tracks and just being able to talk and play at the same time.
Yeah.
Hey, hippie, I have the MG10 XU. One channel for the mic, one channel for my Digitech. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I want it for. I want to be able to not have to unplug from this and then go plug in my pedal board and use that and then just bring that cord way over here. I want to
I've
be
got-
able to work from one station, and that's what I think. That's what I'm
I don't, I
trying to
don't
get
touch.
with that.
I don't touch the mixer at all, and I've still got two more combo jacks. Quarter inch
Yeah.
/ XLR for microphones if I want. It's got phantom power, effects. I don't use the effects.
I'll use the effects.
But you can use them, right?
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I can use them now, and I can sound all spacey and weird, but
Yeah, but I don't.
Well, I mean, they work with guitar too, right? I mean, when you're playing guitar through your mixer live on thing, you can turn your reverb up and your
Everything.
delays and-
Oh well, I'm not going to put. No, it'd reverb the whole signal.
Tell you what, Jeff, what we need to do is get up a private chat when you get your mixer in, and then put your effects through with your microphone to show you how it works. So you can sing Happy
Yeah.
Birthday in a chipmunk voice, because on some of your sims you've got to have a pitch shift. So
Don't give me any
we'll
ideas.
figure it
There's a lot
out.
of birthdays coming up.
Happy birthday.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
Stuff like that,
no, you
yeah.
wouldn't want to use the mixer effects on your guitar.
Testing,
That's
testing.
up The amp and your pedals.
So I mean, is that what they're designed for, or is that designed for just vocals and
That's
stuff?
designed for voice.
Vocals.
Yeah.
The effects are for vocals. They're
Yeah,
not
they're
for
not-
guitar.
Your mixer
Okay.
is essentially just the cleaner the signal that goes through the mixer, the better. So you've got a couple of gain stages in your mixer which tend to distort sound. But what you're aiming for is a really clean signal through. So any effect that you're putting into it can't be an effect that's driven by anything like a high output. So they're really intended for vocal level signals, for mic input, rather than line input, isn't it? So I always
Yeah, I've got a
this wrong.
pad on one channel, and
Mhm.
it's got compressor on two channels, and
Yeah, and that's the beauty of using a DI out of an amp, right?
Mhm. Yes, yeah.
You have the proper level. You're not hitting it hard, because it's that level of signal. I don't know if it's
Yeah, it's relying purely on the amp to get breakup rather than on a
It all
microphone
happens
to interpret the breakup
right. And
that's
then what you
happening.
want to do is you want to make sure you don't have the gain too high because you don't want it to distort in the mixer.
Yeah.
And then you've got
Yeah,
your indicators. And,
Yeah, that's the basic trick that everybody starting off gets wrong. Is turn down is better. It's better to turn down.
Yeah, you don't want to clip.
Than it is to turn up. You don't want to clip. Yeah, because clipping, you can't do anything about it. Whereas
Once
if you're
you
a
get
little
rid of
bit
those
low, you
frequencies-
can boost it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
you can.
Once you get rid of those frequencies, you can't get them back.
Hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Jeff, I was going to say one thing when you're going back, you were talking about you're looking for the perfect drive pedal, and the rev does something but not others. So there's if the rev gets you 90% to where you want to be, there's two options there. You can stack it with another drive pedal, or you can use an EQ and shape it to what you want it to be. I use an EQ.
Yeah, I have the MXR 10 band EQ. I just
That's
I
all you
really,
need. That is
yeah.
secret sauce right there. That is
Yeah,
secret sauce.
I'll definitely have to get out and start playing around with that then.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, and you can look up where the frequencies that you need to push are for certain things. Like when you'll read sites where they'll say if you want to add silver to a guitar, we used to use the phrase a lot in the studios. Adding silver just means pushing the 5,000 K. So 5K. Sorry. That's where that is. That's that silver tingle that guitars have is in that range of frequencies.
It's like
So
present on an amp.
yeah, you can kind of find out what those are, or you can ask any one of us probably because we
Or
probably know.
you could do what I did, which is play a chord and go one by one.
Yeah, and do it by ear. Yeah,
I
I
can
mean
do it by
absolutely
ear.
sculpt
Yeah.
the tone. Which is why I say having an EQ pedal is probably one of
Oh,
the
it's
most
the best.
underrated pedals because everybody
so,
needs one
yeah.
of those.
pick your. I mean, you got an amp you don't like, certain, just put an EQ in the effects loop and just shape it to what you want it to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeff?
Hey guys, I'm gonna split out of here.
All right, later.
All right, Q.
Bye, Q.
Take care,
Thanks
Q.
for the
Later,
song.
guys.
That was cool.
Thanks
man.
for having me, Happy.
Take
y'all
care,
later.
man.
Jeff,
Later, Dave.
Adam Burst sent me a video here, and he's asking if this is what you mean because he's got he's got a black star like yours too, and he says he has the volume on low. Okay, if he has the modulation and delay on with the clean bright setting, it does this. So I'll play it in the mic here. Just listen. Is this what's happening to you when you're playing, basically? See, the volume just dropped down. Like.
Yeah, it drops down and it cuts off.
It just
but
cuts off. It drops down and cuts off. That's what you're saying.
The
right?
delay, yeah, but it's only the delay. It's like if I hit it, it'll do its depending on how I have the tap tempo set. It's either going to go fast or short or not at all. Because if I have it set real fast, you're not going to hear the real fast. But if I have it just like womp 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 like that, I'll hit it and it'll go womp 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 womp. And it cut off like that, like it just runs out of
The
sustain.
number of repeats that you've got is only set to 3, so you're only doing triplets, which is so. For instance, you can do what you're looking for is a millisecond. But if you do a 120 beats per minute song, this is how it works with the delay times. Then your quarter note is going to be a quarter of half a second in length. So your length then for the repeats, we get 3 repeats and then they stop. You're only
So does that mean I have to turn that knob on the right all the way up to get it to just keep going?
Depends whether that changes from triplets to infinite numbers or whatever. I don't know how that works on your machine, but on a delay usually you'd have a single repeat which only puts 1 echo on it, or you'd have a triplet which is another standard setting, or you'd be able to change it so that you can have up to an infinite number depending on the type of
Well, you know that
of
buzzsaw
delay you've got. Yeah,
you know that buzzsaw how
it
Was
should
it
be
set
something
to
like
4?
that.
Because Adams is set to 4 on that one in this test
Yeah.
that he just did.
So that'll give you 4 repeats. Is that how that's working?
I'm not sure because that buzzsaw one, that's the knob, not the far right one where you get all the range.
Yeah.
Or the lush or
The
whatever.
wet dry, yeah.
Yeah. At the very, like when you turn that knob all the way down to the bottom of that chainsaw little hook, but when you go up towards the light, that's max. When you turn it, it's like you're using that little bit of that quarter inch of thing is where your pings are, or how much in the millisecond it's going to ring out. So the closer it is to the red, the more.
Right. Okay. So that's actually that's your timing thing. So you set you tap the tempo, and that tells you whether you're on a half beat, a quarter beat, a 16th a beat, or whatever. That's presumably that's what that control does, which isn't going to affect the number of repeats you're getting. That's a separate control, usually in a delay. But I don't
tap
know how your
tempo
delay
is.
works.
Yeah, tap tempo is completely separate from what it is. That's just going to be the speed of whatever it is you're putting in it, right?
Yeah, and that saw thing sounds like it's
That's
actually
infinite.
choosing. Yeah, that sounds like it's choosing based on whatever the tap tempo is. It sounds like that they're connected in some way to one another. So I don't think it's giving you a different number of repeats. Because with a delay would, on a single thing, you'd play note number 1 would go beep, and then the next note would go beep afterwards, however many milliseconds you've got it. But if you want 3 repeats on it, a triplet, it'll go beep 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 afterwards. So you go twang 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 twang. Does that kind of thing, or however long the delay is. So, and it sounds like that it's just cutting. What you mean is it's just cutting off after 3 or after 4 or however many it's set for, and which is actually that's what it's supposed to do with the repeats. So.
You got to fool around with the MX-5, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you have it on your desk, man.
You get a lot more control on that.
Ian and I know it inside out. We can guide you like blindfolded, and you can get whatever tone you want. But not now. But if we load up
the TRS
digital is good.
TRS will run out of the back of this right into a mixer.
Yeah, but You can put it in your mixer when you get it, but you can put it in the back of your Scarlett, man, because you have 4 inputs basically. So you can just
Well, yeah,
input.
I bought these from my speakers, the
Mhm.
TRX, these here, because I got
Yeah.
10 foot and it barely reaches the back, and these are guitar cables
Yeah.
or instrument cables. These are the TRS cables, so I got these for this. These are 15, so they'll do that. And then I want to plug the MX5 either into my interface or my interface into my mixer, and then my
Mhm.
MX5 into the mixer also. So I want to run it all in one unit.
All you got to do if you want to get a stereo sound is you take your left and your right outputs and just go.
But you have to
into
have
your,
balanced cables though, right?
They can be no. I use just regular jacks, man.
Yeah, quarter-inch jacks will do that.
Quarter-inch
fine,
jack will
'cause-
do the job. I mean, if you have them, use them. But I mean, a quarter-inch jack will do the job. That's it. You know.
Yeah. Okay, and then I'll run that into where in the mixer?
I would just put it in the back
Any
inputs
of the
that you have.
any on the mixer, any of the inputs.
Oh, in the mixer, yeah, that's right. Any like I mean, for
But
example,
in the back of the interface, then you've got quarter-inch jacks on the back of the input as
Yeah.
well. I think you've got the dual connectors, haven't you? Where you've got both, so you
Yeah.
can just plug it straight into that. You don't lose any. You won't be losing any quality because it's a quarter-inch jack rather than a sort of a 3-pin. In that respect, because you're only dealing with the guitar signal.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't make any difference to it. The quality will be good.
see, like for
Yeah,
me,
well, I just don't want any. I just don't want any coming out of my speakers. And
you're
it
not
does.
gonna get noise.
No, I'm
it's-
telling you, I do
shouldn't.
now. I'm telling you, I do now. That's why I got the TRS cables.
Okay.
Because when I'm playing, when certain videos come on YouTube, either the way they're mixed or something like that, I get anomalies in my speakers. But when I go to like one of these sites that play live synth music or mood music and stuff, and it's really mixed well, boom, the speakers work phenomenally and stuff. But when I play somebody's downloaded stuff or something like that, and if it's not mixed right, and there's anomalies in their mix, this speaker will pick that up, and you'll hear like a little tick 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 or something like that. So I don't know if it's the cable or it's just picking up weird frequencies from whatever's being pushed through it at the time. But I'm getting weird.
If your speakers are sensitive to the cables, then that's one problem, which is changing the cables would resolve. But your outputs from your MX5 wouldn't have any impact in that area unless there was a problem with the cable, unless the cable was buggered, in which case you just change the cable. But it
Well,
shouldn't
wouldn't
have
the
anything like that.
TRS be better for that?
It wouldn't really make any
It's not
difference
gonna
because
make a huge difference at all.
putting two polar input in and taking three
I mean-
pins out. It really wouldn't make any difference at all.
You heard me play at
Okay.
the beginning, right, Jeff?
Yeah.
And that's my gig board because I mean I have the MX5 and the gig board. My gig board is plugged into my mixer, and I got my left and right going into 2 channels in my mixer, and I mean there's no noise. I mean look, you hear it fine.
So you don't need TRS to get a stereo
No,
tone
these are
coming
just
out.
little jacks that I have. Just I got these
Yeah.
1/4-inch jacks going into my.
Okay.
That's all I'm using.
Okay. I got you. Yeah. No, it's like everybody has like a staunch opinion. It's like when I called, dude, you got to get these damn things. It's like, no, I don't. Because you hear certain things and stuff, but then when you get these texts at AMS and Sweetwater and stuff like that, they're either, I don't know, it's hard to tell if they're trying to push an item because it costs more and they want more money, or if they're trying to be honest with you and tell you, no, dude, this is all you really
Here's
need.
a bit of a
You don't-
hint. They're a business,
Yeah.
which means
Yeah, I
yes,
know.
of course they are. That's their job.
Well, I get that, but that's the whole point. That's the confusing point about everything. It's like you don't know if they're selling. I know they're trying to sell me something, upsell me, but do I really need it and stuff? That's what I'm trying to say.
That
You know what?
TRS
So-
cable that you have, the only thing you need it for is if you want to add a secondary expression pedal to your MX5, you need to use a TRS cable to make that work. So you can get an expression pedal and you use the TRS cable to connect it. That you do need a TRS cable, but to connect it, to get the sound out, 1/4-inch cable is fine. That's it.
I've only needed a TRS cable twice in my life, and one was for an expression pedal, and
Mhm.
the other one was if you have like a line out from an amp that's not a 3-pin, it's a 1/4 inch. That has to be a TRS because you're taking 2 channels out, right? But that's
Yeah.
it. The rest of it, just regular old 1/4 inch cable.
So why do they have on top of the mixers balanced and unbalanced? I mean, I know the TRS is the balance and stuff, but why do they have
so that they only have to put one connector in for connecting your guitars or your microphones, so that you can put both in, so that it doubles up the utility of each input. Because you've usually got both. You've got the TRS and you've got the 1/4 inch jack as well. It's a combination plug, yeah. So that just makes economic sense to put that in, doesn't it? Rather than have to put in 4, you've just put 2 in.
Yeah.
And then you whatever you're plugging in, so you can plug your mic in. You can
Pretty
take
much all XLR are combination XLR 1/4 inch.
Yeah. So you're not with cabling. It often comes down to the fact that they're only going to put in what they really need to, and in this is a feature set based on its connectivity. So the various cables will be suggested for various things, and in this case, the only thing that they actually suggest that cable for is for the expression pedal, I think. So, everything else is they'll tell you just to use a 1/4 inch. That's your output.
Yeah, but the TRS from my speakers to my interface isn't a bad thing. It's actually pretty good because it knocks out a lot of the signal, any bad signal that could get in.
Yeah, and it's the
more
same
so than a 1/4 inch.
But that's going from your interface and then through. So this is going into that. So you only need a signal going from your guitar. So it wouldn't really make any difference at all if you were to use
If you're using a TR, you can use a TRS in place of a regular 1/4 inch cable. It'll work. You still have the same connectivity points, but you got one conductor in there that's just not doing squat.
Yeah, that's basically redundant.
It's just if it's redundant. So you're not getting.
You mean
better
putting the
sound.
TRS cable into a guitar? That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, you can use it in a guitar. You can, You're
It
not
doesn't.
getting any
It
more
doesn't.
sounding.
It doesn't increase the performance of the guitar or
zero.
any kind of noise cancellation or anything.
Nothing. You're talking
Yeah,
about
that's-
grounding.
yeah, that's what I thought.
Whether you've got a regular 1/4 inch or TRS, it's the same grounding. It's the same shielding. on it. It's no different.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have guessed most. I mean, your Schecter will be shielded because most Schecters are, aren't they? They do a pretty good job on it. Each one of your guitars will have
just the
different
back of the back plate, but there's nothing. I don't know if they're using any type of paint in there or what, but there's no.
Yeah, they usually
real
do
shielding.
And-
It
and,
might
you
be
know,
like a
most of them
paint
are.
then.
Well,
Yeah.
you know how you can tell. You plug in your amp, right? You plug in your amp and you turn the amp up, and the guitar, and just don't hit a note. How much noise are you hearing?
Well, they're active pickups, so I do get. They're noiseless pretty much, but I can get feedback from the guitar.
Yeah,
from
you're gonna
the
get.
amp.
Yeah, that's okay. But I'm saying, like, turn away from the amp or whatever. Like, that's what you want. It's like, I mean, in a house, because I used to do home theater systems. I would like if everything was properly grounded, I would go to their amp and I would crank it, and not put any signal in there. And if it's dead quiet, you know that you've got a grounded system. Because if you don't have a grounded system, you're going to hear a 60 cycle hum, right? That's what you're going to hear. And if you don't hear that, then your grounding is like it's you're on a level playing field. You're at zero potential, which is what you want. So the same thing with the guitar amp. You turn your amp up, crank it, and if you don't hear like any kind of humming, which you will with a single coil guitar, as soon as you turn it up, you're going to hear it. That's okay. But you really like the humbucker guitar. You shouldn't hear. I mean, you might hear like a something, but it shouldn't be loud. Really, that
Yeah, it shouldn't be intrusive. Yeah.
There's the word, intrusive.
Yeah, I don't have any of that, but I do. If I'm too close to my amp while I have my guitar turned up as far as it'll go, and I'm cranking, I'm jamming, once it starts fading out, it'll sustain for 20 hours or 50 days.
That's natural.
That's not
That's
60
what you
cycle
want.
hum. Yeah,
Guys are
exactly.
getting careers on that.
Yeah, because everything that because of being disabled and stuff, I try to keep everything within arm's reach, man. It's like I can just reach right over here and grab my guitar or grab this or turn around, and I'll just turn around like this and turn on my amp. Boom, boom.
Well, thank God you haven't got a semi-hollow body. You know.
Yeah.
I am in the process of learning about workflow now, and I just realized I need to readjust my entire studio because my workflow is shit.
I'm the same way, man. That's what I'm working on right now, because I got a table here, a table there, and a table back there holding stuff, and nothing's fluid. So, and then my pedal board's over here on the floor right now, where it used to be under this table. But to have it there under my table is kind of stupid because I can't really get to it. And I'd have to put, this is a sliding table that I'm on right here, man. It's like a square steel tube desk with a glass top on it that's removable, so I can pick this up like this right here. So that's a glass top.
That's pretty nifty.
But I can slide and move this around and get all this out of here if I want to. But yeah, this is so I can push this way up here, or I can pull it back here and get it out of the way. But to build everything would have to be built around this little sliding desk and stuff, because that's basically that's the lifesaver. If I want to start working this way and have use this screen, I just move my chair around to that side and push this forward this way, and then I can work that way. Or I can just turn the desk this way and work that way on the desk. So I'm in the process of building an L-shaped desk right here, or a big U-shaped desk, so that I can just move around and get everything done. But I need more top desk space for all the stuff that I have in order to make everything fluid and flow right and stuff. Because of the size monitors I use, I have a 43-inch monitor here that I'm working on, and I got this 27-inch back here. And then I got a 60 inch on the wall. No, go ahead.
Oh, I was about to say, my only problem is I think I have a Focusrite that I'm using now, but like I said, that's just to record all my drums and everything. It'd just be a blessing, basically, just to have a mixer or something to like plug it in, as opposed to basically playing guitar and it's like, all right, I got my idea down. I know what my drum part is. And then you get there and it's like, oh crap, nothing's hooked up. So then you sit there hooking it up and it's like, oh great, I already forgot everything. That's
yeah.
That's why I have my setup. It's everything's good to go. Everything's ready, man. I mean, I have my computer screens mounted to the wall. I have my Headrush speakers mounted to the wall. I got my sound card is velcroed to the wall. I got my mixer velcroed to the wall. Everything's there, and my Headrush gig board is always here. All I have to do is hit the on button, and I'm ready to go. And basically, I keep it on most of the time during the day. So all I gotta do is put the volume up, and I'm good to play, and that's it. You know?
So what's your control center? How's it laid out?
I mean, if I'm going live, I'm going through my mixer. If I'm recording, I take the mixer out of the thing and I'll plug straight into the sound card. The only reason I go through the mixer is so I can have my mic on, because I only have 2 inputs on my sound card. So
yeah.
When I want to have and because I don't want to go in mono, because if I was going in mono, I can go straight in the sound card with, my left output from the Headrush and the mic. But because I'm going in stereo with the Headrush, I'm using 2 inputs over there and I'm using a mic input. But I mean, then you got to balance sounds after, because if you're going into your mixer and then mixer into your sound card, you got to balance your output of your
Left and right.
your modeler, because you don't want to hit the front of your mixer too hard, because then you're gonna peak and you're gonna gain, and then you got to watch the gains and the volumes of your mixer going into your sound card, because then you're also gonna make it gain and you're gonna make it peak and whatever. So you got to be careful,
So how are you finding out how to set it up?
Well, I found my mix, basically. It's trial and error, and I found my mix, and live, because like how many times I asked you, how does it sound? Like when I'm with Ian, I'm like, does it sound okay at this level and everything? Because I had to find my right balance with everything when I started setting this up,
Yeah, I mean the thing to remember is a lot of people will that this is contentious, but the fewer gain stages you can put in the way of your signal and your DAW, the better, really.
Yeah.
Other than obviously you need one to gain's important, but you don't want too many of them, because they rack up and they change the flavour of the sound, because each pot is different. Each individual component is different. So you'll get a slightly, so we all know this one. We all know that some guitars are kissed by the guitar fairy. Some amps are kissed by the amp fairy. Some pedals are kissed by the pedal fairy. And it's just that their component parts happen to work. And it's like so many variables, like, on pickups, how many winds are they to, all of those things make a difference. So when you're putting in your signal, if you have too much gain because you've got a mixing desk in the way, then you've got your input on your sound card as well. That's 2 gain stages before you're doing anything else. So you need to make sure that it's like turning them down is a really good idea. Less is more in a way. To an extent on
the
that.
sound I'm giving now, okay, from the head rush going into my mixer, going into the sound card, if I were to take this and to go live, I would just go direct into my speakers. It's not going to sound the same because I'm taking out those 2 gain stages. So I may have to modify my sound for live because of the fact that it's not the same sound, because I'm going into the mixer is affecting it, and then the mixer is going into my sound card, which is also affecting it. So
But
it's
why
not
would you
exactly
use
the
your
same.
speakers if you're going live? That's what I'm saying.
No, not live. I don't mean live on YouTube. I mean live if I'm playing with somebody live, like in real life.
Like in a gig setting.
Yeah, exactly. Then I'd be going just head rush into the speakers. And if I'm doing that, I've taken out those 2 gain stages. So it won't sound exactly the same like I hear it now. Because see, right now I'm monitoring through my sound card. Now, if I want to hear exactly what it'll sound like, if I take my headphones out and I put it into my head rush, then I'm hearing exactly what it sounds like out of the head rush, the way it would sound through my speakers, basically. So there's a lot of little things, because if you're going to go through a mixer and whatever, you got to get the balance of all 3 devices.
They don't call it the tone rabbit hole for nothing.
Yeah.
Seriously, everything affects it. And then we get onto the discussion of how firmly you're pressing with your fingertips. It's like everything makes a difference.
But if they're good preamps, you balance them. Let's not go there.
Yeah,
I know there's
yeah.
a lot of stuff. You're right.
Let's not go there.
One trick that I learned to kind of take is the guesswork a little bit about like what you're gonna sound like. If let's say if you go live on StreamYard, for example, like last Saturday I went live on StreamYard. So what I did was, before I went live, you can go on StreamYard and you could basically just record, right?
Yeah.
So I just did a bunch of test runs with backing tracks and with this to make sure that you can hear that and you can hear the guitar and it wasn't overbearing, blah blah blah. And you can do as many, try every iteration you want, as many, and then just delete them. Listen to them back and then delete them, and then. Then when you go live, you don't have that thing, is the guitar too loud? Can you hear me? You don't have to ask those questions because you've done it. It's there. It's good, right?
Yeah.
So that's a little trick.
Yeah. And once you find your balance, I mean, because I know my settings. I know that on my sound card, my volumes, I want them at 12 o'clock. I know that in my mixer, I want my volumes at 12 o'clock. And when I get to my head rush, whatever I've programmed my patches, I know that my volume, the actual volume level, should never exceed 5. So I know that when I'm going live on YouTube, this is my setting, and anytime it's like that, it should be fine like that, and that's it. So you find your setting, and you know what your setting is as you go. You never have to. You don't have to think about it. You have your settings. You know what it is, and that's it.
But for each entity, your voice, your guitar, and your effects, are they all coming across about at the same level?
Well,
or do you have to jack this one or jack that one a little bit just to get it to work right?
Well, see, the thing is that I like 12 o'clock. The inputs on the sound card are both at 12 o'clock. It's a good setting, and my mixer, my left and right for my head rush, they're also at about 12 o'clock. Okay, the only thing I play with is the volume of my voice, basically. See, it's a little bit lower, but the guitar setting, I normally keep it at around 5 when I'm playing, but I mean. All I have to do is if I'm adjusting just the volume, I'm not going to touch any of the other stuff. Those settings stay. I'm just adjusting the master volume on the head rush. So I can go down to 4. I can go up to 6 if it's not loud enough. But in general, at 5, it's okay. So I'm only affecting there, and I'm affecting my master volume on channel 1 of where my voice is, basically. If it's a little loud or a little low, because depending, like when I come on here, you know, I don't want to be louder than you guys, so I'll adjust whatever. But when I go live, I always adjust it about the same thing. Anytime I go on, it's always about the same
Like,
thing that when
I always,
Yeah.
I mean, not so much the voice. I kind of know where that's going to be, but because I play along with tracks.
Mhm.
So that's why I tested. I listen to the track and then I play along with the track and then I record it to see, okay, can I hear the guitar? Am I over the, killing it or underneath or whatever?
When you go live, Hack, where's the track coming from?
Well, okay, so I mean, I did, like, it was last Saturday was the day before Halloween, so it was my own. I was playing Black Holiday because that's like a kind of,
Yeah.
and I was wearing a stupid costume anyway. But so I was trying to get it so that you could hear the song, but you could hear the guitar behind it. So I'd play a little bit and then I'd stop, so you hear the track and then see if you could hear with or without the guitar. So okay, I kind of set that, and then I always do like a jam, like I'll find a couple of backing tracks just to play along. So I test the volume with them because I don't want to be like screaming guitar and you can't hear the backing track. I want a nice blend. So I kind of find that sweet spot and pre-record all these little clips and listen to them back. And then when I get everything set, it's like, okay, I don't touch anything. And then when it's time to go live, boom, and then I'm into it. Right.
It's a good idea to record them. Actually, I'd forgotten you could do that on StreamYards.
Yeah, you can record them, and you just gotta, make sure you hit the record. Make sure you're not gonna. It's not gonna go out to the internet.
Yeah. No, because what you hear in your headphones is never what comes out from the StreamYard stream. So, yeah, it's a really good idea to get. Yeah, to check
turn
it.
off echo cancel. If you're by yourself, echo cancellation goes off. Hit the stereo audio.
Mm-hmm.
No, I mean when you're playing your backing tracks, are you playing them through speakers?
Yeah.
And your
listening to-
mic's picking it up, or is it going through your DAW or your interface in through your DAW and then out to us? How's that working?
Well, when I'm playing I'm hearing it through my monitors. I'm also hearing my guitar through my monitors at the same time. So that's kind of how I judge where I'm at.
But what's picking it up? Is it just that microphone you're using there, or what?
No, it's going because remember I've got a mixer USB in, right?
Okay.
So it's basically playing out to the. It's going through that out into the. Actually that signal chain, that's interesting. I never thought of that. How because people are, they can hear the backing track, and they can hear it at the same time.
Do you guys know what I'm asking, Hack? You know what I mean?
I know what you're asking.
I don't know what the signal, how that all works, but I know it works.
It's when I've gone live and I've done those blues jams there.
Yeah.
Okay, basically I'm sharing the audio the same way I'm sharing when I play other people's videos when I do the replay and whatever. I'm sharing the audio from my second screen. So when I'm playing with tracks, I'm actually playing the track from YouTube basically. So like I'll play a backing track from YouTube, and then I'm playing to it. But the sound, what is that?
I don't know what Marshall's doing, man.
No idea.
The sound is coming from the sound card basically. What's going on?
Is Richard with you, Marshall?
Oh yeah.
Well, that's right. Falcro's there, man. What's up, bro? Oh, wrong guy. Marshall, all we hear is music, bro.
Hey guys.
That might be better.
Guys, I
There you
think
go.
we've just are we eavesdropping on the Wizards convention here?
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
Hanging out, some beers.
Man, lots of delay.
Yeah.
Did you get your delay fixed, man? We've been sitting here BSing all night, man.
Yeah. No.
No.
Like all gate problems, it takes more than an evening.
Oh boy, yeah. Delay pedals, delay amps, yeah. Wow.
Richard. How are those snacks that Marshall got?
You guys doing some edibles over there?
No edibles tonight.
No,
Uh-uh.
no. But Erica did give me this, so that was
nice,
a
Howard.
That has
wonderful
been
gift. I haven't touched it yet because I don't do that sort of stuff. But
That's illegal.
yeah. Welcome to Oregon.
Yeah.
It's funny how people think guitar players smoke pot. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it either. I've never seen a
That's
guitar
a
player
myth.
with pot.
See, why else do they put the F holes in guitars then? Answer me that. If it's not true. Huh.
Right.
The problem is
They
you
put
drop
them
it
there
in the
so-
F-hole, and then you can't get it. No, wait, I wouldn't know.
They put
That's
them
a
there so you
glory
can stuff
hole.
foam rubber in them so that you can't hear the feedback. But that's another issue.
Yeah, feeding back in the amp and stuff the holes full of something.
What's up, everybody? My goodness. Now, I'm looking at this StreamYard, and the gentleman in the middle bottom, I know Francis and I know Ian. I don't know you. How do I not know you?
My name is Dojo of Tone or Spencer, whatever
Okay,
you
I know
want to
you
call
by
me. You
name.
can call you can call me
Spencer.
Bob for all I care. I mean, but Spencer works.
Man after my own
Yeah.
heart right there.
Okay. And
Dojo Tone. I know that name, but I'm not subscribed to your channel. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to do that. I'll fix it.
And I got to ask the same thing. I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen you guys.
and I was going to ask the same question about you because I know everybody else. Now I know Spencer, but my name's Marshall. My channel is set up by Marshall, and this is Richard.
Yeah, I'm Richard. My well, it was a gamer tag. It's the Falcro.
Falcro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Guitar.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know.
I'm guilty of a couple things like
I've seen
that.
Falcro on my
I hear
channel
you.
a million times. Yeah.
Oh, that's the guy.
I never see the face of
Hey,
it because I've never seen the face. So
Yeah.
that's
If you can't remember my name, short, round.
There you go. You can get acquainted, man.
Hey, thanks, Jeff.
There you go.
And you are Guitar Hack, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he's in our sister country, Canada.
Oh, you're not far. What side of Canada are you on?
I'm in Ontario.
Yeah, he's not in the middle.
Okay.
No, it's
So
like
I
the East
go
Coast,
north. of-
Yeah, kind of east.
Northeast.
Yeah.
Alberta's in the
Okay.
middle, I guess.
Yeah.
Alberta.
I'm
Yeah,
not as far
Alberta's
east
in-
as Francis.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
Hack's about a 6-hour drive from me.
6 hours. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's about. I don't know.
That's about how far I am from you. About 4.5, 5 hours.
Yeah.
It depends on traffic.
Yeah, Richard drove over today from the west side of Oregon, and we live about as far away from two people as you could possibly live in Oregon to be as far away from one another as you possibly could.
Yep.
So kind of cool.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
We went out to dinner tonight at a local place here in town and had a burger together.
Yep.
And had a beer together, and it's really been just sitting here. We kind of caught a little bit of the stream tonight, so we walked in a little bit late because for the last hour and a half we've just been sitting here talking.
Yeah.
Forgive me if we interrupted any subject that you guys might have been.
Hey, Benzini.
No.
Banzini,
What's up,
Oregon
bro?
in the house.
What's up, bro?
Oregon's in the house.
Right on. So,
Yeah.
what were you guys? Don't let us interrupt.
Yeah,
but
we'll
what were you
just
guys
intricate
talking about?
ourselves into the. I mean, infiltrate. No, what's the word?
Interrupt.
There you go.
No.
On
man.
whatever you're
What are
talking
we
about.
talking about? Oh, setting up levels.
Just
for
setting up. Remember, I was talking to you earlier today in the chat, and he's like, "Why'd you get that, man?" It's like, "Cause I want it."
Right.
What?
Okay.
That thing, and I was like, "Well, it's like you were." I was telling them that you said, "Well, Jeff, I haven't used anything for that for mixing for such and such because I use all my electronic stuff, like your DAWs and whatnot for mixing and going through this and that." I
Yeah.
was like, "That's cool, but what can I actually, don't tell me what it can't do or what I don't need it for. Tell me what I can do with it. That's what I want to know, what I can do with the mixer for what I'm doing. I know you know how to do what you're doing because you've been doing it for a while with all your DAWs and whatnot, and you don't really need or use a mixer anymore. But for what I do, what can a mixer do? And for all the things that I want to do with a mixer,
Oh yeah. Well,
what's
you
the
know,
difference?
Yeah, and I asked you why you purchased something like that because I was actually kind of shocked, given that we're in 2021, that you would buy something like that, and because not that I haven't or wouldn't and couldn't, because I've mixed live bands on analog boards with USB outputs and all that stuff for fucking ever. Excuse French, but I was just kind of surprised. I wasn't sure if you had I just was curious why you would have gotten that when you have DAWs out there like Logic and Reaper and Pro Tools, and I don't know, Dojo, what are you using for recording these days? And
DAW, I'm using Reaper.
Okay, so that technology being available to us, and I to spend some time learning how to use that stuff, you know, you could accomplish virtually anything and everything that board will do in a different way. And that might be, you know, but I haven't been in that. I haven't had to quote use a mixing board except for maybe a live performance at a small pub for a long time. It's been a long time.
I think if you were going to do a live stream and you wanted to have a guest in, so you want 2 microphones and then they might be playing the guitar, so you want a stereo output in from that as well. You've then got 4 outputs going into your interface, and that's kind of where you'd find the advantage in a mixer over a software version. But that's just, again, it's about your workflow, isn't it? It's about what you need it to do.
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah, I was just kind of.
I'm not up on all the digital stuff like you are. I would be like baffled how to run that while I'm actually doing a live show.
Right.
When I'm sliding the knob up for volume, and boom, hey, here's Jeff. What's up, man? What's up,
there is an issue with
Geeks?
StreamYards of how you can get your signal, because I find that, for instance, when I'm sharing when I'm doing a live broadcast, I'm not usually the one hosting it. So, for instance, if I plug my guitar in and stick it through one of my Sims, you can't hear it because I can't select that. I can't select in the. Whereas if I were using a mixing desk and then, or a mixer, and plugging something else into it, like an effects pedal, like the MX5 or whatever, then you'd hear what the guitar was doing. So those sorts of applications make it useful. But that's what they can be used
like
for.
now, Ian, basically, I can get my sound out, and I'm not the one hosting, but I can get my sound out.
Yeah, because you're just going through the set. Yeah, because it'll pick up my interface. It just won't pick up the software on my computer. I can't get it to share that audio. So,
right, and when I do that, I use OBS, I use NDI, and
which gives you that. Yeah, gives
NDI
you that
allows me to send my DAW to OBS, and I could send that to this Restream project.
Yeah.
I don't have OBS set up right now, and I'm not using that software, so we're just talking into my.
Okay, all that stuff you just mentioned, how long would it take you to teach me to do that?
Well, if I could come up and visit for a week, we'd have you up and running.
Now to do that over a microphone and like we're doing right now, you'd be like,
yeah. But I will. But I'm also something I'm doing and I get paid to do this, is to teach people how to use DAWs like Reaper, in particular Reaper, and how to use a Focusrite 18i20, or name an audio interface. So, and people I'm doing my Fridays now. I'm not working at the shop that I normally do guitar repair at and setups and all that. I'm paid to stay home and do Zoom meetings. I use Zoom, and teach people how to run a DAW. And that has been very successful in the growth that I'm seeing in offering that and then the money's not bad either. But
Yeah.
you know, so I am doing that over the internet and being able to use products like, products like Session Wire, and
Well, is the digital DAW IR stuff, is it still in its infancy, or is it at its peak, or do you think it's still like just at the ground and it's building up, and to get into it right now?
Always innovating.
you know my answer to that. Yeah. And I for me personally, the guitar amp sims and cab IRs have absolutely never been this good. And it's rare. I mean, I've got my amp sitting right here. This is my amp that I play through. It's a tube amp. It's a Hughes and Kettner. I've recorded multiple records with this. The last song that I put out was used this. But
is that the 36 watt Tube Meister?
it's an 18 watt. It's a Tube Meister 18. It's got a Redbox DI out the back of it, and in
It's
my
not the same thing, but it's the 36 watt. It's awesome.
no, it's an 18. It's an old one.
Oh, I know. I have the same one. I have the 36
Right.
version of that.
Right. 2 channels, and it's an amp.
Yes.
You know, but I do have that I can use and play through tubes and feel that with using cabinet emulations, cab IRs. I use Redwire cab IRs for my cabinet simulations, and it sounds epic. When I plug my guitar in and hit that shit, it just sounds killer. But you know, I go back to my Neural DSP. DST3 plugins are unbelievably realistic. I mean, the difference of tones that are available are so vast. I bought Neural DSP Nolly, Archetype Nolly, and it had everything that amp can do, plus my pedal board sitting over there with 14 pedals on it. You know, you do it in the digital world. Jeff, that world is, I mean,
that is an untapped place right there. Because I mean, even the free plugins that you can get just off the internet, like the Poulan amps or whatever, dude, they're sweet. They're killer. They really are. It's just like, after I played one of those, that really got me double thinking. I was like,
yeah,
do I actually really need to bring out my amps anymore?
Yeah.
Well, they've gotten to the point where they're good enough that you can honestly say that buying a system that runs Sims is going to be beneficial in an economic sense, because who can go out and afford to buy a Vox, a Marshall, a Fender? You know, which we all want. We all want those tones at some point, don't we?
The thing that I always consider is basically with the digital stuff is, can it fool me to where I think it's an actual amp, and it's just like playability wise, it's like it's spot on. It's like oh yeah, dude.
Perfect.
That's what I mean. It's now worth going that direction because the results are good enough to warrant it. That's what I mean. Is that they're good enough now for me to think, okay, I don't need to worry about that anymore. They're going to be good enough. And they're going to get better. Wait until, you know, in 3 or 4 years' time, we're going to have holo suites where you just pull the amp that you told that you want and the pedal, and it's all just exactly like it is in the real world.
Or it's going to be like where, it's going to be like the point where if I really wanted Francis's tone, it's just like, well, I mean, we have that now, but it's just like, all right,
yeah, he can send you
out of the computer.
He can send you the patch.
I can send you my patches, exactly, man.
Oh yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Doc just brought up an interesting point, and that's the Mesa cab clone, and I've owned one of those. Before I got my Hughes and Kettner, the cab clone was available, and I bought this, number one, because it's not a JCM 800 or a Mesa Dual Rec that I own, but it's got that on it.
Red box out.
What, the attenuators or what?
I can plug that into my audio interface, your Scarlett 4i4 or whatever what are you running, Jeff? 4i4?
4i4, yeah.
Right. I can plug a microphone cable from this into my 4i4, and I've got all these beautiful tubes doing their beautiful tube stuff directly converted to digital, and this sounds like my amp. And I've
So
played this.
what is that when you're copying into, or what are you making? I mean, you're making a patch or whatever, but by playing your amp into your PC and recording it. So what do you call that?
I
Not
call
like
it
cloning
analog. I call it analog to digital conversion.
Okay.
Because you're not really
This
making a
isn't-
patch as such. You're just
Yeah.
playing
Yeah.
through the amp and then recording that
Yeah.
as a live recording.
Right, and I have the option of let me see here. I can turn the speaker on and off with this big knob right here.
Yeah.
It's off right now, but I can go to 1 watt and plug it into a speaker cabinet and have 1 watt of power, or I can go to 18 watts and blow people's faces off. And what's funny is that the fact that amps are made at 40 watts in a tube amp, that's the dumbest thing in today's world. That is stupid. Anybody who buys a 100-watt head, I find that is ridiculous. Their stages are silent now. Welcome to the new world of live music, where I would put this on stage and not have a speaker cabinet on stage, except for that this mic cable would go to the front of house guy and he'd send me my guitar and my headphones or my ear monitors. I mean, 100-watt heads they're
useless now. I mean, I bought a 100-watt head and I feel dumb for even doing it. And honestly, like, I did. Yeah. Thank you, Marshall, for straight up calling it out, man, because it was stupid. Like, I even brought it there and I was just like, man, I'm not even pushing this thing very hard. And like, when you're not even pushing it very hard, you're just not getting anything. And then you just can't hear yourself. And it's just like, all right, dude, that's great. I just wasted a bunch of money.
If you play the, I mean,
I'm right there with you. Yeah, absolutely, right?
PFD right there. Son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, gone.
I'm in a bar band here in Toronto, and we gig. Usually, not. Well, we don't have front of house. The front of house for us is a parking lot. Okay.
It's your
stuff,
you're the sound guy.
So we bring our own PA. 9 times out of 10, the only thing that's going through the PA is vocals, because the place is small. So I mean, I'm bringing an amp, and I can, depending on the size of the place, I can bring my combo Marshall with single 12-inch. It's a little bigger place. I'll bring my 212 cab, and I have the 36 watt head, or I can bring my Friedman 20 watt head.
Right.
Plenty loud. I mean, I don't get past 3 or, I'm lucky if I get to 4.
Right. Your
Just
volume knob.
be heard
I was
over
just
the
thinking
drum,
about that with my
right?
Mustang.
But
It's a 25 watt amp, and I can't get it past 2 when I'm listening to the amp. It's the real amp when it's not going through my PC.
What I sort of the trick, not so much with the Hughes and Kettner. The Hughes and Kettner sounds good even at a lower volume, but some amps need to be pushed a little bit, and the Friedman, I have a Runt 20, and it needs to be pushed. So what I use this little, basically it's a potentiometer in a box, call it an attenuator if you like, it goes in the effects loop, and I crank the amp like up to about 5 or 6. So it's working, but it's not blowing people's heads off. And then when you do that, that's when the amp is sounding good. That's when it's working. The tubes are, So, but
that's the beauty of being able to switch it down to 1 watt. I don't think I've done a live gig with that thing set on more than, with no amp going into a PA. I don't think I've run that thing at more than 5 watts at a club. And again, like you're saying, it allows me to turn that master volume up and get that tube saturation that we all love.
That's where I messed up.
So yeah, but that thing is rare that I have to put it at 18 watts because that's so stupid loud, man. I mean, you're
tearing
nobody
heads
ever.
off.
What's that?
I said you're tearing heads off. I mean,
At
sound
18
really
watts,
pushes.
man. Yeah, but with the DI, what it allows you to do is turn the master volume all the way up. And if you understand gain structure, at that point, you can turn the,
Preston.
you can run that into a PA and get all of that overdrive that we want out of our tubes and the harmonic beauty that happens. Because I've played through tube amps for a long ass time. You know, it allows you to get that without. If it wasn't hooked up to the PA system, nobody would hear anything. It'd be silent, except for my guitar ringing in the breeze. So, you know, it definitely, you know, the DI out of that was the cool part of that, and that's an old technology. I think I bought that in 2010.
My JTM 30 had that same out, but it didn't.
Right.
The problem was it was just the dry amp. Any of the effects that you had going on the front of that JTM did not go through to the
DI.
To the DI.
Yeah, this thing has, you know, I don't know, but I rarely use it anymore. I run plugins. I'd rather do that. I can plug my guitar in to this guitar cable right here, and I got great guitar tone. I like it. I don't, you know, what other people think of it is their opinion. You know,
That's all
if you
that
don't like
matters.
it. Yeah, yeah. When I sit and play, it's great.
When I'm, you know, playing on YouTube, or if I'm recording something for someone, I mean, I literally take my pedal board, the same pedal board I gig with, I dial in a tone, run it into a. Well, in this case, I was using the Friedman. Friedman's got an XLR out too, direct out, which works really, really good. That goes into the mixer, and that's it. That's what I'm recording with, and I can record a solo guitar track, and it sounds great. And I can dial in my tone and have that tube goodness and all the rest of it.
Yeah,
it's the way to go, right?
It's ultimately a VST in a DAW when you're recording. I mean, you're not going through a speaker cabinet.
No.
You know, and you know, one thing about having an amp like this is that you can use a speaker cabinet with it while also sending your signal to the front of house without having to buy a powered monitor and all that stuff, which every musician, by the way, if you're a musician and you play in a live band, you should own a powered monitor. Just take my word for it. Go buy a powered, a little, yeah. It'll save the day one of these days. But you don't have to do any of that stuff. You can have that plugged into a cabinet and send the DI to the front of house and let the engineer mix you loud enough. And done.
Well,
you know?
So on your Hughes and Kettner, if you can have something going to it, like you can hook it up to a cab and still have the DI working. I thought it was one or the other.
No, not on this one.
Okay.
They changed that on later models, and I think they realized when they made this amplifier that they made something too good.
Well, that's
it's like the Line 6 Pod, you know, or the Nady or the Rhodes NT1 microphone. They sold them for $99 back in 1999, and now go find one. They made a product too good.
I paid $300 per month.
I have a label, and my Hughes and Kettner, it's you either speaker or no speaker.
Yeah.
Or speaker. I don't have the option. And the Friedman's the same thing. It's DI or speaker.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. The band, and you know, the last band that I played in was a pop country band. So kind of, you know, my music that I put out on YouTube is definitely not in that vein. And I don't play funk very often, but I might play funk once in a while with some people. But anyway, we'll leave that alone. You know, I would run a cabinet on stage and have my head run into the PA. That was the thing with this red box DI. It was.
So what are amp companies doing? Are they going out of business or what?
I haven't followed the amp building business. I follow the amp repair business, and that's booming. Trust me on that one.
I don't think it looks that way. I think.
Yeah.
I think it's like everything else in music. There is always fashion as well, and there will always be those people that want real amps, and there will always be those people that like the idea of things in their back pocket.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, but to what extent that a company is still viable to be in business. Basically, I mean, who's going to be the last man standing when it comes to amp companies as far as who wants amp? Is it going to be just one company making a variety of amps, or are they just eventually going to fade out? Because I don't see all these amp companies hanging on, all of them hanging
how
on.
homogenistic do you think the rock industry can be when it comes to amp tone? Because we're not homogenistic. Everybody's got their own specific. It's a rabbit hole, like we said. So there will be a market for that as long as there is a market for the music that utilizes it.
Yeah,
but
Fender Deluxe
I reckon
Reverb
it
is
will
never gonna
move.
go away.
Well, they will move like they all have into simulations. So that all the major amp companies
they
are doing their
have
own
to.
sims. They've got
They
to do
will
that.
go out of business if they don't start moving.
If
to
they, so
simulation.
they'll just serve both markets, because there'll always be a bunch of people like, why do people spend 10 grand on a Murphy's Lab Gibson Les Paul? Let's face it, if I went out and bought one, I wouldn't be making use of it the way it should be made use of for a guitar of that money.
I would cry if I spent that much money on a guitar, man.
But there is a market for it because there are people that want that.
It's not because I could not get 10. I could not make a tone out of my fingers and my talent
exactly.
worth $10,000.
Precisely the same with me. It would be a complete waste of money.
Now, if I was Ingve or something like that, it's like, well, it needs to be a $20,000.
Law of diminishing returns, it always is, but there will always be. I mean, let's face it, though. If somebody said to you, "Here you go, I'm just going to, give you this," you'd keep it.
They give it, yeah, I'll take it.
I'd keep it, but I'd
You don't
feel ashamed.
immediately get $10,000 worth of talent.
Yeah, well,
You've got amp companies that make electronic versions of their own amps. Look at the Tone Master line from Fender.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
they're copying their own amps and selling them.
Yeah, and let's face it, the production costs on Sims is a heck of a lot lower. You don't have to have transistors, you don't need to have wood, you don't have to have metal. It's all software, so the markup on that once you've made it is pretty good.
Yeah, well, it's like Marshall was saying, what dumbass would buy a 100-watt amp?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but
I'm about to show you where amps are.
But yeah, why would? But that's where you were going. That's why I asked the question: where are amps going, man? Because Marshall's saying, no, man, nobody's. Who the hell would buy a 100-watt amp anymore?
Grab an adult beverage. I shall return.
That's where amps are going.
They're going small, but I mean, as long as there's dinosaurs like me who like big amps, they're gonna keep it.
Yeah, but we're all us guys are gonna die soon, man.
Well,
you know what I mean?
do you
20
reckon
years.
bands like Rammstein are going to go without the amp on stage, even if they're plugging directly into the PA through their Sims? They're going to stick something that looks like the biggest amp you ever saw. I mean, it's like Brian May. He's got how many Vox amps on stage? He's playing through about 2 of them. It's like, if that. And sometimes he was playing through the D key behind all those amps.
If you're playing a stadium or something, you're gonna go there with the no amp or a little amp. You'll have a wall of freaking Marshall stacks. Maybe they're not functional or even being used, but for the look, they'll probably be there anyways.
Doesn't Malcolm daisy chain all his amps together, man? I mean, he has like 5 that he's been using for like 40 some years, amps. I mean, he has his own amp repair guy right there on stage. So it's like how I seen where they were daisy chaining all his amps together. You can do that, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine.
I'm sure they use some sort of splitters and stuff.
There's
and
going
whatever.
to be people out there that do it in every single way imaginable.
Yeah,
because
on
that's,
the I think it's on the internet, so it must be true.
No, but like,
Jeff, I'm not making funny of it.
No, but if you see, I'm just saying, when you know how they do the rig rundowns and stuff like that, they were doing something like that with Angus's setup about this is how they do it, man. And it's like boom, boom, boom. This is how Angus does his stuff on stage. Because when he goes into a certain part of an album, he plays through the JCM 800, then he'll play through the JCM 900 or whatever they are, and blah, 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 blah. This Marshall, that Marshall, this
All I
Marshall.
can say to Angus is, for God's sake, get yourself a Tonebridge Effects and put your own name in the search field.
There you go.
Because you'll just get every amp you've ever played. All modelled by users on the internet, so it's all done by the people. which is but it's a
Yeah.
brilliant piece of kit. So if you just want to jam along to
Guys, I'm gonna
YouTube
call
stuff,
it. It's like
yeah.
almost 2:30 in the morning here. So have a good night.
Take care. Hack.
Jeff, thanks.
Hack,
for
take
playing
care,
out.
man.
Going
Oh, no
night.
worries, man.
Night, Hack.
dude.
Take care,
Raise
man.
my hand. It's
Peace,
over there.
brother.
Awesome.
Wow.
Have a good night, Hack.
Gary say, yeah, tone bridge
Angus-
effects
Angus has everything.
well worth getting if you've just got a computer and you're plugging your guitar in. It's well worth, but it's free, and I use it all the time. You just type in any guitarist you want, and it comes up with a whole load of patches that someone else has made for it. It's just so simple to do.
Oh, so,
that,
but
you know,
how
you could-
accurate? How accurate are they to the actual tone of the
The
individual?
one I use most is the Cliffs of Dover one. The Eric, what's his name?
Eric Johnson.
Eric John, yeah, the Cliffs of Dover, and it's pretty damned accurate. To be honest with you, I mean, it's not the same because I don't play like him, but it's not far off. It's like listening to it really carefully. It's like, yeah, we're in a really good ballpark with a lot of them. Some of them are terrible, but all the Thin Lizzy ones leave me a bit cold. But the AC/DC ones are pretty good.
Yeah.
So you know.
Well, and one thing with amp VSTs and presets, like Ian brought up, are that the Eric Johnson. Now, for me, owning amps and playing through amps and owning VSTs and playing through VSTs, I never, ever use a preset, ever.
Oh no, I only do it on
Ever,
Tonebridge
ever.
because it's so simple. It's
Right.
just if you want to
Presets
jam
kinda
along to a
suck.
track, it's just like an amp in a pedal, kind of simple.
Right. Okay.
You know. So it's just
Yeah,
for that.
just
No, I wouldn't. I'd never record with it,
change
but
the-
yeah, it's great fun to play around with when you're just jamming.
Right.
It's just so simple, and it takes away this mythical status because I'm not primarily a guitarist. To me, guitar tone is a matter of necessity. So I have to get it to what I want it to. But I'm not precious about it in that respect. So I don't have to plug into an amp. I don't even have to use a good guitar.
Right.
So,
Right.
as long as it's
Ah.
in key, who cares?
Good guitar. I don't have any bad ones, so
Wait,
I have to use
that's
good
very-
ones.
that's a bad one.
Yeah.
There are no bad guitars, only bad players.
Exactly. Yeah. No. So what's Hippie? Where are you at with your drop C or drop B tuning? Have you put heavy gauge strings on that? Where are we at with that whole
Not
thought
that.
process?
This one here's I got to set up my SG to do the 1256, and I'm just going to tune that to C standard or drop C or something like that.
Drop C.
Yeah.
Okay.
With the 12 to 56, that's what I got it for. Standard tuning.
Okay.
Hey, look, I'm a guitar
Standard.
sit.
Drop C.
Actually, I'm a guitar sit because I'm holding the guitar but sitting. If I was a guitar stand, I'd have to do this. Now I'm a guitar.
Ultimate dad joke.
I'm a dad. I have to make dad jokes.
It's appropriate.
It's appropriate, right? Besides, it's the only comedy I really have.
Did you get your Mustang sounding the way you wanted? Did you tweak it a little more?
Actually, yeah, I'm gonna put out another example of the Trower. I got Trower a lot closer. Hugh Caldwell actually helped me out with some ideas on what Trower used to get his sound compared to what I had at my disposal. So I'll put one out, and then you can listen to that and see if you think I'm doing better. I cannot play anything Trower. Let's just get that straight right now. I'm not going to be jamming Bridges Eyes. None of that's going to happen. So it's only the tone of the guitar amp that we're listening to, not the actual playing.
What's the blues guy that sounds a lot like Trower? Who am I thinking about? He's been on. He's from like Chicago or something like that.
A blues guy that sounds like
Wears
Trower.
the hat. Wears the hat, glasses. Plays like balls out. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on that.
He's a YouTuber, but I'm trying to think of what the hell is his name?
The only Boston player I think was Steve from Boston, but he doesn't.
No, he's
play
from
blues
like
necessarily.
Chicago. He's
Oh,
from
okay. I
Chicago.
thought you said Boston. I don't know where I got. Huh.
No, he's a YouTuber, but I'm trying to think.
going to have to head off because it's 6:30 in the morning here. So
Well, it's time to get up then.
Perfect time.
That's pretty much right. Yeah.
Good
Let's
night.
go
Ian.
feed the kids.
I'll see you tomorrow, man. At the replay.
Yes. Yeah.
Don't
Take
forget
care.
to wake up.
Okay, I'll be
Ah.
waiting.
Out, Ian.
Take care, everybody.
Good night, Ian. Good night, Francis.
Hey, amigos. See you Saturday at the replay at 10 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, it cracked me up. So,
Bro.
Oh man.
So drop C with 10s.
Flubby.
Well, yeah, but
He's still got tension in the strings.
if your guitar's set up correctly, and this one is set up perfectly because I set it up, you can play 10s and tune it down to C and or even lower and still have the control of it.
Yeah.
That is ultimately it. You know, the big thought process about using 13s or whatever, you know, if you're banging your guitar, I mean, if you're playing it like that, it's going to sound like shit, and I don't care where you tuned it. But, you know, if you play it with it's going to sound great. And the string gauge doesn't, I mean, my point is that the string gauge doesn't really matter, because if I have 10s on this and I sit around the campfire and some dude shows up with a drop C tuned guitar, I'm going to grab my acoustic guitar and tune it down to C, and I'm going to sound great. I might not play as good as him, but so be it. You know, the string gauge is way overthought, Jeff. You know, a lot of it is.
But here's the point. Here's the point, though. Why do they make them then?
Well, back in the day, they only had like 14 gauge strings when Black Diamond was around. Anybody in the chat remember Black Diamond strings? I've pulled Black Diamond strings off of guitars in recent years.
Yeah.
And these strings are 50 years old. Been on the guitar sitting in a closet for 50 years.
So heavier gauge string on a longer scale guitar isn't going to give you out brighter tone and stuff, or more controlled tone.
If you're,
I mean, I can hear the difference, but I don't see why anybody else wouldn't say no. There is no difference, because I hear the difference.
Well, there is a difference between string gauges. Bigger
the
strings are
tone.
louder.
Yeah,
because
that's
there's
what I
more
mean.
mass
There's-
moving air.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But you're playing through a high gain amplifier, correct?
Not all the time, no.
Okay, so
No, I mean, I'm not. When I'm playing Doom and stuff like that, it's slow, and sludgy, man, and the notes can't wash out, because when you're playing low like that, and when you're just doing this, you're getting that thrashy sound. So there's really no distinction in the note. But when you're playing low, chimey, droney, sludge stuff, man, the notes have to be able to hang around without washing out, because you're using fuzz, yes, on a high gain, but a low setting. And if you do that, it's just going to wash out and just bang out.
Well,
But if you, boom.
I would say that the next discussion at this point should be about sidechain compression, because we could talk about that for days and argue about it.
Well,
Like-
I have no argument, because I have,
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
I just think it's funny that you haven't thrown a set of 13s on a guitar that you want to tune down to drop C. I don't understand the. I mean, if it's a matter of not having a set of them, because you've asked the question. The
No,
question
because
been
I've
posed-
always for drop C tune. This right here has 11 to 12 or 11 to 52s on it, and
Okay.
this one over here has 12 to 54s on it.
Okay.
So and this is a longer scale guitar. This is a shorter scale guitar.
Sure.
So that right there. But this gets flubby when I turn it down. I could take this down to B and it sounds good by itself. If I'm not ramming, if I'm just like not railing Black Sabbath. If I'm not playing Black Sabbath on it, then in B or C, then it sounds okay. But if I'm railing on it, it sounds flubby and washy. You can hear all my strings hitting the frets and everything like that. It doesn't come through the amp, but you can hear it you can hear all your pick attacks, string smacking around and stuff. So boom.
Right.
Well, are we going to talk about the sidechain compression, man? I use it sometimes on vocals to dip down the guitars a little bit.
Is Tim here? Where's Tim?
No, I haven't seen Tim for a while.
Okay, better yet, let's talk about EQ.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, but that's what I'm saying, man. Because if you sit in a room with 10 guitars, you're going to get 10 different opinions on one thing. So it's like, what's the real opinion? This is why I was telling you. It's like I hear your opinion about, well, why do you want a mixer? And then I hear this guy's opinion about, well, why do you want a mixer? Or why ain't you using this? Or why ain't you using that? Do this, do that. Everybody's experience, I guess, everybody's experience is going to be different. Everybody's skill level is going to be different. Everybody's knowledge base is going to be different. But why do you want to use the piece of equipment that you're using? And then when I ask somebody a question like you, who's knowledgeable in the stuff, and you say, well, Jeff, why don't you just use this and try this? Well, I'm not there yet, Marshall. With all the electronic gizmo and gadgetry and stuff, I'm not there yet. But for what I do, and what I want it for is just to have a workstation where I can say this and that, and then I'm asking Marshall, Marshall, can I use it for this? And you're like, oh, yeah, Jeff. But you don't really need it. If you say, Jeff, yeah, you can use it for that, but you don't really need it. And if you went here and tried this like I do, and once you got the hang of that, it would take the place of what you're trying to do there. Now, if you would state the question like that, but most people don't take the time to offer up that extra little nudge of advice. You know what I mean? So that's why I ask the questions the way I ask them. It's like, okay, I'll ask the stupid question, but then I'll say, well, this is what I want to use it for. Can I use it for that? Well, you say, yeah, you can do that. But that's that's where I'm getting at with it.
Yeah. I'm just curious where you're going to end up, because this has been a subject of conversation for a long time, and a lot of very, very killer guitar players and experienced guitar players have offered you the exact same advice multiple times. I'm like, man.
Well, it's one, getting there, and it's two, the availability of the equipment.
The product, yeah.
Yeah. So it's like this mix. I went with the one mixer that was overkill, didn't work with my shit. Okay, that was that Tascam thing. This one here, I hope works with my stuff. This one here, I'm hoping works with my stuff. And then it's building up to get where I want to get with it. That's why, yeah, you can tell me all the stuff I need to get, but I don't have it. I ain't there. I ain't got it. I got to get it. Boom, 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 boom. And then I got to build all the stuff up that I want to do. It's all being built and staged. I'm just talking about where I want to go and where I want to get. And this is the stuff I need. Help me get this stuff. That's what I want to do.
Well, that mixer coupled with in front of your 4i4, I don't know if anybody else has already hit on this, but it gives you an extra stage of gain.
Yeah,
so
that's
your
why
mic,
I was saying that before.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, I figured that would have been the case. That definitely is a useful piece of equipment to get, because it's always been that, and I've been a part of your show for a long time. And, the vocal volume versus the music volume has been a point of, the new people will say, I can't hear your voice very well, because they don't realize that the YouTube does what it does.
Yeah.
And, and almost to a point that you have no control over that. But what you've got, I think, might be literally the perfect piece of equipment to maybe bring your voice up to that balance.
So do you think right now right now I feel like
it sounds great to me, but I'm listening to it in headphones. I don't know.
Sounds dynamite to me, man.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean,
Definitely
and
sounds good
do
to
I
me.
sound like I'm gaining out or anything?
Mm-mm.
No.
You sound completely
Okay.
natural.
It just must
No.
be it just must be how high I have my headphones.
Yeah, and you got one of the didn't you get one of those
Cloud lifter, yeah.
Yeah, you got a cloud lifter.
What is
Yeah,
that? That's a thing you brought there. What is this cloud lifter thing? What does it do?
It adds 20 some dB to your mic gain.
So it's like a preamp?
Sort of,
It-
kind of.
sorta.
It's just a boost. It's just a
Yeah.
boost.
It doesn't have any knobs on it or anything, right?
No, it's
Just
just
you
a
plug
direct.
it.
It's just a direct box.
You just plug
Let's
it
see
into
that.
the line.
I'm curious, man.
A direct
I'm not-
box?
I'm not gonna get one, but
Oh, I see. So it's
Okay.
an inline thing. It doesn't plug into anything but the microphone, though. It just does its thing on its own.
it's a powered. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just my mic. This is my mic. It goes into this. This doesn't do anything to my mic. But the only thing that happens is after.
Yeah.
So this goes in. Nothing from my mic is being changed from to this stage.
Yeah.
But once it comes out, then it gets the
Yeah.
boost.
Yeah, that's-
220 dBs.
And that's plugged in, Jeff. It's like a 9-volt adapter or something that's plugged into that or something.
Probably 48
No.
volt phantom power.
Yeah, it's 48
phantom.
volt.
48 volt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, my phantom power. I have to turn this on. My phantom power on in my Focusrite.
Oh,
But this-
powered by your Focusrite, basically.
Yeah.
There's no power wire. There's no
Yeah,
external
this
power.
does nothing unless I turn my phantom power on.
Okay, I got it.
What
Okay,
this
all
does
right.
is add 20 some dB to my gain stage to my volume. That's it. See now,
Okay.
if I turn my volume up and down like that,
So that doesn't take the place of a 48 volt phantom power in and of itself. It just adds, once you turn that phantom power on, it just adds a little extra to the
phantom power allows me to turn this into what, a condenser mic
No.
or a
volume.
cardioid dynamic mic? Yeah.
48
It'd be-
volt is a 48 volt phantom power is equivalent to putting a 9-volt battery in a foot pedal.
Okay.
If your microphone requires phantom power and you don't put phantom power on it, it will make no noise. And mics aren't true bypass.
Gotcha.
So
That makes
we
sense.
can add that to the whole equation. But with this is an LR Bags DI. I fucking own this thing for years. It's the best DI ever made, in my humble opinion. And this thing has a 9-volt battery that I can put in it, or when I plug the microphone cable into it to whatever mixing board, if I have phantom power, it turns it on and the lights light up. So that runs obviously off of phantom power. And, this ultimately would be something, I guess, could be used similarly to the cloud.
Well, is that
The only
stage gear?
problem
Is that
I don't-
stage gear or is that like just home recording gear? Is it stage
No,
gear?
I won't go do an acoustic gig without this DI if I'm plugged in. Not at all. This is the best. It really helps. It's got a gain control down here.
Mhm.
So, you just use your ear to turn it up like you should do with everything else. And it's got a volume knob up on the top. So, and EQ and all this. This is like the cloud times 1,000. And the only thing is, the input is a 1/4-inch instrument input. So this wouldn't necessarily, I don't know if it would accomplish the same thing as a cloud. I'd have to try it. And in fact, I will. I'll plug my SM7 into this and see if it does what your cloud is doing. But this cost, I don't know when I bought this, it was like $300 or something.
They're like
back in the day.
150.
Right. And this is built for an acoustic DI or a bass DI or whatever, and it's got effects loop built in and all sorts of stuff. So if you bought a pitch transposer and you plugged your SM7 into this and used an octave pedal, you could get your happy birthday song going again.
Pew, pew, pew.
Well, I can't do that with that I can't do it with that 12 I'm getting.
Do you have effects built into that?
The MG12, yeah.
It's got an effects loop for sure.
No, his mixer that he's got.
Yeah, it has 24. It has like 24
Yeah?
different.
Well, then you should be fine because I have effects in my thing and I can get voices like that. I don't know. What's the model of your mixer that you order?
MG12 XU
12X
or UX.
UX
Yamaha.
MG12 Yamaha. Okay, here we go.
It has
Doug
like 24
said what I was
effects
thinking,
built into
that
it.
It's basically a preamp.
Yeah. I don't
Off
know.
channel.
Let me grab
Sound
this.
power.
See, I don't know.
Well, I should be getting that Monday. Jade's offered to help me hook it up and all that other stuff, man. But I mean, if y'all guys want to have a big old har fest on my account, we'll hook it up. And I'm making an ass out of myself hooking it up.
Well,
But yeah, we should be able to get it running pretty quick.
On the mixer,
Yeah.
the mix. Yeah, I'd plug it in, plug your mic into it, and run an XLR to your 4i4 and be done. You could do that in minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, you could do it right now and you wouldn't have any trouble. But the Cloud Lifter, I don't see it as anything more than this for a guitar. It's just a boost pedal, like a simple. Let me get the.
Getting a lot of glare.
Yeah.
There you
Yeah,
go.
that's what
There
it
you go.
sounded like to me.
Spark,
And
yeah.
I was kind of skeptical.
Yeah, it's just a volume knob.
Okay.
You know, so I've been really defiant about the lifter after getting my SM7 just because the recordings that I've done without using one and knowing the other recordings that are famous that use an SM7.
How much gain does your 18 have? Because this one here only has like what is it, 48 or 46 or something like that gain
I can't.
for it?
I honestly can't answer that question. It has a volume knob, and when I turn it up to where my voice sounds great in my headphones, I stop messing with it.
Well, when I did that without the Cloud Lifter on with this, it was like, you guys, I can't hear you. That's when you were telling me you can't hear me. And then when I went out and I got the Cloud Lifter, you said, Jeff, I still can't hear you. So then you said, crank it up. I said, you sure? Because it sounds like shit to me.
Game.
So then I just turn down the volume on your headphones, and that'll probably take care of it. But I don't. I guess it was only sounding that way because I sounded like shit to me because I had my headphones up too loud. But you guys are saying, no, it sounds good. It sounds good. It's even if it's yellow lining, you guys are saying, oh, that sounds good. And I said, it's not peaking. And you guys know it sounded like right now. If you look down here, it's turning yellow.
Yeah.
When I talk, if I'm this close to it, you can see it turning yellow. But you guys are saying I sound okay.
Let me let's go on the channel 4. And you guys aren't going to hear this, but I'm just looking at where I got it. This is on channel
I'm gonna
6.
say goodnight because it's like 3 in
So-
the morning here. I'm gonna go
3
get some
a.m.
sleep.
All
Day
right,
after
peace out,
Christmas.
You guys
Francis.
take it easy. Ciao.
Happy birthday, bro.
Peace,
Thanks,
son.
man.
Happy
Peace.
birthday, man.
Ciao, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And-
Bye.
Hey, amigos! See you Saturday at the replay at 10 p.m. Eastern.
You're having fun with that one, aren't you? All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night,
Peace,
man.
Steve.
Bye.
Take care, man. Later. Boom.
Yeah, and Hippie, with regard to the Cloud Lift, I'm talking into my SM7 right now, and I'm right on it. I mean, I'm literally, my mouth is touching the pad, and I'm seeing yellow on my 18i20 with the gain cranked, completely cranked.
You sound good.
Well, you're not hearing this.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But you
That's
sound
a-
good the way you are
Right. Well, that's my
right now.
cheap
Camera mic.
camera mic. Man,
So,
they work
yeah,
great.
we'll go. Yeah, but can you turn that on and see what you'd sound like booming like that
Yeah.
with the
Let me change
SM7?
my mic. Hang on.
It'd probably sound crystal clear.
It should. 3, 4,
Maybe a
5,
touch louder.
Hanging
Well,
on
it's
to
like right here. I'm talking into my mic. Do I sound like I'm boosting or rumbling at all?
Not
Well-
on my end. Sounds like you're kind of like right next to me.
Boom, 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 bing, bang, boom, 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 boom. But no, that's cool if it's not breaking up or scattering and stuff.
Shit. One. Now I'm talking right directly into my SM7 with no cloud lifter on it, and you should be hearing me through this.
Yeah, you sound all right. I mean,
Crystal
you sound
clear.
a little. You sound like you're. You sound like you're on a microphone. Is what you sound like.
Yeah, and if
But-
I move this thing away from us, I don't know. Now our proximity is kind of wrong. I suppose.
Yeah, I hear you.
Still crystal clear.
I'm what, probably
Still
20,
crystal
20,
clear.
30 inches away, maybe.
And that's we're
yeah.
18
What
inches
does this
away.
sound? What does this sound like? Because I'm
Sounds
like a
good.
foot away.
It
I'm
still
like a
sounds
foot away
good.
from
A little thinner than it did when you were on top of it, but it still sounds clear. I can hear you just fine, and I'm deaf, so.
So about
I'm
4
right there
inches
with
away.
you.
About 4 inches away is the sweet spot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the thicker foam thing on here too, man. Because I thought
Yeah,
the
I've
other
got
one was just.
I've got the.
I got the thin one on it, so I can spit right through it and get it on the,
Yeah.
Get it on the diaphragm.
right on the
And
Like WD-40 for your microphone.
WD-40 for the microphone.
And mine, the 18940, I'm plugged into channel 1, which has an instrument input boost, which boosts the input by I think 10 dB.
Yeah, it's 10
So
dB.
if I push that button while I'm talking, I just push that button. I don't know if I got louder or not.
Do they make an XLR cable to a guitar cable?
Yeah, but don't use it. I tried it. It's shit. I'm just gonna put that out there. I tried it. It sounded like garbage. Was not happy with it at all.
Fast.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Taking the 3-prong, plugging it into your interface, and then having a guitar jack come out the other end of it.
Yeah, I have one hanging
Yeah.
on my wall at home. I'll send you one if you want.
I tried that with my drum.
Which one did
Yeah.
you use and why didn't it work?
I don't remember the brand. It just didn't sound good. It was noisy, for lack of a better term. It didn't sound clean. I could always hear something going on, either in picking up with my voice. Yeah, there it is. That's exactly what I have at home.
Yeah.
And in fact, Jeff, here's
I
what
never
we
used
do.
it.
That's the mic. That's the mic end. That's
Right, they
that's a
make-
connection end.
They make a male end of this,
Yeah.
and they make a female end of this to an instrument end. The other version of this with the male end,
Which is
why would you need that?
I don't
Because when I go guitar cable, when I go 1/4 inch to 1/4 inch in, it wants to go in, and then when I push it in all the way, it doesn't want to work. Then I have to back it out just a little bit, like 1/8 of an inch, until I hear it set.
Oh, he's got. I wonder if he's
Set.
got a TRS cable.
No, it's just a regular 1/4 inch cable.
Because I have some stereo TRS cables which have an extra connection on them.
So you're using one of those, unfortunately, for that problem.
No, I'm
It's got
plugging my
two rings on it.
No, I'm plugging.
What he's looking
I'm-
at, he's looking at the ends of the jack there, and however much you have to push it in, and he's looking at the connection, that little black piece or those little tangs there. It's the connection whenever you're actually going inside the input jack. It needs to actually hit that in order to make the positive connection inside your actual guitar.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what he's talking about. He's talking about the different lengths and how far you need to push it in. And if you're talking about you need to pull it back a little bit, you're probably using whatever he's describing. And I honestly don't even know. Like I said,
I'm just
compare
using a
the
regular.
size of
I'm just
the jack.
using a regular 1/4 inch guitar cable. And when I was using, I did a download for like one of your Neural things, but it wasn't Neural. It was Aurora DSP, and it was the Rhino. It was the Rhino way huge or something bass something, but it was made for guitar. I bought that and plugged it in, and when I plugged my guitar into it and stuff like that, because I never used the extra jack or the instrument jack for on my Focusrite until then. But when I pushed it in all the way until it set all the way in, I got no sound. But then when I pulled it out, I finally got a connection, and it did that. But then it sounded all staticky and stuff.
From
So,
the
I don't know.
guitar, you were plugging the guitar into an interface or
To the 4i4?
a 4i4.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be any static or anything like that.
Yeah,
I
mine-
mean, you should have a solid connection.
This cable, this gold cable,
Yeah.
right here, this gold cable has been plugged into that SG directly into my 18i20 for every single song that's been played on your show.
Now, do
that
you
I've
push
ever-
it in or have to pull it back or not?
No. And I can
Well,
plug it into all 8 channels and it works. It's just a straight up guitar cable. So there could be something wrong. But you have more gear issues than anybody I've ever met, Jeff.
Except
I'm telling you.
maybe not than me. This computer has crashed Soundwave 4 times in the last year.
I'm only telling you what's happening, man. These are things that are
What's up,
happening.
Jack? Jack, how you
Now-
doing, brother?
Now, whether it's supposed to do that or not, or if they're supposed to sit in there correct or not, I don't know.
Mine never did. I just plugged mine in, and it's just a standard guitar cable.
works.
And they're cheapy Amazon ones, literally Amazon Basics.
Do
And I
you-
just plugged it into the 4i4, and that was it. I didn't pull it out. And
Spencer, do you plug directly into an audio interface recording your guitars?
Yes.
Now, see, no matter what I do, when I push this TRS cable in there, no matter what I do, when I push it all the way in, it wants to come out just a little bit.
Well,
So there's, you know what I'm saying?
I think you're just supposed to get good connection, and that's all you're supposed to worry about. I understand what you're trying to say, but I mean, as long as you're getting good connection, I mean.
And are you sure the guitar cable does it work? Does it do the same thing with every cable you ever used, or do you only have one?
I've
cable?
never used my interface for a guitar to play guitar through until I got that the other night, and I'm like, well, why in the hell isn't this working?
And you pull.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
Does your interface have a button on it for a guitar input versus a microphone input? Is there a little button on there that you can push?
no.
if he has the 4i4 like I do, the 3rd gen, it's in the software instead of having the button on the front. You have to
Oh,
look
that's
at the
weak.
software to change it.
Yeah, it's just
The button's so much easier. I wish my 4i4 had the button like the earlier.
yeah, where it had you push it in and then you push the button to release it.
Yeah.
That's not what this doesn't have that. And my little Tascam one that I had before had that where I could push it in straight down and do that. And so I don't know if I have either a defective jack in the Focusrite or what's going on, man. But you know, it's an issue that's really happening, and I'm trying to figure out if it's supposed to happen that way or not.
Yeah,
That's why I was asking about the XLR to quarter inch and doing it that way instead of the other way.
No, don't. That's unnecessary. And Mark
It's
Tanner
really
said it
not a
best.
problem.
It's just, use a guitar cable, plug from your guitar into the interface, and don't use anything different than the guitar cable that you would normally use to plug into your Black Star amplifier. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I did do.
I guess I'll just repeat
Marshall, I
myself.
don't know. Just take a jack and push it into your 18, one of your jacks, and see if it pulls out. See if you have to pull it out a little bit for it to seat.
I've been plugging this guitar cable into the same interface for 2 years, man, and
Does it seat all the way in and it doesn't back out at all?
Are you sure you don't have like a loose jack or?
I don't know if it's defective. I'm just telling you guys what it does.
No,
whether
no.
it's
I'm not saying defective. I'm saying like, do you have like a loose jack? Like whenever you push it in, like does
No.
it actually recede in a little bit or?
no, these are top quality jacks, bro. I mean, as far as if you're talking about this, nothing's loose on this. But
no,
as far as what
not the
what
actual
goes in-
cord. It's not the actual cord itself. I guess I should say the input on the actual amp.
Yeah, the input
Or-
is
the
the input
audio
is what
interface.
the input is.
Or yeah, on the audio
that would
interface.
be my one suspect thing would be that so now my gold cable is plugged in here, and then I'm just unplugged it. But this end is plugged into my second channel on my 18i20, and I've got the gain turned up to about noon, so I don't know how loud this is going to be, but.
Little gainy.
Yeah.
Sounds like a guitar though. Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, that's the exact same input I'm plugged into.
Yeah.
Okay, now when I plug into that one that's open with a 1/4-inch cable, it'd go all the way back, but it still wants to flop itself back out about 1/8 of an inch until it seats on the tip.
Show me the cable that you're using. Like, hold that thing up. I got to see that because I think you're using the wrong cable from your guitar. I got it. I mean,
I'm using a 1/4-inch
It
cable.
shouldn't
dude.
move. It shouldn't move at
Normal.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Is like it shouldn't move at all. None of my stuff is moving, even when I wiggle any of my equipment.
Yeah, she's putting it into the interface directly. So.
I
Yeah, I
can't
don't-
hear that. I don't have direct monitor. Yeah, that's a guitar cable.
Oh yeah, no, I hear you.
Huh.
Whittle,
me shut-
whittle.
Easy.
Yeah, we'll do
Yeah,
it
like I
this way,
said,
man.
Jeff, I think you have the worst trouble with gear, man. You
No
are
shit.
cursed, brother.
Me with computers and Jeff with
Man, I've had to deal with some bad gear problems, but yeah, you do have something else. It's like the 9th wonder of the world or the 8th wonder of the world, however many we're on now. It's just like, oh yeah, by the way, I also have this problem too. It's like, really?
Marshall and I were talking about it earlier. I've had 4 computer crashes that are sound related,
Right.
in a year and a half. 4.
Oh man, technology, like when it comes to computers and stuff, I'll let someone else deal with that. When it comes to like guitars and amps and whatnot, I'll deal with that stuff.
When I
will
win the
dive in
lottery,
there and
I'll
I
pay
will
him.
fix
I'll
it.
pay him $1,000 to
All
come
right,
and hook
Jeff.
my shit up. That's what I'll do.
Yeah.
And then it'll work because all Marshall stuff works.
Yeah.
We
It
use the
sounds
same-
good too.
He's got an 18i4 or an 18. What is 18i?
I-20.
I-20, and I have a 4i4. But the premise of the piece is exactly the same. He just has more inputs and outputs than I do. That's it. Otherwise,
Hey, and that is half the battle right now because I only really need a couple more inputs. But I mean, right now I'm just working with the 2i2, and then I have an Axe FX3 that I get my actual direct sound from with my guitars and everything. And then I use the Focusrite to record my like drums and everything. And it's just like, yeah, it works. I mean, is it the best? No, not really. But I mean, I don't really care. I'm just trying to get the point across. That's my thing.
Dude, I've
but that's
recorded
weird that it wants
tons
to
of
push
stuff
out or
with the
mess because
2i2.
I just plug my and I have the same 4i4 that Jeff does. I'm positive of that.
Oh, Focusrite is great. I mean,
But I plug my standard guitar cable into that jack, and it just sits there and play my guitar, and it comes through. Except when
yeah, I mean, that's what happens to me. But on mine, I think I have an earlier model or something because I have the buttons on front of mine to where I can
you
switch
have-
from
you
line
have
to
a
instrument.
Yeah, you have the 2nd gen, I have the 3rd, and that's the difference.
Yeah, it's just a straight up.
That's
But I wish mine had the button on the outside.
It's
It
just
makes
this normal.
I hate having to go into the software to change it from instrument to
Ah,
microphone.
let me.
Oh man, I hate softwares and I love buttons. I mean, if I
see
could
what it's
physically
doing?
touch it, it's
Yeah.
just like yes.
Isn't that
Yeah,
a-
Jeff. Let me recommend that you plug that into a different input. That thing has 4 inputs like that, correct?
That's weird.
Isn't that where the guitar goes? In the front?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes and no, but
There's multiple alternatives.
right, you can you should be able to plug that into all 4 inputs on that. They all should have that center
There's-
punch. But
There's 6 in the back. There's 2 mains, and then there's 4 alternatives for speakers. Is that what you're talking about?
here's what I would recommend you try, and maybe not right now because your microphone is plugged into channel 1, correct?
Yeah, I think I tried that already, bro. Where
And
I actually tried to put the guitar into the other one, and I think it does the same thing.
Well, did you check your routing to make sure that you were actually going through the line of what you were doing? Because I've made that mistake too, and I feel like a moron.
There's
every
only
time
2
I do it.
outputs. Nobody can. I mean, I'm not a.
No, I mean the thing is like whenever you're actually going through your interface, like whenever you're communicating with your computer, where it's actually getting its sound from.
No, that's
Like-
not. I'm talking about hardware issues, not software issues.
Buddy.
You know what I'm saying? This is a quarter. This is a jack, where the jack is like. I'll push this jack in all the way like that, and then then it's gonna pull out. I have to pull it out in order for this little rounded nipple here to catch on the area inside the interface where it has to stop to actually get a connection. But then I can push this back in another 1/4 inch. So it goes in and then it's like boom. It'll be in there loose unless you pull it out just a little bit, because it comes back on its own. It doesn't I don't pull it back. When I push it in, it drops back about another 1/8 inch till it stops wanting to come out. Till it rests on the edge of that tip
I
of the
think if you're getting
cord.
connection and if you're getting signal, don't worry about it.
Yeah, do what you got to do.
That's what I'm saying. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man.
You guys didn't hear me. You guys not hearing me, man.
Oh, I'm hearing you.
No, because it's never been used in a DAW situation. It's only been used in that one hardware situation, and that's where it caused an issue where it was static and stuff like that. I've never used my guitar plugged into the front of my interface into a DAW, pulling out sound from my PC or pushing sound through my PC with my guitar or my interface. Never did it.
Wow.
What I'm telling you that's going on with the jack is totally irrelevant to what you guys are saying, man. This is a hardware issue, not a software issue.
Right.
I'm trying to tell you.
You may have once again gotten a piece of gear that has a defect in it, and that input might be bad. I mean,
That's what I'm thinking.
Which
But if
could be true.
the only way to test it out is to find out if I can hook it up to a DAW and get it turned on and run
Yeah.
that way, just the way it is. But it's never been tested. That's why I can't tell you if what you guys are saying is right or wrong, because it's never been. I never tested it.
Okay.
I'm just telling you what's happening with the jack. That's all I'm telling you.
well, mine moves a little. I'm reaching over and I'm grabbing it. It moves a little, but it's. You can hear my guitar in the songs I've recorded, I think, pretty clearly. So, it
Yeah,
works.
if I run it through a DAW and my amplitude and stuff like that, and it works, I have no issue with it. But when I ran it through the other day, when I had that Rhino stuff hooked up, that the Aurora DSP stuff, it just boom sounded like it would. If I pushed it in all the way, it wanted to come back on its own by gravity. I push it in, gravity pulls it back about I don't know, less than an eighth, about a 1/8 basically. Boom, it drops back, and then it would just sit there. But it's not. I don't have no idea what it's doing. The actual 1/4 inch stem is not seating all the way in, is what I'm telling you. Whether that's normal or not, I don't know. What are you reading?
The chat.
That's sick the way that bounces between.
Yeah. Now, I'm not sure, but are you hearing that Archetype plugin that I'm running right now on my guitar?
No.
You can't. When I hit my guitar, it's just.
Yeah, I hear that now. Yeah.
I hear the guitar. Yeah.
Yeah, but then there's no effect on it. Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I couldn't do that.
See, when I ran it before Marshall with I ran it through. How was I running it? I think I was running. Oh no! Last time I did it with Marshall, I was running through my amp. My amp has a simulated cab out or something like that, or what's it called?
Cab IR.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I was running through that. I didn't use my interface, so I never knew if this was defective or not. But the only time I ever tried to use the front end of this to get sound out of my guitar was when I had that Rhino thing I downloaded, and I just realized that when I plugged it in, it wanted to pull itself back out for a little bit, and it's just not sitting in there. It's not seating correctly in there, so I don't know if I have a bad outlet or not until I try to run the whatever that is Ian had me download.
Okay, so if you haven't heard your guitar through it or used it for any practical application of the plugging your guitar into an audio interface at this point, I just say quit messing with it, because I can tell you that mine does move. My cable does move a little bit in my Focusrite, which has the exact same piece of hardware that yours does. And there's definitely some movement on it.
Yeah.
But
how far can you push it in before it comes back out? Pushing in as far as it can possibly go, and then see if it comes back any.
I think as long as the connection's good.
I'm not going to answer that question, Jeff.
Why?
You don't want to know the answer to that question.
Sorry.
It just goes in all the way. Sometimes she complains.
Yeah, mine goes all the way in too, but it also comes back an eighth of an inch.
Yeah.
When you push it all the way in, does it drop back out? That's the question.
No.
Does it come back at all, like maybe an eighth of an inch?
Come on. No, it just stops.
Mine does the same. I push it in, it stops, and I'm done. It doesn't push itself back out at all. That's different than mine acts physically for the connection. It just doesn't do that.
Shut up, Mark. Shut up, Doc.
You guys
and
are not
Hubs.
helping. Not helping.
You guys.
Yes.
Jeff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, Banzini. No, I think it's actually a defective product, man, because if yours isn't doing it and you have the same input, then it's obviously something going on with it.
Yeah, there could be something going on with yours, but I would say, Jeff, until you actually use until you like have it run into I mean, you should be able to, if you plug your guitar in right now to channel 2 on your interface, you can hear your voice in your headphones, right? Or no?
You mean just without it being connected to a guitar?
Yeah, but you can hear your voice in your headphones. Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
Okay. You should be able to plug your guitar into your cable into that. Just crank the gain all the way up and just tap the end of the cable. If you hear it in your headphones, it works.
Yeah, if you just hear a connection, like at all, like if you even hear like the string ringing through, that's good. I mean, you're halfway through. You're halfway there. Dynamite.
Sounds great. Clear as a bell.
Listen. That was all the way in.
That's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah, don't. Okay, so my question would be,
I was telling you about.
right? Well, my question would be: are you going to stand there and hold it in like that while you're playing guitar, or are you going to play guitar and leave it where it is right now, where it sounds great, Jeff? That that's like.
What I'm asking you, Marshall, is that normal? Yeah, obviously the question is no, but what I'm asking you, is that normal?
Let me. Okay, so here's mine, and I'm pushing it in all the way. Did it go away? And there you go, all the way in, and then I let go of it. I don't know.
Pushing as far as he can go.
That's as deep as I could go, man.
Oh, he's going
That's
in.
all I got.
That's the play in the cable inside the knob.
He is raw dogging that input right there. I mean, holy crap.
Yeah, sounds good though. I just run with it.
Is mine? Because I don't have mine direct monitoring, so I can't hear my guitar in my headphones at all. I can't even hear my voice through this. You guys are hearing it, but I can't. So does mine cut out when I push on my cable? Are you hearing any clicking? Anything?
Not on yours, no.
Okay. Well, mine's better than yours.
Probably.
Jeff,
Do what?
Look at you. A watcher on your cable can stop it slipping out.
Doing what?
Oh my
washer. Nice.
We're in middle school right now.
Oh my God.
Comments are great.
Mark, yeah. Jeff, yours needs to be bigger. That's all there. Yeah, but Jeff,
why would a jack be designed like that if it's not meant to be that way?
Right there. Leave the jack right there.
It's
Leave the
also
jack
designed
right there.
to-
Just play. Play
It's
the
also
guitar.
designed
There you
to-
go. There you go. Just play. Listen to my voice and just play.
again, if you're playing guitar, are you going to be pushing on your quarter-inch?
That's not the point, Marshall. And the question is obviously
the
no.
problem?
What I'm asking is, what is the problem with the jack? And if yours doesn't do it,
Well,
why does mine do it? Is it a
because
design flaw?
It's technically it's a TRS cable, and when you push it in, you're losing the contact of the tip rings that you have on your, let's call it a dick. At the tip of your dick, you have a tip, and then you got a ring, and then you got the shaft, right? And it's not meant to be pushed in that far. But now that you're sitting there playing without pushing your dick in further, it sounds clear as well.
That's good. Sounds fantastic.
Sounds dynamite.
No crackly, nothing.
Man,
See, now that's the first time I've actually used the jack for the guitar.
Wow.
Dynamite.
First time for everything. Yeah. Virgin killer. Yeah.
Pushed in too far, it's down.
Now, is that breakup coming because of my headphones and because it's too loud, or
You
is
should
it
probably
because
have
of
the
the?
gain.
That's
you should
probably just the gain.
Yeah, turn the gain all the way off. Just turn it down to nothing. You don't need any gain on
That sounds great. It has made no difference in the guitar at this point.
it. I'm getting band hammered by it. Oh, yeah.
I can't, dude. The chat is hilarious. man.
Chat is the shit, right?
I can't, dude.
The chat is in the show right now. It's the show right now.
Are you guys making jokes on my hammer?
No.
Hey, I already talked about my hammer, ain't you?
It all has to do with
It's a small hammer, but it drives a big nail.
oh my god.
Yeah,
A
Jeff,
good
I think,
carpenter.
I think a few hours
can't
with
use
you,
that.
and we could get that mixing board working just perfectly.
Amazing.
Well, I hope it takes less than a couple hours, man.
I have to be
But
on
you
my
can hear
phone.
the guitar sounds fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds great. It's clear, no scatting.
Let's see if we can jam.
Oh, dude. Yes.
I don't know any tunes, bro, to jam to.
Oh, I just seen a latency jam yesterday. I think this is totally possible.
See, this is just
A minor.
okay. So I don't know what a G minor is.
Okay. A minor than G.
Well, what am I hitting?
Perfect. There's no way we can.
You're right. I can't hear a guitar, so you don't know. That's a weird thing. Hear your partner's guitar. Maybe sometimes.
Lay it down.
Homie is not in tune.
No distortion.
Everything's a little sharp.
Hey, Jeff,
See,
I just pulled mine out.
You did?
Yeah.
You beat me to it.
No lube or any lube or what? No lube or what?
The pull-out game is strong.
Oh my More major key.
How much fucking traction can a cable get, man?
All those sexual connotations that came after the fact that just nope, can't take us in. I'm just an innocent bystander, self-standard. What you call it, a bystander? That sounds scary. I better be careful with that word. Guitar sounds Hello, Fred. Yes, Fred, you are the greatest cat ever. Hey, Gary, you spelled soda wrong.
Yeah, see, I didn't. So what's the what's it actually picking up, man? Is there like some actual?
It's picking up the pickups.
Okay.
Like,
So
are
there
you
is a
talking
current-
about the? Are you talking
there is
about
a
like the
current
actual
going through it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, see, I didn't think it could be amplified until it went into a DAW and then looped itself back. I didn't think I could do that straight with the interface.
Oh yeah,
But
you can. Like right now, if I were to get a chord, I'm pretty sure I could plug in and play the guitar that's sitting right next to me if I really wanted to. I mean, I don't know if I'd be able to get distortion or whatnot, but I mean,
yeah, I
that's
can't
not
get
really what I'm
distortion
looking
because I'm
for.
not hooked up to a DAW or a.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's just a dry
amplitude.
signal coming right off the guitar.
but you got the head rush thing or the MX5 or whatever, right? So you could probably be able to do that regardless, I would imagine.
I'm thinking
Like you
seriously
could literally, yeah,
saving
if you
it for
have a
that.
couple extra chords right now, you could literally plug your MX5 in right now and get your tones from your
Out of the
MX5.
back into that.
Yeah,
into
that's
the
what I'm
Scarlett.
thinking.
I think you're probably right. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, anyways. But I don't know the chords and connections of the MX5 at all. I don't know if it's just as simple as literally getting a quarter inch to a quarter inch in your audio interface or not. I would hope it's that simple, but I'm not
it's
entirely
just
sure.
Yeah, it works just like any other pedal board. It's pretty cool. That's probably going to be a purchase for me down the road.
I want to try one of those things. They look really cool, and it's just like you're telling me I could take an even smaller unit. I don't even need to take my rack unit anymore. I mean, to be honest, it's not like the rack unit's very heavy, but it's just like, dude, the thing is like,
Yeah, it's that big, right? Yeah, exactly.
yeah, it's just like you're telling me that's all I need to do. I could put that in my pocket. I mean,
Yeah, it's like a phablet. You know, it's about the size of it, and the
Yeah,
screen.
and
I've seen
I mean,
Francis playing with his. The screen's perfectly clear. It's awesome.
Oh,
May
yeah,
not be
no.
as big as the one on the head brush, but
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
paid
I-
that thing off today, man. So it's.
yeah, I don't think it
100%
matters if you can alternate between like a 5150 and like a Fender. Like you got it in the bag right there, man. Like you really don't need anything more than that, dude. I mean,
just changed your entire amp setup, and not just your amp, but your presets, everything. It just
yeah, I wish I had that when I was growing up. I mean, I had a Crate GTX when I was growing up, and those things are crappy, man. I mean, you only get like what 2 selections? You get tone and shape. That is it.
That's it. Uh-oh. Marshall's about to get jiggy with it here. It's
He's
all
about to get
fused and-
freaky.
Marshall,
Yeah.
what can you do after this?
He hasn't got his headphones on yet. Hang on.
I dropped my 880s. Oh, these are seven.
I love Marshall's
I think I
guitars.
got
I love the beat up guitars, man. I think they're sweet.
Do they need a boost? Do those need
yeah.
a boost?
Oh yeah.
Do your headphones need a boost
No,
or a
Not
preamp
at
or
all.
whatever to run them?
no.
Do the 880s?
880s could use one. And I have a headphone amp here that I use. This.
Yeah, it's pretty
Run
nice.
4
too.
sets of headphones off of that.
I can hear that. When you out of ammo.
Yeah, and the way I have my my audio device hooked up, I don't hear my voice or my guitar through my headphones. I don't have direct monitoring going on, but right now I'm running through my Hughes and Kettner amp, and I can hear my guitar acoustically in the room, but I can't hear it in my headphones.
I hear you loud and clear, Marshall.
How comes I can but you can't? I mean, what am I doing?
It's the way my routing in my system is set up. I don't have direct monitoring out of my thing, and I honestly I don't know if I can make it so that I can hear it, and I don't want to sit here and mess with that for a while. I'm using a purple pick, which is the perfect string action for a mandolin. Truth be known.
Is that coming across, Spencer?
5x5, baby.
Sweet. How loud is it?
Pretty decent, actually. I mean, it's not clipping unless you start really digging in. That's when it starts clipping.
Yeah, turn the gain off on your guitar. Just turn it all the way down, Jeff. You do not need to use any gain on it. You can, but it's just turn the gain knob all the way down.
What do you mean, the volume knob?
No, the gain knob on the channel that your guitar is plugged into. Or the volume knob. It's called gain, but turn the volume knob down.
It's the same function, basically.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Turn it all the way off?
Yep. Turn it down.
You can still hear that, or is that acoustic?
I can hear you acoustically, yes.
Okay. That's interesting.
Yeah, I think his microphone could pick that up.
Yeah, that's my mic. Right now, I have the volume on this turned all the way down. Now I'm going to go up to 12 o'clock.
There you go.
5x5, baby. Now Marshall, I can't hear. I can only hear him acoustically, but like he was saying, he can't direct monitor or anything like that, so it makes sense.
You're not hearing that at all?
I can hear it acoustically, not through any software or anything. Yes.
Really?
Now
I hear some I hear feedback now of something. I don't know what that is.
You're not hearing that guitar. Okay. That's
Nope,
interesting.
It's static.
Yeah,
So
that's I heard feedback of some sort of or some static or something like that, but that's all I heard.
Wow. Talk about yeah.
Is there a different input you could try?
No. Yeah.
Come on, man. Shove it into a different input, man.
Put it in there.
Deeper. It's got to go deep, man, or you ain't going to get enough penetration, bro.
That's a trip. I'm shocked.
Mama didn't raise no quitter.
I'm shocked. That's weird that you guys can't hear this, because it's StreamYard. I'm almost certain.
Yeah, I could hear you acoustically, but I cannot hear you. Like if you're playing through distortion or any sort of
Well, I could
amp
hear
software,
we could hear
I cannot
Francis,
hear you.
but we can't hear you. So I don't know what's going on with his setup compared to the way you got your setup.
Okay, let me look if I can change my sound card. That should be.
I think he's impotent. Can't get his connection right.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. All right.
That sounds like feedback. Everything all good?
See, I ain't the only one having problems with my equipment.
Well, your equipment's just broken. He's just having routing problems. That's the problem.
Yeah. Look at him. He's just like, fuck you, Jeff. Fuck you, Jeff. Oh, man.
Man,
Connor's a bit.
I just pushed my stuff in and out like 12 times really fast, man. It got loud and they got quiet and it's screaming and yelling. And...
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, this won't. It won't allow my guitar to be plugged into this StreamYard. It's automatic mic leveling shit stuff things.
I have the same problem
See?
with Dave, actually. He can't hear my electric through StreamYard. So that's why I was using my acoustic for my lessons. So yeah. It's exactly the same deal. It's got to be StreamYard.
So what? So how is Francis coming across then? What's the difference of his connection? Why
he is running an amp in front of his audio interface, and he may be doing something with the amp or the audio volume leveling in StreamYard. And I'm not running through OBS to be able to broadcast my DAW to you, at which point I could certainly do this, but I've tried that with your StreamYard broadcast before, and it's nothing but a sound problem. But I can use SessionWire, I can use Zoom, and have my guitar students and my clients hear my guitar as if it was the recording that I did on a YouTube video. So there's something going on here that I don't fully understand, and I don't use StreamYard aside from when I do a meeting with you or Mark and Tim and those guys, and we talk about sidechain compression.
Nice and geeky stuff. Do you guys talk about putting cords inside of input jacks at all, or just the length of how much you put it in?
That thing, man. Mark and I argue about that constantly,
Whose input goes in deeper? That's always.
You ever just have that problem when it just slides out just a little bit?
Yeah. I'm not sure how I could get a good guitar sound into this StreamYard thing. And also, I think I watched a live stream on StreamYard last night with who was it?
Now, could you do it if you were the broadcaster?
Yeah.
Could you get your, like I'm doing it like right now, I'm the broadcaster, so
and that's that's kind of puzzling. Oh.
Have you tried to play through StreamYards while you were broadcasting?
I think he just found this simple fix.
Plug your guitar in, dumb.
Yeah. I've had that problem sometimes too. I'm blonde, so I mean, I get people rip on me all the time. That's not fun. That's fun.
Hippie for the win. That's payback, bitch. That's payback.
I pulled the amateur hour. Boom. Yeah,
I'm just trying to make you feel better.
Right? I'm looking out for you, hippie.
I feel so rectified.
He didn't tell me.
Right.
God. Okay.
That was.
It's just what happens when you get that age, man. I mean, you just.
I plugged it in and unplugged it so many times, I just forgot.
Nothing was happening.
What could you do?
Zach's lost.
What could you? He's totally gone.
Hubs! Hey, Hubs! I got that for you, brother.
Oh, butt jokes.
Ed B's tripping out tough, man. He's just like, holy shit.
Butt joke.
Mark like that one rectified.
It's problem solved. Oh my god.
That was awesome.
Sounds
That was
like
a classic.
really
That was a classic touche, man.
Oh man, that was epic.
Sounds like a really lame superhero. Like, oh hey, here comes Rectified, dude. Here he is.
Rectified.
What's up, dude? I'm here to rectify your problems, bro. Here to clean out all your problems. You got plumbing problems? Rectified.
Tool rectified.
Dual rectified.
You got butt problems? I can't help you there. I mean, I'm the dude that helps you out with rectify stuff. I mean,
That's just too awesome.
Wow.
Woo.
No, everything.
Is your guitar too dry?
Yeah, is this?
It's rectified.
Yeah, is that too heavy?
Oh, it's rectified.
Turn the gain all the way up. Wait, let's boost it. Here we go. Now louder. Right. StreamYard just exploded.
Yeah. That sound good, man.
I learned from AC/DC rock and roll is not noise pollution.
Nah. Oh, dude, those guys.
Yeah. Somebody just asked that question.
Yeah.
I didn't see who it was. So.
Yeah, and I'm a plumber. I'm a journeyman plumber in 5 states.
Right. Justin Ma, is that direct?
Yeah, Justin. Yeah, this is the Strat into the using Kenner, direct into the channel 2.
No mic involved.
Oh, whoa, that's just straight direct in there? I thought you were using software.
No.
Oh, wow, that sounds dynamite.
Tubes.
That's why he was bragging about it earlier, because it's badass.
Yeah, I mean, full-on bragging rights, dude. No problem. Oh, yeah. Little bit loud, but dynamite.
Hey, Billy, what's up, bro? Justin, what's up, man?
You telling me to
Jack
turn my
Flash.
guitar down, Spencer?
A little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
A little bit. I'm telling you to pull out just a little bit, man. Give me.
There's some things I just can't leave alone.
Oh no, I'm gonna bring that up forever. That's the greatest thing. Like anyone who has ever brought that up during band practice is just like, all right, dude.
Yeah.
This is perfect opportunity. This is golden opportunity for jokes right now. I mean, like, dude, if you don't rip on it, I mean, like, come on, man.
Agreed.
And what's sad is here I am with this guitar plugged in, and I can't even hear it like through my headphones because of the routing that I have in my.
There's no guitar in here.
I'd have to.
Yeah, you're coming through perfectly fine. It's just coming in a little bit loud, and it's kind of
Yeah,
a little bit.
Yeah, that was, and it's probably a whole.
Now you ain't got any sound right now.
Nothing. Yeah. Done? Really? This is interesting, and this is a
What happened, dude?
just
Did you get rectified?
I don't know, and I'm not afraid to say it. That shit's still. Oh, that's.
Too many sexual innuendos.
Why do I
Yep.
Now you're rocking.
Yep.
What are you using to get your tone, man?
He's using a amp right now. It's a Hughes and Kettner.
Oh, is that?
Yeah, he's literally just going. He's plugging straight into it right now.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah, DI output, awesome, especially on amplifiers.
My guitar, I think. No, I should.
See now, I had that same problem with Ian when we were on here. I was using Amplitude. I could hear my guitar play in distorted tones, but it came over clean to him.
Yeah,
He
it's
couldn't
good
hear
for-
my distorted tone. Why was that?
Because you're using a software. You're using software inside your computer that isn't sending that signal to StreamYard. You're just sending your dry guitar plug straight into the audio interface in StreamYard. What I've done and what Francis does to get distorted guitars and stuff is he plugs into an amplifier. He's got the Head Rush. I think both of you guys own that. If you plug, did you get a Head Rush?
Yeah, MX5, the MX5. Yeah.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I could plug my Boss Katana in right now
There
if
you
I
go.
really wanted to, because I have a
Right.
direct output on that thing as well.
Couldn't
I
he
mean,
go
just
into that with his guitar and then straight out into
Yeah.
the.
Yeah.
You can-
I mean,
Done.
Yeah, because all I'm doing is running into an amp and DIing it into my interface. And
yeah,
it,
I mean, it
took a
kinda
couple
sucks.
minutes to do, but
Well, once you found the end of the
We're not going to talk about that.
Right? Yeah. Leave that.
It's gonna be a.
And I have no effects or anything. I don't have a pedal board or anything going.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not much of an effects guy myself. I don't really use that much modulation or anything like that. I mean, that's just me. I mean, I don't care if people do. It's just, that's not me.
Yeah. And
but Jeff has an MX5. I mean, I don't see why you don't just plug that in right now. I mean, I think it would
Well, I
work.
could, but I don't have all the cables and shit, and the plugs not plugged in. and stuff.
That's half your battle. I mean, if you get the cables, it should work perfectly fine.
No, I have the cables and the plugs. I just don't have it. Everything's just all wrapped up and
Yeah.
not ready to play. I was cleaning up my area today because I'm getting ready to install these on my speakers, the TRS on my speakers, into my interface, and then I ordered some new TRS cables for the back of this. If they work fine, even if they're redundant, I still have them. But if that works, what you guys are talking about, to where you guys can hear everything, including like reverb and distortion and stuff, that would work.
yeah, 100%.
Sweet.
Yeah,
then once I get my mixer, how does all that go together, and what can I do with my mixer? Can everything go into my mixer and then out, and then I'll have more control over everything just with the mixer?
All the mixer is basically like a glorified plug-in unit. Like you could just plug in literally just everything, and it just routes it all to one area, basically. I mean,
ultimately, what any distortion that I have on my guitar is what your head rush would do if you ran through your head rush exactly where you're plugged into your interface right now. Only everybody would hear the glorious, heavy. What I've done to be able to monitor myself is I'm running Archetype Gojira in my computer, which is coming to my headphones. My guitar amp is not, because that's being sent to StreamYard. So you get my amp dry. With whatever. And if I change the channel, this is the distortion channel, right? This is the clean channel, which might be a bit louder or whatever, but it should be somewhat cleaner.
no sound coming through on my end.
Okay. Yeah, it's just because I'm turned off. Yeah.
Yep.
But I like this better. A little bit of grit.
That's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
I need to put my glasses on. Yeah. Yeah, and Preston's using the 12-channel mixer as a USB audio interface, Jeff. And I think your that mixer that you got, as I recall, has an output, a USB output, correct?
The 12 that I'm getting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Has the big D-shaped in the back for the plug-in. You know what I mean?
USB 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, USB 2.
So, Mark, you're using a mixer also.
Yeah, he has the 10, I think. The
MX5.
The MX5 is this little device here.
Yeah, I agree.
Head rush.
Mark.
And the
That's pretty much the next important piece of gear I need to get is an actual good mixer. or probably a bass if I don't get my bass back from my bass player, because I don't know when the hell I'm getting that thing back. I mean, to be fair, it was just a cheap glary bass, but it's just like that was the only bass I had, dude.
I brought my glary over.
Oh, let me play. Can I?
Hey man, like if you actually know how to do guitar setups and whatnot, and if you actually set that thing up perfect, I mean, dude, they're rip roaring instruments, man.
That's why it's here.
All right, so here we go. I'm gonna put this thing away for a second.
He's not getting the glary.
Those Glaries are what, like $120 basses?
Something like that.
Yeah. I can't remember exactly how much, but
I
they're
think
good
Lewis
for money.
Lewis
I mean,
tried a guitar out and a bass out.
They're not stupid.
yeah, but I mean, you got to remember that you're getting what you pay for. I mean, you got to put in a little bit of extra work in order to actually get a good quality instrument.
Well, you're pretty good at tearing them down and fixing them back up, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, here in Juneau, that's like my second job actually, is literally just setting up other people's guitars. And then I got custom order, like I just painted a Army Green Strat actually. I mean, it's in satin green right now. And then
Have
I
you
got a
heard
couple of my other projects. And
Have you heard of George Gress?
This thing got a little cold.
no, I haven't.
Look him up. Are you at your PC?
Yes, I am.
Look up George Gress. Gress.
That's the dude who builds here in town.
Yeah,
yeah,
He's right there in your neighborhood, man.
Yeah, he's a cool guy, actually.
Yeah, he was like I was like his third sub, man. I was sub to
No,
his
dude,
channel.
I actually buy wood from because he's got a cabinet shop, and that's
Yeah,
where
he
I
builds
first got.
guitars.
Yeah, and that's where I got like one of my first jobs was a cabinet shop. That's how I learned all this stuff on like how to use the power tool. Ooh,
That's nice. It looks pretty.
That's
not
That's not a glary. Oh no, that's
No, this is not my glary. This is my.
I was about to say, damn, that's a nice glary.
Oh,
It's a legit
Get
strap.
rid of
What,
that.
what was that? There's nothing I didn't see anything on.
that was the. So I haven't played this guitar, but I picked it up and the string action is really high on this, so I'm gonna hook him up. We'll set this thing up. I haven't tried this, but.
Yeah, it sounds good.
Oh, is that Falco's guitar? Sweet.
Man, this thing is.
Man, just sustained for days. It sounds like.
Wow.
Yeah, it's nice, huh?
Wow.
I mean,
Marshall, what do you usually set your string height at for the fat and the low E?
17th fret on a Fender, it's 5/64 or 4/64 if it'll handle it, and on the low E. What kind of guitar?
This is PRS 245.
Well, that's got a PRS gauge neck. I think they do 4/64 at the 12th fret. Is what they like, which is nice.
Yeah.
That's pretty smoking action. You can usually get away with a little bit lower action than that on a PRS. Those necks are so good. Those guys build. That's the real deal.
Yeah.
The SE.
I'm probably about 2 millimeters off at the 12th fret. So I'm like 2 and 1.5 millimeter on the.
that's pretty close.
Yeah.
I don't know what that exact conversion is in my head because I don't math, but that's pretty close.
Yeah.
I'm 2 millimeter up here on the top, the heavy string, and I'm like 1.5 to 1.7 on the low E or the high E.
Ah. That's pretty respectable, man. And therein lies the mojo of setting up dudes' guitars, is that, you know, if you can get away with a little bit lower, but they don't want it that low, you know, if you can get away with it, it doesn't always make it right. So I have to kind of be careful about getting crazy with too low of action. I know that sounds weird to say, but I've had a PRS come back to me because a guy said I set it up with the action too low, and it had 0 fret buzz. And you breathe on that string, it would fret a note at the 17th fret.
It was just his preference.
Yeah.
Preferred that feeling of a little bit off.
There's specs. Yeah, there's definitely specs. Lower until it buzzes. Yep. Doc, you are absolutely right on that one. This Strat that, you know, playing it, the high E and B and G are higher than I would like, and what I think it should be, but that's just turning screws. Oh, I can see why. Okay.
Oh, really? Is it something really stupid?
Yeah. It's interesting.
And those are still fairly new strings too, so
yeah.
That should make them sharp.
Yeah, this thing needs an intonation setup too. Snark's not a real accurate intonation check, but it's showing.
I kind of like a little bit of a high action myself, because
What do you think about these PRS wraparound bridges that are already pre-intonated, man? All you got to do is pull in or pull back on the.
I think those are actually kind of cool. I mean,
yeah, because you don't have to worry about any sliding parts. Anything you have to do is make sure you have whatever the bridge is this way. You know, you have to make sure you tweak it just right to get on. But I've never had to intonate this guitar, and it rings out pretty much true, except every once in a while on the B string it'll ring a little sharp, but then the E string is perfect on the 12th fret. So I'm just like, what the?
Yeah. There's a lot of issues.
There's a lot of intricacies in guitar. Like, it literally, like, you could just be pressing down on the string just a micro, like, hair too much.
Now, on my Glary, Strat style Glary, it's so high on that one that it actually pulls, it's out of tune by the time you fret the note.
Yeah.
It's out of tune. It just needs to be set up properly. It's not.
When I had my Glary, I thought it was like a steel, like lap steel guitar, because the action was like that far off the fretboard. I was like, all right, dude, what's going on here?
Bust out the slide.
Yeah, it's like, why does every otother YouTuber get like a decent guitar, and why is mine like a lap steel guitar? This is bullshit.
Man, this Strat, I mean, it feels, he just got this thing.
Yeah.
And it's
it sounds like a rip-roaring instrument right there.
It's a US made Strat.
It's an 09 Deluxe.
What
That's
is
what
it?
it started life as. It's an 09 Deluxe.
It's an 09 Deluxe. And
Is it
so
is it an 09 or is it a reissue 09?
No, it's an 09. It's an 09. Serial number checks out. It's legit.
This thing.
Man, I wish I could make it sound
set up.
someday, right?
Yeah, let's get it. This thing should.
Well, glue that back in, and I'll buy another set of strings.
And the nut.
Strings on instead of screwing with that.
What kind of nut does it have on it?
Bone.
Sweet.
It's bone, but it's also loose. So, which is tripping me out on a Strat. These things are like, if you've ever had to pull a nut out of a Strat like this, man, you got to cut them to get them out of there. And
Can't just
this
knock
thing,
them out.
like-
They start. It starts pulling.
No, they're
stuff
in
out.
there.
Yeah, they're stuck usually.
They're
It just whatever the glue failed, and maybe it was a loose fit to begin with. I don't know. This is all new. Like I said, that's kind of why it's. Well, I didn't bring that for him to set it up, but apparently that's what's going to happen. I just brought it to show it to him.
This
but
thing,
apparently,
I mean,
I fell in love with it.
I don't know how I can't get this in the camera right, but you look at the string action on that height. You know, I might look great on camera, but I don't know if anybody else thinks that looks a little high.
That looks a little high to me.
The 12th fret is right here, so
Yeah, turn it toward you. Yeah, right there. That looks pretty good to me, man. I mean, it could. I mean, it's a little.
That
Looks a
doesn't
little
look
high.
so bad, but
yeah, but playing it, I mean, compared to my Strat, okay, so this is this one. There's the 12th fret, right there's the 12th fret, right? So we got that kind of action.
Yeah, that looks
And
like
then-
2 millimeter on that side, and it should be like 1.5 to 1.6, right?
Here's mine. At 12. I mean,
Yeah,
you
yours
can't
looks
see the
a-
difference there. You're blind.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can.
right away. Wow, that's crazy.
And both these guitars have similar frets on them, big fat frets, so which is cool.
Do they make Graphtec nuts for Strats and stuff, or
Oh,
is
yeah.
that just bone?
I
and
bought one
stuff?
for the
they should
Clarion.
make them for all sorts of models of guitars.
Everything.
I can get one for. They make
It's just the string action's a little high. Yeah. You are absolutely right.
What'd he say?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, given that I've set up, I don't even know how many Stratocasters, and if this one was brought into me, I would definitely talk to the owner about lowering the string action, and with this one, definitely the truss rod needs a turn. Also, the neck is it's got too much relief. It's got too much neck relief. I mean, I'm only saying that because I haven't measured a thing, but in checking it where the guitar meets the body, that's twice what the neck relief would be on a guitar that I would set up. And I've only done this, 400 times on a Stratocaster at least. So, I know that I could make this guitar for a player be a much more, you could play it. It would be an easier guitar to play.
That was me.
Yeah.
That was me being a
There's-
dumbass.
Don't
Well, at
touch
least
it
you
to your
plugged
tongue.
it in. At least you stuck it in.
I stuck it in all the way.
This thing's like.
I bought a little glass one, but it's too fucking small on
Right.
the inside for my finger, so I can't use it right. So
Nice. Did you hook up the katana?
No, I did not. Sadly, I need a fucking mic stand. This is dumb.
Yeah.
what is that?
Right.
This is a guitar I built actually. I
No
carved
way,
this
dude,
all
that's-
out, and I built the neck and everything. And
Nice job.
Is that like a Lynch body or a
no,
mock
it's
Lynch body?
Yeah, it's a mock Lynch body. I'm a huge George Lynch fan. I mean, that dude pretty much like revolutionized like I honestly was not interested in guitar like at all. Like I was listening to like Disturbed and Lamb of God and whatnot, and I knew like guitar solos were like there and whatnot, but like that dude somehow was just like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Holy crap, who is this guy?
Wow.
I mean, like, and then that's kind of when I learned about like all these 80s shredders and whatnot. Like, dude, like Chris Holmes and all these other guys. It's just like, dude, it just opened a whole new world, and I was like, where have I been?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you played it a little bit. That's cool.
Dude.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is definitely way better than the first guitar that I ever got, a Gibson Sonics. That thing is a piece of crap.
I like the Gibson Sonics, huh?
No, I do not.
I've never
I mean,
played
like I
one.
said, it actually sounds really good, but the playability is just so awful. I mean, you cannot play that thing. I mean, getting through a song is just so bad. Oh,
Man,
what do
your
you got
lady
there?
sucks.
That would be George Lynch's autograph.
Oh no.
See?
Uh-huh.
Oh, there you go. Now you
Oh
can
yeah.
actually
Oh yeah, look at that.
Who else
Yeah,
you got on there?
Oh, it
Doug
looks like
Pennick
Jeff.
and the drummer from Korn,
Ray. What's his name?
Ray Lazario. Or
Ray,
I
what's
can't.
his name? Nobody
Yeah, I
ever
can't.
remembers
I
his
can't pronounce that last name. Are you kidding me?
Yep. I love this band, man. Doug Pennick and
dude.
Jeff, George Lynch in the same band.
KXM.
Dude,
KXM rips, dude.
What a dream come true, man.
Oh, holy crap! And when they did End Machine or whatever, oh man, they had Jeff Pilson, Mick Brown, and all those guys. Just like, oh yes, dude. But yeah, I'm just into all those 80s heavy metal bands. I mean, I kind of kept up with all those guys, like Accept. I'm a really big fan of Accept and Michael Schenker and all those guys. It's just like, dude, I mean,
Lynch is such a cool dude, and he's just such a amazing.
he looks like such a laid back guy. It's just like,
Right.
oh yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, I think I shared that autograph with Mark the other night. We were having a meeting, and it's like, I got his autograph, mofo.
Yeah, that's definitely a good one up right there. That's definitely a really good one right there.
Yeah.
Did you see them live, or did you just go to a signing or something like that?
No, they offered this for sale with autographs on it, and I bought it from their website, and they signed it. There's a lot of people that have this. Probably, I don't know, but
Yeah, but how many people will keep them in good shape? And
right. Oh, and I haven't.
appreciate them?
I bought the music off of their digital download, so the CD is still in the wrapper. If you got $100, I might be willing to sell it.
Oh yeah.
Remember these?
Hey, I still buy CDs, man. I mean, as weird as it sounds, like, I mean, my car still accepts CDs, so I'm gonna buy CDs till like CDs are absolutely done and they're just like non-existent. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the whole streaming thing because I don't have a smartphone, so I can't just Bluetooth to things and whatever. It's just Alaskan things, man. Like if I have a smartphone here in Alaska, it would probably last a total of 2 days, especially with the jobs that I do. It's just like, no, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah. Just leave it in your car while you're working and stuff. It's the only way to take care of it.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I do. But then there's just people. It's like, why don't you answer your phone? It's like, because people like you. I mean, I don't want to, because I don't want to answer my phone, especially for like that.
I don't answer my phone either. I wait till it goes dead, and then I look to see who called me. And if it's somebody I need to call back, I'll call them back.
I don't mind texting, but if somebody, like, say a friend in town calls me and says, "Hey, how you doing? How's things been going?" Fuck you. Get in your car and come over here and talk to me. Don't call me on the fucking phone. I spent 30 years of my life on the phone every day for 8 hours a day. I don't want to talk to you on the phone. I want to see you and hang out, but not on the phone.
Yeah, I kind of like it here because to the point where no one in Alaska really texts each other. Like, we call each other and our phone calls are probably like a minute.
Right. Hey,
Like,
you
they
there?
do-
Yeah, I'm there. You gonna be there? Okay, I'll be over in a bit or whatever.
Yeah, they do. They do not extend longer than a minute. If it's like a minute and a half, like, do not explain to me your entire life story. I do not want to hear that. I mean, it's not like I'm trying to be rude. It's just like there are just some people that do not get the point across super quickly, and it's like, all right, dude, we could have got this conversation done in probably 30 seconds, but you have extended this to about 5 minutes.
And that's too
Good
long.
job. You have accomplished something that
yeah.
most normal people don't do.
Well, it's like too, man. When you get that locked up syndrome and shit, you're all locked up all winter and stuff, and then as soon as you see a real human being, it's like you just don't want to stop talking, man. It's like,
yeah,
you do, man. Some people do that, man. Me, I don't do it. I'm just kind of like move away from you and just keep walking.
I am just a recluse. I don't care if anyone talks to me, and I kind of like my job because no one talks to me anyways.
I'm the same
and it's
way,
not,
bro.
And it's not like I hate people. It's just like, dude, I'm the worst when
Oh,
it
I
comes
do.
to
like them
I'll
better
hit
when
them.
they're not around.
I got you back.
I'm
I'll
the
hit
worst.
them.
Yeah, I'm the absolute worst when it comes to small talk, and it's like, oh, so how was your day? I'm here at work.
Yeah.
Oh, anything to add to that? No. It's just like dead silence.
Just it. Crickets.
It's just like, what is there interesting to talk about? At work?
Gary. Oh, what's up,
Although I
Master?
do work at a brewing company, so it is like, so we do have some pretty interesting topics to talk about sometimes, but it's just like,
sweet,
man, I don't know,
bro.
There's
Are you
just a
like
whole lot of-
like in Juneau? Are you like deep in it, or are you just like out there somewhere around it?
I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty much like in Juneau. I mean, I'm not like in
Okay.
downtown Juneau because downtown Juneau sucks, and that's where
Yeah.
all the drunks and shit are. And I'm so glad I don't really drink very much anymore. I mean, I'll have like a drink occasionally, like if it's like a holiday or something, but like recreational, not very much. But because the drunks here are just vicious. Man, I mean,
Oh,
you think
yeah.
you just want to go out and just have a good time? Like, nah, someone's gonna break a car window. It's like, why? Why?
Wow.
And I've just never understood that. And like, that was one thing that happened to me because there's a lot of people, because it's Alaska, people just have guns. And I just bought like an AR-15 for super cheap too. And I was like, oh, hell yeah. So I brought it downtown, showed a whole bunch of people and whatnot. And then I put it back in my car because we were just going out drinking that night. There's no reason to really carry a gun with you while you're drinking. And then next thing you know, I go back to my car and I was more pissed off that my gun was stolen than anything. I was like, what the? No!
Especially when you just got it. Oh yeah, I would be a very unhappy camper at that point.
Yeah, that's the only reason. I was like, no, dude, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. And like, even when I bring my guitar equipment and stuff down there, like you get the drunks that kind of like wander around because it's a little bit hit or miss here because it's like a town of renegades here in Alaska. It really is the state of renegades. Like where Hippie's at, I think he's got it more lax probably than I do actually. Like I don't have a noise ordinance where I'm at. I really don't. Like I could play this thing through like a Marshall if I really wanted to, but I also live in a trailer and it would like rattle my whole house down.
Yeah.
So yeah. But anyways, I kind of live in a place called Lemon Creek. Kind of, it's a little bit before the valley, and it's like the middle of town. It's like the heart of town where kind of like a whole bunch of people live. It's kind of like the hoity-toity neighborhood, but then there's the crappy trailer park that like lives in the corner. That's where I live.
App description. I'm right there with you. I gotta.
Yeah. That's
You painted
exactly
that
where I
well.
live. Yeah. And then if I could paint this any better, right next to the crappy trailer park, there's a prison right there. So that's the only reason why I could be as loud as I want because there's prison guards shooting guns all the time. And actually, like,
And the
there should
inmates
be-
dig the music. Yeah, so it's like, yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm
And they dig it.
Crack it.
Yeah, right.
Crack it. Pop, 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 pop. Crack it.
No, but they usually do shift change around like 1:30 or so, and I mean, me and Hippie's time is like what 12:21, so about hour they should be doing shift change, and you guys should be hearing shotguns and handguns and all sorts of stuff going off. Because, like I said, the shooting range is like literally probably like a mile. I don't know, about 3.5 miles, probably back there.
Yeah, we're talking about gunshots. That's not very far.
Yeah, no, it's not very far. Like you could definitely hear them.
Dude,
The hell was that?
It's hot.
Just winging that thing on around there.
Somebody asked me how hot the pickup was, the bridge pickup was in my Strat. So
I'm with you.
It burned me.
Yeah, I don't have very much hot pickups anymore. I mean, like I do, and
Mine
I
aren't
just
really either.
Yeah, I just don't really use them very much anymore. I mean,
No, it's a on that guitar. It's a super distortion hot rail in it, DiMarzio.
this one is. Have you ever heard of Arcane Pickups? So I'm a dude who I really like experimenting with different pickups and whatnot, just to get different sounds. And Arcane is one that I really like. And this is actually the George Lynch pickup. I just wanted to test it out, and I actually found it. And I got it for like $80 or something like that, and it sounds somewhat decent. I mean,
right?
Oh, I want an Invader, man, definitely.
Bring out the EMGs.
John ZD, welcome, man. What's up, buddy?
but yeah, and then it also does like the little single coil thing, which doesn't sound.
Oh, you got does it have a coil tap?
Yeah.
Dude, yeah. Well, that Strat, I did the same thing. I wired a tap into it.
Oh,
And
dude, that's
Preston just was asking about or talking about the deactivator right there, buddy. Deactivator X. I swapped out the original pickups in my RG 570. Like a
What brand?
dumbass.
What brand are those?
Preston, what are they?
Preston, what brand is it?
They're DiMarzios.
That was the same guitar that kind of played on the music video that was played today, right? Because that guitar rips. Like that was the one with the peace sign. I mean, that guitar, holy crap!
It's actually it's a middle finger.
Oh, even better, even better.
Yeah,
It's almost like Jerry Garcia, right?
I know. Yeah, I bought this brand new in 1989. Man, this thing's an old RG thing, and I just love this guitar. It's the first guitar I ever bought at a real guitar shop.
I have 3 Ibanez's in my like little, I guess prison is what I'm gonna call it right now. But yeah, I just haven't touched those things in a long time, man. I mean, I'm not saying they're bad guitars. I'm just saying I just haven't touched them. Like the necks on them are just a little bit too narrow for me, man. It's just like, oof, man. They're sweet to just rip on, but like, dude, once you kind of get in the mode and you actually have like a little bit of a feel going on, you're like, ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I really don't play that guitar very often. I think for that reason, because I've been playing Les Pauls and SGs with the baseball bat necks and that for so long. I've gotten very used to them. So there's always that element with guitar.
Yeah,
I agree with you. That neck is too thin. It's too thin.
Yeah, there is a too
super
thin,
fragile.
and they definitely did it. But the necks I grew up like actually really liking were the Kramer necks. Holy crap, I love Kramers. Those are rip roaring instruments right there.
Yeah, Hugh. It's a super distortion. Yeah, man. I love that super distortion in that Strat.
Those rails are the stacked. They're the stacked humbucker. Single coil stacked like a they're a humbucker, but they're stacked in singles, or like a single.
That's a rail, as far as I know. Like
Is that a humbucker? Or
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
The two rails make them humbuckers, right?
Yeah,
That's what they are.
this thing's silent. But the thing about this guitar is if I pick up on that tone knob right there, I have a hard time doing this because it's a push pull. So it's single coil with it up, and when I pull it out, it's a single coil. When I push it in, it's a humbucker.
Yep, I did mine the same way.
Pull it out, push it in.
You
Pull
did?
it out, push it.
You push it in and pull it out the same way.
Oh yeah, dude. Let's add some more innuendos in there.
Was the joke that never died? Oh, sorry.
Personally, I'm a push man myself, because Mama didn't raise no quitter.
Yeah, Hugh, you're right, dude. Those super distortion pickups are really nice. It really does sound great. My only thing about that particular setup on that guitar was that I almost wish I had put the PAF and the super distortion in opposite places. I wish I had put that PAF in the bridge and the super distortion in the neck. But
why? Because one's lower than the other? Or
it seems like the PAF is just a little hotter. And when I say that, I'm splitting hairs, man. I mean, it's not that big big of a deal, and it's not that big. It's not that big of a deal.
Hold back the giggles, everyone.
Stop laughing. But
I feel sorry for you, bro, but yeah.
That's what she said, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a little bit hotter. Like my ex-wife, she was pretty hot. You know, hotter than my girlfriend after that. It's just got a little more balls to it, and it's in the neck position. So,
wait, your girlfriend had balls? You need some clarification.
That's a different subject.
Balls in the neck position?
It just, they came one right after another, and I couldn't stop myself.
It was a different time.
It was a different
you guys are killing me.
Oh no, your girlfriend was hot. Your guitar had the balls. Okay, all right, I got it now. I got it straight now.
Story is straight. Just like Marshall, he is straight, and it was a woman.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm trying to change the subject now.
Yeah. I'm an asshole.
As you can tell, we're really horrible at staying on the subject.
Yeah.
I'm just a funny
Is that
jokester.
your, that's
I
the
mean,
12?
Yeah, that's
that thing is badass.
Yeah.
I love that. Love that guitar.
What the hell is that, bro? 12-string bass?
Man, I wish I'd probably play it more. It's a 67 Fender Electric 12.
Wow.
So cool.
Look it up on Reverb.
They're a little bit unusual.
I'd say.
All these people that haters of Rick Beato, he owns one.
Oh, yeah.
I don't hate Rick Beato.
I was kind of shocked when I saw him playing one the other day, man. I was like, wow. My dad bought this brand new at a music store in Portland. He bought a set. It's like a Fender Mustang kind of.
As I say, the body's like the Mustang.
Yeah, it's like a Jazz Master.
Jazz
I
Master.
guess.
That's the one I was.
But isn't that like a P-bass setup kind of pickup configuration? Looks like the P-bass, the way they're hooked up.
Yeah, with the split singles and then I honestly don't know a lot about, as much as I should, I don't know a lot about this guitar. I know it's extremely valuable, and I know that I don't play it enough or dust it off very often.
But such a cool one.
Have you made a video with it yet?
I haven't, but I did use it on the cover that Mark Tanner and I did of what song was that? The Donovan tune. Holy smokes! I've done so many songs I can't even remember.
I keep thinking
Mark,
of
what
Mellow
song was
Yellow.
that? Season of the Witch.
Yeah, Season of the Witch.
I used this guitar on that song because my dad asked for that requested that song for me to cover and make a kind of a hard rock
The
version
whole
of it.
the whole song. So the whole guitar is that guitar?
No,
parts
I
of it?
used multiple guitars on that one, but this was the main rhythm guitar part in that, and the stuttering guitar part was this. So there's a part in it where the guitar is kind of doing the kind of thing. I
Yeah.
put an effect on it, pedals. But yeah, this thing, I managed to change the subject. No, this thing, it's a beautiful guitar and it's set up really nicely and it's still in tune. I mean, I'm shocked. I haven't played this thing. It's whole. I mean,
I just love how it
You
looks.
should do a whole tune with it,
Kinda
man.
look.
Yeah, I know. I get it.
I mean, I think if you did an awesome tune with that song, man, you'd probably get a couple thousand hits or more with that, because if that's such a rare guitar, and people see the tag on whatever tag you put on it.
Yeah, if you tag the
I'm
name
sure
of the
you-
guitar, people that knew would go, "What?"
Yeah.
think a
Hugh,
lot
have
of
you
people-
ever worked on one of those? I know Hugh's working on guitars all the time. And it's got a hockey stick head stock, so I figured Gary would really dig that one.
Although I do
Yeah.
like me some hockey too. Hockey's pretty badass.
Yeah.
I went to a fight once and a hockey game broke out.
Yeah.
But
Oh yeah, in that order.
Yeah. Well, when's the last time you went to a hockey game that didn't have a fight somewhere in the game? It just goes with it. So if you go to a fight, isn't it likely that a hockey game could come from that?
Kind of comes with the territory,
right?
Yeah. Yeah, Hugh, they're not, those guitars are,
They're
those
super
electric
rare.
12s are not, I don't think I've ever seen one in a guitar shop or,
The only place I've ever seen one in the flesh is right here on your
Right.
wall.
they're pretty, I don't think they built a whole lot of them.
They weren't very popular at the time
yeah.
either.
They did them to compete with the Rickenbacker 12s that they were doing with the Beatles and all that. That's where that guitar kind of originated. And it has a great sound, but the practical application of it isn't, for an electric 12 string, it just doesn't get done very much. And they're not terribly easy to play in comparison to a Strat or something like that. It's a big difference. Yeah. Nice.
Ice fighting usually breaks out.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I'm
Doc.
supposed to get that interface, or not the interface, but the mixer delivered on Monday, man. So maybe
Alright.
Wednesday or Thursday. If you guys ain't got nothing to do and you want to do something a little techie and stuff, we can hook all that stuff up. See if we can get it all working. But you think I'll be able to pull distortion and get it out if I use my MX5 through my interface and my mixer? I'll be able to get distortion out like you just did?
Yes. 100%.
Super easy, and that's one of the reasons I was looking at the MX5 myself, because
Yeah.
it's like literally plug the guitar in, plug it into the interface, and you're done.
Done.
Because it's done before the Scarlett, so everything that goes out of it goes into your interface.
Yeah. Yeah.
No software involved. Just, well, not in that respect anyway.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm not familiar with that product, but I got so much stuff that I don't look at a whole lot of stuff. So I don't, I really haven't been in. Honestly, I get asked a lot of questions about guitars and things like that, and I know what I know, and I, in the digital world, I'm much more, I think, informed
I
or
recommend
educated.
your video on Reaper. I recommended that to 10 or 15 people.
Yeah.
But I said, I don't know what to do with Reaper. Stop. Go here, and he'll walk you through everything you need to know.
Yeah.
So easy.
Yeah, that's what I need. I mean, I got the Reaper download and stuff, but I just got to figure out how to work it all and stuff. Because I'm still not a guitar player. I'm just a noodler. So once I learn to put something together and record it, that would be cool to figure it all out.
Yeah, and the act of recording yourself and then listening back to yourself and hearing yourself play is a really useful tool when you're learning or growing as a guitar player. You know,
Since I never used it, how much of the tone that I put out from what I hear here will end up in the DAW and stuff as a recording, man? How accurate is the rendition of the tone from guitar to DAW once played back?
It's either better or exactly. I mean,
so what I'm hearing in my cans is what's going to come out of the DAW and stuff like that.
yeah, but then be sure to play it through your fucking JBLs, because then you'll really hear it. You'd hear what the audience would hear, or somebody listening to it in their car stereo. Headphones are not necessarily the best idea to be using while you're recording guitars. In fact, I don't do it very often at all. Hardly ever. I run it out of my speakers. And you get the feel, and
you hear it.
You can turn it up.
Open air.
You know, you don't have to be quiet. It's not like you have to be quiet, Jeff.
No, I don't.
No.
No, I can crank both of these amps up, man. It's fucking just full bore. Bam, 3 a.m. I don't give a shit.
Right. Yeah, I'd say you'll hear if you record your Helix or the Head Rush into Reaper, you'll hear exactly what you're. And you should be monitoring it through Reaper, so you'll know exactly what you hear, or whatever DAW you choose to use.
Peace, bro.
Hey, good night, Preston.
Yeah, when I was messing around with
Or
the
good
Reaper
morning.
before, and I had the Nolly working with everything else, it sounded great. Whatever I played and whatever it sounded like when I played it there is what it sounded like when I played it back. So I was totally happy with the
Yeah, I'm gonna use a lot of these free apps before I start buying a lot of stuff, because I paid $40 for that other one. I don't know why it didn't work correctly or what I couldn't do to get it to work right, but I was like, yo, man, this shit doesn't
the free
work
stuff
right,
is
dude.
killer, man. You really need to try out some of the free stuff, and you need to understand how it actually works too. Because like even the Poulon stuff, or however it's pronounced, like you have to have like you can have the IRs or like the cab emulations or however that they do it, anyways. And then you just have to understand how to basically set that up as like your actual, what are they called? Virtual state instruments or something like that, like VSTs or something. I can't remember what the actual. I can't remember. What
when you download it, it is a VST, and you can insert it on a track in Reaper. Or I don't think they'll work as standalone. Like it's not like you can double click on the Poulon amp sim and use it on your computer. I don't know that. The archetype.
Rhino was a standalone thing. That's why I got it. So I didn't have to do anything with the DAW or anything. Yeah.
You can hear it.
Yeah, it sounded good, but I couldn't get the sample rate to come out right, because the sample rate was like, hit the damn note, 3 seconds later, 2 seconds later, a second later, you know what I mean? So
that's the problem with latency, it sounds like.
Yeah, I just couldn't get it. Like, it wouldn't come out. The sample rates just wouldn't match up, or boom, 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 and I couldn't get it. I even tried it low enough. The sample rate for the Scarlett 4i4 is 192. The guy was saying, oh, well, that's kind of high, man. He goes, try for 44.1. So I set the sample rate doesn't go down that low. It goes down to 48 and 32. And then when I turned it down to 48 and 32, the sample rate, I got a shit ton of static out of the app. It was buzzing like shit in my speakers and stuff, so I shut that down. And then when I brought it up to like 100 or 144, which is the minimum that their app went to, it just started washing out again and just like couldn't get a good tone out of it. When you did hear the tone on a single note, it sounded great, but as soon as it started washing out, it was just like, boom, shit.
So I have a question. Are you seeing my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is Archetype Gojira from Neural DSP, and here's the audio, the dry device, and here is my sample rate at 48,000, and then my buffer size is set to 256.
See, now they
And
were
that-
saying, why would they tell me to go to 44.1?
Just because they don't, it works. I can change mine to 44.
It's just the lower latency, basically. It just communicates the signal from the sound coming from your guitar going to the actual computer and the latency between.
Yeah, because I had it set at 256. Marshall, we can't hear you. I had it set at 256, and boom. And then the guy was telling me 19, and then my sample rate for my 4i4 is 192, and they wanted me to change this to 44.1, and their amp sim did not go down to the 44.1, and neither did my Focusrite.
Well, what I can tell you about what I do in my Reaper DAW and my Focusrite and my Neural DS, all my digital audio is running at 48,000 hertz as a sample rate, and my buffer size is generally below 256. And this is telling me that I have 5.5 milliseconds of latency. You can see that right there. And if I
Now,
move
is that
down
good,
to
is that good or bad?
it,
6 milliseconds isn't that bad. It's hardly noticeable, right?
I'm sorry.
Mark Tanner's actually
Keep
bringing up a
muting
good
my,
point here. Mark Tanner's saying your buffer size is different to sample rate. I actually didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah, that's totally a different science right there. This is like, it's the, I mean, if you set it up to 512, and this is probably going to mute my microphone. Like this, I've got 10 milliseconds of latency if I ran it at 512. So I always run mine at 256, always, or not necessarily always. And I could probably run it at 128.
No, that's a sample rate. What's the difference?
And
What's
at
the difference between the
128,
sample rate and the
you've
buffering
got
rate?
2.7 milliseconds of latency.
So if my Focusrite is set stock to 192 buffering rate or sample rate, what should the buffering rate or this rate be? Should they match?
And that's funny. I've done all this audio stuff, and I've just lost my headphones.
Can you hear me?
I wondered why it got so quiet all of a
Yeah.
sudden.
We may have to sign out.
Having some problems over there.
Yeah.
Well, that's
Yeah,
weird.
we're at 5
We're all
hours
getting
and
a lot closer.
55 minutes, man. We can cut it out if you want to, guys.
Technical difficulties.
I mean, these guys are having a fun time kicking us in the cul-de-sac over here, so.
Yeah.
Big dumb goose.
So doing all that stuff with that plug-in made my audio get a little funky, but
Yeah. No, but that sounds like a fun time, man. Getting that. Jade said she helped me set it up too, man, because she said that's what she primarily uses that to run her whole studio pretty much, and she has the 10. But
Yeah.
the one I'm getting is a 12 and stuff, and that just has the sliders and the
yeah,
few extra doodads and stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, it
That
says
Yamaha,
sample.
man.
It says sample rate, Mark. I don't know what that. I don't know why it says sample rate, but it's. Let me see here. Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Let me get down here. Focus right. Let me do it. Focus right settings. Come on out. Okay. Yeah, it says my sample rate is 4,800 or 48,000, and my buffer size is 192, and it says clock synced. Okay. Version is 4i4 3rd gen. Version firmware is 16.1605. Drivers are 4.655. So that's what that's at. And I can change the sample rates. I can change that to 44.1, 88,200, 96,000. 176,400, all the way up to 19,000 or 192,000. So
That's like that whole 192,000 hertz measurement. That's kind of like buying a 100-watt guitar amp head.
yeah,
That's almost pointless. It's
Yeah.
like shooting video in 18K or something. Like what?
So does-
I have no idea
Yeah.
what the point in that is, and I do everything at 48,000K, and at in the recording world, and when I'm recording a microphone or a guitar, I want as little latency as I can get away with, and so I set my buffer very low as I can get without having any kind of crackling or audio problems, and set my buffer or my sample rate at 48.
So
And
are you
that's-
just going by what you hear from the sample rate, or you just
No.
Is there some type of gizmo you're using to figure out
no,
what the actual?
No, the buffer is where if I set my buffer at like 28K
Yeah.
or something, it would be crackly or I would hear nothing. And then I
Yeah.
move it up to 128K, it's crystal clear. Playing guitar plugged into my audio interface. I mean,
The buffer or
that's
the
the
sample
buffer.
rate?
Yeah, the buffer. Your sample rate I would set, and I think Jade would back me up on this with your machine. I think if you set your sample rate at 48,000 on
Yeah, that's where it's at.
everything, yeah, just don't mess with that. That's literally something that is set and forget. Don't even.
Yeah, the sample's 48. The sample's 48,000, and the buffer rate is 192. So
Yeah.
I don't know if the buffer rate affects the sample rate on different stuff or not. So I don't know if that stuff's a match up or what.
Yeah, the only time you got to worry about sample rates really matching up is if somebody sends you a file. Mark has explained this, I think, very clearly. But if somebody sent you a file at 44.1 and your operating system is running at 48 hertz, there's some conversion of sample rate that has to happen, and it can get glitchy. There can be some audio issues with it. Reaper doesn't do that, by the way. I know Pro Tools would probably piss in your face if you tried to do that, but I don't use it. but
So
probably
you're able.
not.
So you're saying your Reaper has more abilities to do complex stuff or switch out stuff without much hassle.
It has all the same adaptable plugins that Pro Tools does for a much cheaper
Exactly.
budget.
Yep.
Suck it, Pro Tools.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It'll do everything Pro Tools will do. And, there are guys, Adidas. We don't need to get into that. I was just picking on Pro Tools a little bit because I think it's funny that people still
I'll pick on
buying.
Pro Tools.
Yeah. I work with a lot of people that use it, and they put out some fabulous mixes. Justin Mike that dude, you should hear what that guy has done with a band that sent him some music recently. That in Pro Tools he has killed it, but he knows it. He's been using it for 20, 30 years, 25 years.
Yeah, I'm not
Who's to say
doubting the
that?
quality. It's just I can pretty much get the same, almost damn near the same result as if I were to use Reaper.
Yeah.
I'm not even very good. I'm just saying, like, there are people like Glenn Fricker and like just other people who even use Reaper, and I don't even care, like, regardless of which, like, you could just still make music off of Reaper on a cheap budget. That's all I care about. I don't care if it's good or anything like that. It's still just as good, basically, with just as good as same plugins for cheap.
Yeah.
Well, is Reaper and GarageBand both geared towards PC, or is GarageBand more towards the iOS? And stuff?
That's like a different thing.
GarageBand won't work on a Windows machine, as far as I know. Reaper will work on a Macintosh
just watched
or
that.
a Windows machine. It doesn't matter.
There's
It's
a
totally
converter out there
cross-platform,
that's
and it'll
supposed
work
to
on Linux machines also. They knocked it out of the park. They knew how to build a product that would kick Pro Tools butt, or at least do everything it does, and then the routing is much simpler. And we don't need to get into that, but you can try and route something in Pro Tools, but it'll take you a week to learn how to send a vocal track to an auxiliary bus, because you got to do all this other stuff. Where Reaper, you just drag it and drop it on the track that you want to send it to. I mean, we could get into like the simplicities of Reaper over Pro Tools for days. And I haven't used Pro Tools for a long time for that reason. It's just so simple.
Were you here when Dwight was playing his song today, man?
I don't think so.
I was getting right ear and a little bit of left ear, not much. So he had something going on. What's he need to do with his mixes to get him right? Because he's going straight from recording to his phone with the phone speaker and mic and stuff, just picking up whatever he puts out. Now he's using the DAW, and he's trying to get everything recorded that way and stuff. But his right side was coming out much heavier than his left side tonight on his mix on his song. So I don't know if you want to go back and check out his song and see what you hear. But yeah,
I'd have to go back and listen to it. And if it's on your show, it's going to be in mono. So I don't know.
Yeah. No, if you listen to it off of his site, you might be able to hear it.
Okay. I'll have to check it out and see what's going on with that. But it sounded like he got an actual audio interface and is able to record vocals and guitar on separate channels finally.
Yeah, it sounds good too.
It
sounds crystal clear.
He just can't get it balanced, and sometimes he's too much gain. He's pushing it too hard, and sometimes his vocals come out on one side or the other, but the music doesn't mix right in stereo. Comes off too far to the right and just a little bit of left and nothing on the right. But I hear everything that comes through, unless you record it in mono. Everything I hear here on StreamYards comes to me in stereo, but it comes out to you guys in mono.
Yeah,
but I hear everything in stereo.
Yeah. I wouldn't. Justin's laughing. Yeah, that's another problem that could be software, it could be hardware, it could be user error. I've offered to help a lot of people with stuff like that, and not many people reach out to me. So all I can do is offer, and if nobody wants to call or, send me a text, then you know,
Yeah,
all he's
yeah.
got to do is reach out. I think we're friends on Facebook even. So, you know, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know what software he's using either. I think
I'm not
somebody
sure
might
yet.
know. Yeah.
Gain on
Yeah.
face and starting mono.
Mark Tanner hit it on the head.
So if you
'Cause
start
everything
mono,
is-
can you split it? Can you turn mono into stereo? If you record it in mono, can you turn it to stereo?
With effects, yeah.
Okay.
Or EQ. Duplicate the track and EQ it differently on one side and the other, and pan them left and right. Yeah, I mean, we could talk about this for days, Jeff. That
There's
question
ways
is.
to, yeah, there's ways to do it, but I mean, like to properly like do it in stereo, like if you were to actually do it properly, like you just need to
Yeah, I'm not
record
talking
the whole
about
thing.
professional studio recording. I'm talking about YouTubers, getting something that sounds decent out.
Yeah, what Mark just said with him with regard to what Dwight was
Hey, Jake.
encountering, that hits the nail on the head, man. Record stuff too quiet before you record it too loud, and record in mono just to get started. Humans have two ears, so we hear things in stereo. We hear the whole world in stereo. If he spoke right now, I would look at him because it came from. I wouldn't look the other, or I wouldn't look forward. So, that element of mixing is something that somebody should probably get the mono stuff going first and get that stuff sounding great, and then start doubling your guitar tracks and panning them out left and right, doubling your vocals and panning those out left and right.
So if you took a mono and added another mono, could you say name this one right and name that one left, and then put them together, and then they would figure it out in the mix itself? The mechanics of the device, would it figure out if it's stereo or not, or if it would it play it like it's stereo, running two mono tracks?
You have to combine them into another recording where you have them panned left and right, and then you record both of those. Would you have to put them together to make it be a stereo track? Because standalone would be one only.
Yeah, that's sort of kind of what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Man, yeah.
That'd just be a really kind of complex way of doing things.
I know. I'm like.
Well, how do you get a mono into stereo then? That's what I'm asking.
Well, if you
Do you?
duplicate it, like copy it, so you have two tracks, right?
Yeah.
Here's mono track. You copy it and you put it on this track, right? So now you have two tracks. Now, in order to make that stereo, you have to change one or the other in time, put it in front, so now they're in stereo, but you also have to pan them right and left, or right and left. So you can again,
There's hundreds of ways to do this.
dude,
Yeah,
thousands.
I mean,
It's endless.
just one way that works. There's got to be hey, if you do it this way, to come out in stereo. Quality really doesn't matter. I'm not looking for professional stuff, and not splitting hairs. I'm just saying, will it work, and is this how you do it?
Right.
Yeah.
Tanner. Well, the best way to get a stereo guitar track is to record two tracks, play the exact same thing twice, and pan one to the left and one to the right, or one to the left, one to the right. That's true stereo. And that's what the big boys do.
Yeah.
And if he wants to take the time to record a guitar track and then play it again exactly the same way, as close as he possibly can, it's still stereo. If he wants to do one take and sing the song and play the guitar part and have his drum loop going, he's mono. And you can make it sound stereo. There's ways to do it.
If he has a DAW, there's ways to do it. I mean, like he can duplicate. He could have two tracks recording at the same time, basically left and right, and then he can have his vocals right there, plus with his Beat Buddy or whatever he's doing with all that. I mean, there's thousands of ways to do this, man. I mean, like, dude, I think Marshall literally just described like three right there. I mean,
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. A person only needs one or two ways to make it work, and then you just explain. You just decipher it down to the best way, man.
Yeah.
There is no best way. I mean, it's just whatever way works.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a snake is a snake, man. Until you get bit. But it's there's all kinds of snakes, man. But when you get bit, you get bit. You find the recipe for what the hell's supposed to be going on.
Yeah. Have him buy Ozone 9, and he'll have a stereo mix, and it'll be balanced on both sides, and it'll be really loud, and it'll be EQ'd great, and his vocals will be right mixed just great. One plug-in and just play your audio for about 10 seconds, and you'll have a perfect mix without any work at all.
It'll sound great.
Yeah. Ozone 9 is the sarcasm is bleeding out of my face right now, man. It's crazy. But it is a cool plugin.
What's an Ozone 9 or O's 9?
I refuse to answer that question on the grounds it may incriminate me.
Stick it through Ozone 9.
Yeah, Google it, man. They just had a big sale. It was $45 for I don't even know how many. You got a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
So what's it supposed to actually do? Is it like the quintessential mastering tool or what?
It is. You put it on the master bus on a mix, and it's supposed to make it. You can tell it what style of music you want it to sound like, and how intense you want the effects to be, and how wide you want the stereo field to be, and it'll do it automatically for you. So it takes all of the mixing out of a mixing engineer's hands, ultimately. I mean, it really does. It'll do a stereo widener. It'll swap the channels so that your left is on your right and your right's on your left. It will EQ stuff so that your kick drum hits you right between the eyes. There you go.
I seen the comment on there. I was like, nice.
Yeah.
Well, she's doing an interview on Dwight on the 18th, I believe, Thursday. Is that right, Jade? November 18th, be 4 o'clock East. It could be like 1 o'clock your time, Marshall.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, I usually watch her interviews if I have time. If I'm working on a guitar, sometimes I can't. But often I can put her stuff on my bench, and I don't get to watch a lot of it, but I do listen to a lot of it. She does some really remarkable stuff with iOS and Apple products that I will not use and will not own and won't use, but the information that she puts out there and the stuff that I see and the information in the global digital recording world is priceless. And some of it I have learned a lot from watching and listening to her talk about stuff,
Yeah.
Yeah, I watch her channel whenever because I got my workbench right there too, and I got my TV right here, and I just have her basically blasting on. It's just like, oh, okay, cool. What are we doing today? Pitch shifting vocals and fart noises and whatnot. It's just like, all right, cool, I could do this.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always good information. And she does a lot of stuff with at least in my experience watching her shows, it's been a lot of GarageBand information and then the video editing stuff that she does on there. And it's interesting because I'm doing I'm doing the exact same thing on my machine, and the ease that she goes through stuff with, especially that she was building a video for a song recently, and it was like watching myself edit video because I do all of the same stuff in a different operating system. Ultimately, it's amazing how the balance of stuff. It's just a different method, I suppose, or not a method, but the order of operation sometimes is slightly different. But it's interesting. I've learned a lot from her.
Sweet. Yeah, I'd like to see Dwight get sorted, man. Figure out a pretty direct and easy way to do it, because he's been doing it the way he does it for years.
Yeah.
And that worked for him, but he wanted to step up his game because sometimes the audio quality wasn't that great. It would dip a little bit and sound too monoplainish. You know what I mean? So
Well, is he running GarageBand? Is it on his iPhone, or how's he?
I
anybody
think
know?
he's doing it on his
I
phone,
think
but
it's
I'm
lit-
not sure what he's using. I'm not
I
sure.
think it's literally just ran straight through his phone. I think so,
Yeah.
anyways. I'm not sure.
Well, didn't he get an audio interface recently, like a 2i2 or something?
He did, but I think he's plugging his audio interface directly into his phone, and then he's doing all the software and everything through his phone. I'm not entirely
Yeah.
sure though,
Oh.
but that's what I was guessing, anyways.
I think that would be possible on an iPhone. I think you could.
You can
because they
plug-
make the
so-
C-Type 2 Lightning adapter,
If-
and it would totally pick that up.
Yeah, I would say this: if he's using an iPhone and recording music,
Please
Jade
don't.
is the person on planet Earth that will get him recording well.
Agreed.
Oh yeah, I guess that's
I
true.
get it.
I mean, that's like the one person you can ask. I mean,
Right. Name somebody else. Right. Yeah. So I think that will be a great experience for Dwight, and
Oh yeah.
My buddy Justin, who's been on here a bit tonight, he's a Pro Tools user, but he uses a Windows machine that he's running Pro Tools on, and he has helped me immensely. He's been my Jade Star to the GarageBand users of the world. I mean, he is. You guys have no idea what that guy that's sitting in there in that chat knows about audio. That dude is he's my journeyman. Let me just say that, And I love recording, and I don't write the greatest songs in the world, but I think my shit sounds pretty good. And Justin has been a big help to me, much like Jade has been to a lot of people. Justin was an instructor at the university here in our town. I mean, the dude knows his stuff.
Yeah, the only reason
Professor.
when
Professor
when Jade's doing her music or one of her songs or something, I go to her lives. But when she's doing the iOS stuff, I don't even want to get that wrapped into my head because I'm a PC guy. And you start talking Apple and PC and trying to mix it in my brain, that's bad juju. I will probably burn my computer to the ground.
yeah, I don't even have.
I
an
just
Apple
go for the
phone.
entertainment value, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's true.
Right.
Cracks me up sometimes.
She is pretty funny.
Yeah. Especially when she starts doing her Cookie Monster stuff. It's like, what?
That makes my throat hurt trying to do stuff like that. I can't.
I wish I could sing like that.
Cannot do that.
Yeah.
I have to do it fake.
Yeah, for me, that's physically painful. Something is hurting.
Yeah.
Exactly, man. Yeah, I want the best for Dwight, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, just him being on the show for the past year and a half, I can see his skill level just increase. A good bit, man. From and a lot of his confidence has been boosted up too, man. Because people just dig what he's doing, and they're helping him out and helping him get better, man. And he's willing to learn, man. And that's what's awesome about Dwight, man. He's always willing to learn and try new things.
Yeah.
Boom. He's got a hell of a guitar collection, Jade. You got to get it.
Man, he does have some really cool guitars.
Yeah, don't get him sidetracked showing them to you, man, because that's a never ending. That's a never ending a bit there, man. It's like, hey, Dwight, show me a guitar. 3 hours later, hey, yeah. It's like, yeah, you can get up in it, man. But he does have some sweet guitars, man. That Silver Surfer, I think that's a one-off. He had that custom built. I think that's that Jackson. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that's a Jackson. They're neat anyway. I always like to see which one he's going to bring out.
Yeah. Yeah, he has some awesome guitars, man. How long you gonna hang out down there in Marshalls, bro?
I'll be here until Sunday. I head home on
Sweet,
Sunday,
man.
so gonna just hang for the weekend. Apparently, my guitar is getting worked on. But yeah, I wanted to come and visit, hang out, and he said you were gonna do this hang, and so we went and grabbed something to eat, and then came back and jumped in here. So
Yeah, I told him he can come on here, man, or you guys ought to do a hang tomorrow or something. Maybe when he's working on the guitar or something.
yeah, we plinked around a little bit. Kind of got our skill levels are a little unbalanced, and so we got to find some medium ground that we can. So we've been playing around. We're gonna try and I think we're gonna try and do something tomorrow. Not sure yet.
Like some recording or just some
Yeah.
jamming out? Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Nice.
Because he's trying to figure out kind of what I know, and then make us be more.
You got to get
even.
synced up.
Well, he's gonna play the guitar and sound really good, and I'm gonna probably do some of this with mine.
Nice.
We'll see how it goes.
Jade, you need to do an interview with Dogpaw over there, man.
Oh my God, I can't imagine those two together. Oh my, I probably couldn't breathe. I'd be laughing so hard. Dogpaw and Jade Star, yeah.
There you go.
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah, I'd love to see you get Dave on the show, man. He's awesome.
Oh, cool.
Great guitar player, awesome character, man.
Right on.
You sub to Dave Simpson, Falcro?
Yes. Sometimes I lose track. I've subbed since I started listening to the show. I probably subbed to at least 100 different musicians by now, and they get kind of fuzzy after a while.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how it is for you.
Well, yeah. Well, I pretty much got everybody embedded in. I mean, I don't know everybody's real name, because I just figured if somebody wanted to offer it up, that'd be cool. But I do my best to try to remember it. But yeah, real names I kind of forget. I get them mixed up with different YouTube personas and stuff. I've been like, well, is Rick something on here? Is Joe Blow something on there? I forget what his YouTube name is. I either know one or the other, man. But sometimes I do get them mixed up and stuff. Depending on who they are and how long I've known them.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm shitty with names anyway, so.
I am the worst with names. I'm right there with you, man. I could be
You
working
can tell me
at,
your
like,
name 6 seconds later, I'm like, what the fuck was your
Right.
name?
Like what was your name again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's it.
Hey,
Yeah,
what's
bro.
up, Paul? Steve, you're way off, dude. Like,
Yeah.
I'll get it, man.
Actually, my name is
Nikki's a fun
Bartholomew.
interview. Yeah. Nikki's gonna be a fun interview, Jade. She's awesome.
Oh man, you're gonna do it. Oh, cool. That'll have to be one I watch. I'm gonna have to watch them all.
Yeah.
I want front row seats if Doc goes on there with Jade though. If they do an interview, I want front row seat for that.
Yeah. Don't ask Dwight about Minecraft. Yeah. He's big into that. Dwight's an enigma, man. You think you know the guy, and then you sit down and talk to him for a while. It's like, really, dude? Really? You know, he had a guitar shot at a festival or something like that.
What? No
Somebody
way.
shot his guitar, man.
Who has a story like that that's not a performer? Wow, that's crazy.
It's an unfortunate set of events that happened there.
Should get DR guitar to build me a guitar. Yeah. Hey, if Dave's down, I'm down for it, man. I think he's more into doing his painting sceneries than he is anything right now, man. You see, if you look over on DR's Guitars, his latest channel, man, or I forget what his channel is now, Picks and Paint or Paint.
Oh, Justin, you're asking about. Yeah, it is. We don't know. That's my mystery guitar. Let me get it over here closer.
That was at a drunken party. What the hell are you talking about, Mark?
Whoops. Yeah, that's here for Marshall to actually do some work on. We don't know what kind of guitar it is. It has, well, they're out of it now, but it's like an EVH, but it's a copy, and it's not correct. The striping's not right. But
That's a hardtail, looks like, right?
it's a through neck with a hardtail. Yeah. Well, it's the strings come in from the backside.
Yeah, string through.
Yeah, string through, and it's also a neck through. It's a set. Well, I don't know if it's a neck through or a set neck. You can't unbolt it, and there's no dovetail. So, but there's also no identifying marks. That's why all the electronics are out of it. I was trying to figure out what it is. It kind of looks like a Schecter or an LTD. Could even be a Kramer, but none of them have made an EVH style guitar. So
Man,
I don't know what it is.
That could be anything from back in the day too, especially if there's no markings. That could be anything.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Marshall's going to kind of put the electronics back together for me, because only one pickup was working, but when you swapped the connections, the other pickup worked. It just made the one that just the opposite. So he's going to kind of get the electronics back in it, get it set up, put a new nut in it. It's got this huge, I don't know if you can see how tall this brass nut is. Hang on, let me go this way. There it is.
Oh man.
Take that monster. It's like they
man.
just took a chunk of brass and stuck it on there. So yeah, it's gonna be here visiting for a while in Marshall's shop. So, but yeah, nobody knows what it is. Like I said, it looks Schecter-ish, Kramer-ish, LTD-ish. They all three made similar bodies to this. They all three made them with the Verseb
serial name on it.
No, I can't find anything. I'm hoping maybe as he goes through it, he may find something that I missed, because he's
Do you
like
have
a
the
guitar
pickups?
guy.
Do you have the pickups?
Yeah, I have all the electronics for it.
What was on the pickups, man? They weren't dated or anything like that?
No, they're EMGs. I don't think they're original to this. The EMGs, because there's no battery compartment. It's got a cavity, but all the others that came with EMGs have a battery compartment. It fits in there, but yeah, that's the mystery guitar.
The top looks like it feels like it might be a decal that somebody had modified this guitar to make it have this appearance.
Like a vinyl wrap or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. This is this is obviously a decal, but you can feel like there's a texture to it in the lines. Well, I mean, I've only looked at it for 5 minutes, if that, and I honestly can't tell. I mean, it could be a Tanara.
Yeah.
It could be a I just there's no indication on it.
I'm just hoping it's a decent player. It's a free guitar, so.
You want to hear it?
Wait, you'll have to put a big battery in for those pickups.
These are like 9-gauge strings, but they're tuned down to about low.
Drop Z.
Way down there.
What note is that?
G. Drop G.
But yeah, that's what that Justin was asking what that was, and that's what that is.
Yeah.
I'll do a demo of it on my channel once it plays again. So I'll make an announcement. I'll let Hippie know, or somebody doing a show. So
are you trying to get it back to looking something like an AVH, or are you just trying to just make it your own?
I'm just gonna leave it like this. As long as this doesn't affect anything, I don't care. I think it looks kind of cool. I just want the electronics to work, which, like I said, one pickup wasn't working before. So
yeah, So it's just a mock EVH guitar. You're not really worried
Yes.
about what people think about it or anything like
No, it's not a collector's item or of any kind. I don't think.
that. Yeah.
Watch me be wrong, and it's a $30,000.
Yeah. L&M Guitar Corner. Welcome, man. What's going on? Someone dropped an old Derringer that shot the White's guitar. Yeah. I
Oh,
knew there was
wow.
a weird story behind it, man.
That's
One of
true.
Yeah, one of his, and it went off and it shot his guitar, man.
I'm glad it didn't shoot him.
Yeah.
They shot his guitar.
Yeah, they dropped their
Yeah.
Derringer and it went off and shot his guitar.
Oh,
I don't know which one, but yeah, what a story.
God.
It's
Most
a
people-
pretty nice guitar, man. I'm not sure if it was like an Epiphone that was really decked out or some type of Gretsch or something like that was really decked out guitar. I forget what it is.
But he's got
Does
a
he still-
Gretsch too.
Does he still have that guitar with a bullet in there? Or
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you can see where it was shot and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, if a bullet went into it, there's no way I'd remove a bullet.
I'd fix it.
No, it was
Well,
an
that's-
acoustic.
that's what
It
I
was
was
an acoustic
wondering.
guitar.
Right
It was an
now.
acoustic guitar.
I would epoxy over
it
it,
was
leave that
acoustic.
bullet in there.
Oh, it was an acoustic. I thought it was an electric.
No, it went right through it. I don't know where
Oh.
I don't know if he found the bullet or the fragment of it or any kind of thing like that. I don't know what actually happened with the bullet or anything like that. But
I got it in my head. It was a solid body, like an electric of some sort.
no,
Yeah, a bullet kind of tend to go right through an acoustic. And he still plays it? It didn't ruin it? That's
I
cool.
don't think it ruined it. No.
I mean, Willie Nelson's got Trigger, that damn gargantuan hole in that.
Jade, you'll have to ask Dwight about the story about when his guitar got shot.
Absolutely.
That's classic.
Totally.
Say what? Yeah. And you find out some dude just dropped his Derringer, popped a hole in my guitar.
What a story. What a story.
But yeah, you could build it up at least, man. You know what I mean? Yeah, Gibson Hummingbird. It was a really fancy guitar, man. It wasn't a.
Oh,
it
those
wasn't
are
a slouch
nice guitars. I've seen a couple Hummingbirds. They're really pretty.
Yeah.
Boom.
I have an
but
old
that's
12 sitting over there that's kind of a Gibson Hummingbird
Yeah.
copy. It's a Ventura 12.
Oh, yeah, that one there.
It's pretty
Yeah, that
sweet
is.
12.
That does look quite a bit like the Hummingbird. Wow.
Yeah. It's amazing, man. Hummingbirds are so killer. Oh.
Man, they sound
But-
really good.
Okay, so I missed that, but somebody shot it was a Hummingbird that they shot. Is that what I
That's what
Oh,
they're talking about. Yeah, it's Dwight's acoustic. It was a Hummingbird they shot.
Pretty sure it was.
Hippie, you were saying he still has the guitar. He's still.
Yeah, I think he does. Yeah. Last time I seen it was about a year or so ago, and then
Cool.
I think he showed it on Dave's Guitar Channel, and then he showed me some of his collection when he was on my show, and then I think Jade and a couple other people came on later. But he was on there for about 2 hours showing his stuff off and showing some of his custom guitars and stuff.
Yeah.
But he's got some high dollar one-off stuff, and he's got some collector's item stuff that a lot of people would love to have or just play a couple chords on, man, because it's just good stuff. Sweet looking guitars. He does have some good equipment, though. I'll give him that.
So I would pose a question to folks in the chat and Spencer and Jeff, but what's the most valuable guitar you've ever had in your hands? That I just like monetary value.
That one.
You're looking at them.
It's the one I paid the most for. That was $750, but this was my Schecter 006. It's a 006 special edition because it has all the abalone binding and the quilted maple top on it. So that was it was $8.99, but because I was buying 2 guitars and a bunch of other stuff from Zounds at one time, that guitar only cost me
Oh, here comes a V.
$580.
Or the Carina.
Yeah.
Nice.
I don't know. I guess this one. I mean,
It's pretty
that's
badass.
about- yeah, no, this thing is sweet. I love this thing.
Is that an Epi or a Gibson?
Oh, it's a Gibson.
Sweet.
Oh, is there a possible way to do this? Come on now.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh,
See, no, I know a guy. I'm not saying that's not a real one, but I know a guy that's trying to sell me one that has the Gibson nameplate, but it also has Epiphone on the headstock, but it has Gibson truss rod plate, and that's the way it comes from the factory.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why would they do something like that, Marshall?
That's weird.
Because Gibson
that's
and
a-
Epiphone are sister companies.
Yeah.
Remember that guy? Remember I told you my plow guy was trying to sell me some guitars or trying to get me to offer some guitars for him because it was his wife's dad that died that had these guitars, and I was showing you guys pictures of like 3 or 4 of them on the one of my shows, and it was one of those. It was a Gibson Epiphone V like that, but it had Epiphone on the headstock, switched out tuners, and a Gibson truss rod plate on it, and I think it was a 2007 V. They had a special name for them. I forget what they were called.
Oh, that's weird.
Carina, maybe something like that. A 2007 Carina Epiphone Gibson SG. Well, not SG, but Flying V.
Yeah, because I think this is a 2004 Carina model right here. Well, it's painted over, but I mean, it's Carina, so.
Yeah, it used to be like a reddish blonde kind of guitar.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we sold a Epiphone Carina at our shop. Epiphone V. It was definitely an Epiphone. It said Epiphone on the headstock, and that was virtually identical to that guitar that you have, Spencer. Man, I mean,
yeah, Mark's seen it. I think Mark was there at that show where showed him
this is
some
even got.
guitars.
Yeah,
I'm trying to get the headstock and the actual.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got the actual Gibson plate on there. I never actually seen it. I don't know if the label wore off or anything, but other than that, like, I don't know. It's been pretty original. I mean, no dings on. Well, I guess there's a couple little beauty marks on the bottom of it, but.
Well, have you ever had the pickups out to date the pickups or anything?
I haven't taken out the pickups because I haven't had any problems with it. But I mean, I guess I could take them out. I mean, it wouldn't
just
hurt
to see
anything.
what the if they have a date on them or anything like that. Or...
Oh yeah, I guarantee you they would. I just haven't had the need to take them out because like I just haven't had any problems with them. But I mean, I'm guaranteed I could find out real quick if it is actually like a Gibson or an Epiphone.
Does the serial number trace back to Gibson, or well, does it give you one? Because I know they were having
I would assume so.
problems dating those guitars, also, man.
I would assume so.
One way you can kind of get a good idea as to whether or not it's truly a Gibson is to look at the back of the headstock, and if there's a serial number stamped and says "Made in the USA," it would be there is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like embossed in there.
Does it say "Made in the USA" on it? Also, that doesn't. People can alter guitars and.
Yeah, I'm not seeing a "Made in the USA" on here actually. Now that I kind of look at it. Oh well, maybe I got a fake.
It's a good looking fake. Does it play good?
Oh well, yeah, plays good. And honestly,
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
all
pay
bad.
very much money. I moved someone's house for this guitar, and
My
it's just
Epiphone Les
whatever.
Paul Standard. I bought it thinking it was a Gibson because I, honest to God, did not know the difference. And but I only paid $200 for it. I got it for a fair price. It's in decent shape. It's good looking and it plays nice. So
Yeah, I mean I didn't even pay any money for this thing. That was the thing. It's just like, oh hell yeah, I'll take
free
it.
guitars are the best guitars.
You could mark, you just said it, in the chat that you can run the serial number on that and find out if you've got a serial number on that, you can run it And
Oh yeah, U00040825.
there's a U in the beginning of it.
Yes. That's kind of what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
It's not
I don't-
like made in Utica or something like that, right?
I mean, I don't really care. I don't care if it's fake at all. I mean, like I said, plays great, and I got it for cheap, so it doesn't bother me even if it is.
No, I'm
so.
anal like that, man. I want to find out exactly what it is I have, man, and stuff like that. I'm just like certain things to me. I got to know what they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah. For me personally, the most valuable guitar, monetary value of a guitar, was a that I've had in my hands that I actually got to play. The year was unspecified, but it was definitely a Gibson L5, and
Didn't you make a video of you doing a very rare, expensive guitar? Is that the one you're talking about, or is this a whole
that
different
one?
thing?
That one I did not work on. The guy that brought it into my shop had done
That was
the
an
restoration.
acoustic, right?
Yeah,
That was
an L5 is an acoustic. But the one that I work on regularly is a 52 Telecaster, and
yeah,
that my boss owns the guy that owns the store that I work out of. Owns that guitar, and he plays gigs with it. And it's funny because he takes that guitar to gigs, and it's an actual 52 Fender Telecaster. But we've replaced the bridge on it because he gigs with it and he wants it intonated correctly. But all the original parts are still with the guitar. And, what's funny is that I did a YouTube video about that several years ago. And, somebody locally brought in a bunch of money and offered him a large amount of money for the
Wanted that
guitar.
bad
And
boy.
Mike, this thing isn't for sale. You can offer me anything you want. It's not for sale. You could probably get, for that guitar and the condition it's in.
Okay. Don't say anything if it was over 30.
Okay.
It was probably way over that.
Way more than 30. And but that's one that I the guy, there aren't a lot of, it's fun for me because I can say that I can walk in, and this guy will probably hold it and see it tomorrow, and get to actually hold a 52 Tele in his hands. And if you can say you've done that and it's 2021,
Take a picture. Want proof?
Oh
man,
there'll be
that's
pictures,
a
I'm
pretty
sure.
special thing. It's a little
Yeah.
piece of American history.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And I have one client that he owned a Fender Broadcaster, and Fender bought it back from him. That would have been in the early 90s when Fender bought that guitar from him. They gave him $4,000 and gave him a Mexican Strat, and he sold it for that at that time.
Wow.
And today,
Yeah.
do the math. I mean,
Fender
and
got a deal.
yeah, and that
Fender
was
got a deal.
like the tears. And he owns a bunch of really neat old Gibsons that I've worked on for him. So, but
Sweet.
Mark,
Hey,
he worked on.
Spencer, type that stereo number in the chat there, man. Let Mark see if he can find out what kind of a guitar it is.
Absolutely, I could figure that out. Give me just a second.
Yeah. Until tomorrow, it'll be that one right there.
Oh, Jade. God
Which guitar
damn.
was that? I missed it.
Dave Navarro is absolutely one of my ultimate heroes, man. Oh,
wow.
my God. To get to touch one of his guitars would be oh my God. That guy
I'm
is
not a fan. I'm not a fan, man.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan.
Man, I think he gave up on pleasing everybody a long ass time ago. But man, I love that guy's stuff, man. The Jane's Addiction record. I was mind blown. I couldn't believe the stuff he did on that record. Wow.
No, I mean he's very, very talented, man. But I'm just not into Jane's Addiction, man.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I'm not into their newer stuff really, but their classic stuff, if you want to call it classic. You know, the early '90s. Here we go. Oh my God, dude. Jane says. One of the worst double vocals of all time, and it's perfect. The pitch, the timing, and everything was so horrendous that it couldn't be more perfect. It was, Perry Farrell. Wow. Yeah. Jade, I'm with you. I'm kind of with you on that, but I still really love that RHCP album that he played on. I mean, that had some really great songs on it. My aeroplane. Man, that was such a groove. Of course, I was married and, probably did some wild stuff while we were listening to that song. So that might be the memories that I have from that one.
Well, if you're going to have a memory.
Hey, that was a good one.
Mark Flea's mom.
I'm waiting. There's a lady that lives in a city just southeast of us here, and she owns a '58 Les Paul Jr. And I've seen photos of it.
Is that the P90 one or?
Yes, single P90 and single volume. I think. I can't recall.
They just do a reissue of that, didn't they? I mean, everybody's doing reissues now, but
they've done a lot of them. But this is an original. And what was interesting, I was working on a Les Paul on my bench, and this lady came in, and she was a little older, and I have a guitar just like that. And I'm sitting there working on a Gibson Les Paul, and I'm like, really cool. That's cool. Tell me a little bit about it. She was there to buy a television set, and we started talking about this guitar that she owns. Well, me and my husband went to this music store right here in Baker City, and we bought these two Gibson guitars, and mine looks just like that one. And I was like, and I'm looking at her, and I'm thinking, well, I never ask a lady her age, right? Gentlemen, never ask a lady her age. It's like, what year would that have been? Oh, it was 1959. It was my birthday in 1950. Me and my husband both bought a Gibson, just looks just like that. And excuse the French, but my heart stopped. I was like, oh my God, because it's known that store in Baker City has sold some 59 Les Pauls, the real deal. And that famous people own them. They came from that shop there. They were a dealer. And I'm thinking you got 6-7 digits on your hands there, with respect to value. And then she sent me
got it sitting in a coat closet covered up with a sheet.
Her daughter took it out of the case and took some photographs of it, and it's a perfect. I mean, it is mint condition, 58, and it's not unfortunately, but sadly, I found out it was a Les Paul Jr. But boy, my hopes were for the other Les Paul.
But what's the value on a 59 Junior?
Well, it's a 58. It's 58 number one, but that she could probably get $35,000 to $40,000 for that from and that would be a legit sale, easy.
Sweet.
And the condition that guitar is in, it's literally museum.
She had two of those. She had two of those. She said.
She did, and the one that her husband owned, I don't know if I didn't get the story behind that, but, and I didn't get any photographs of it either, so whether she has both of them still or not is still unknown to me, but man alive. And I still have not held that guitar. I haven't seen it. I've asked her to bring it into the shop and, hey, the next time you're over this way, can you bring that? Man, I would love to see that. Just to open the case would be really cool.
You should, man.
Mm.
Yeah, if I found or somebody showed me, like if I came across some other dude to play guitar and he said, "Yeah, man, I got this, I got that. Come check it out." I mean, I might go look at it and take pictures of it and stuff just to document it. Say, hey, here's one of them. You know what I mean? So somebody had a rare guitar and somebody says, "Well, I seen this guitar, so do I, man, up here in Alaska. This guy has it," and just boom, just to be able to show a picture of it would be something pretty cool.
Yeah. And I've got a photograph of it on my phone, but it'd take me a week to find them because there's like 7,000 photos in there. But I do have her phone number, and I do check in with her about once every 6 months. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
I'm just curious, and she's been very kind. She's a really sweet lady. But I'm still trying to get her bring that guitar in. Let me actually see it. But she took pictures of the serial number headstock, and it was like 58636 or something like that. I mean, it's definitely a 58 Les Paul Jr.
Oh, there, Mark found it.
What's that?
Boom, 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 boom.
So that means that it's a Korean-made Epiphone.
Yeah.
Mine's in my Gibson Les Paul Standard. That one is Indonesian, I think, 2012 Indonesian. But it's a nice guitar.
Oh, it's still plays fine.
It's from the Unsung factory. Yeah, because that's what that other guy's had too. He had the same thing. It was a brown Carina with a white pick guard, Gibson truss rod thing on it, and it had the U on it for Unsung. I remember that now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did we find a picture? Oh, look at that.
Yeah, scroll down to the U, and that's what the U stands for, is the Unsung. Then you got to just kind of decipher what it was through the serial number, and that's the hard part.
I don't know.
That's coming through like poop.
That photograph does not do it justice, but there it is.
It's beautiful. Trust me, it's beautiful.
84568 is the serial number off the headstock.
Oh,
and this guitar is laying under a bed about 45 miles from where I'm sitting right fucking now.
Laying under a bed.
Yeah.
Looks like a uterus.
What's that?
Looks like a uterus.
Oh, the bookends. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Because
I wish this picture of I wish you could see this photo a little bit. It just comes across real white, at least like in my screen. But man, that's
it's a headstock. Okay.
Yeah.
And which one's that? Is that hers? The lady you were talking about?
It's a 1958 Les Paul Jr.
Is that a burst?
Yeah. It's tobacco burst. It's what they made in 1958. In fact, I don't think there's any other colors available of that guitar, and that's the headstock of it. And there's a serial number.
What burst is that?
Tobacco.
Tobacco, yeah.
Well, that looks really dark, man. Wow.
Yeah, black and
what's the serial number check out to be? What does that mean? Can you tell us what the serial number means?
Well, the 8 means the year of the decade that the guitar was built. So that's 1958. They didn't do this in 1968 or 48. Of course, that guitar wouldn't have been around in 1948. And then the 4568 has to do with the number of the guitar that was manufactured that year. I don't know the full details.
They're funky. The way they do their serial numbers is kind of weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, why couldn't they just make it so just layman could just understand when it was made?
Right. Serial numbers. Oh, Oh, and here's the other. Actually, this is the other Gibson that she owns.
Oh, acoustic.
I think it's a
What year is that one?
J200 or a J45. I think. I couldn't tell you.
45 is more expensive, right, or a better guitar?
There's another shot of the. Yeah, this. I mean, it's amazing that these guitars are so close, and I can't. Being who I am, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't just go look at them. I mean, I could probably drive over there, and I'm sure she'd be happy to let me take a look at them and probably play them. You know, that would be cool.
Sweet.
Maybe it'll happen. But both of those are very, very valuable instruments. Just to me, particularly because of the history involved. And you know, I'm a Gibson freak. I love Gibson guitars. Yeah, and they got a name, but you know, I own a couple of them. But they're
Different guitars for different jobs.
Yeah, exactly.
You just have more Gibson jobs than Fender jobs.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the year for that one mark for Spencer's guitar.
Oh, it's a crappy Korean guitar, but it's not crappy. It plays really nice.
No,
I mean,
they were nice. I mean, they're touted as some awesome guitars, man.
Yeah, that's all I care about. All I care about is players' guitars. I mean, I don't care if they're super expensive. That's not my prerogative. Do they play a note? Yes, and that's pretty much all it comes down to.
Yeah, awesome, man.
But I also haven't bought like a guitar in years. I mean, like an actual guitar. I mean, if I really want a guitar, I'll just build one. I mean, it'll take me a little bit, but yeah, I mean, it saves me a lot of money in the end too. I mean, although I still got to buy the parts like the Floyd Rose and the actual pickups and all that, but I mean, it's still much cheaper than buying an actual guitar. I mean, especially one to your specs. Oh yeah, especially one to your specs and whatnot. It's just like, oh man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to revisit. What's it going to take for Andy to get that set neck glued in correctly, man? Did you see the guitar he was talking about?
I did. I seen a little bit of it, and I don't know. The only thing I would think of is just kind of make sure that the string spacing actually is on the actual neck, and that'd be the only thing I would worry about. But I don't know if it's a kit guitar or not. Like, I don't know if he's.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I would assume it just sets in perfectly fine and everything should be aligned. That's what I would assume, anyways, on a kit guitar. But I mean, there's certain other things that you could do to check that out. But
yeah.
Yeah, because it's a kit guitar, Marshall. It's has like a, I don't know, it's kind of like a flamed, dark flamed maple cap.
It's kind of like a PRS looking guitar.
Yeah,
It looks
PRS,
exactly like a PRS, and I think it
Super
has
Strat kind of thing.
Yeah, and I think it has the same kind of construction, but without like the actual neck through or whatever. It's a set neck.
It's a set neck.
Falco needs to be kicked in the cul-de-sac, man.
Yeah, I do. I'm falling asleep, dude. It's way past my bedtime.
I don't blame you, man. I mean,
way past my bedtime.
I actually usually wake up for work at like 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's almost 2 o'clock here now. So I've almost been up a full like 24 hours. So I'm right there with you, dude.
Yeah, I got up at 5 this morning, so I'm 2 hours, just short of 2 hours shy of 24. So yeah,
right there with you.
I'm there with you, man, because I was I woke up to see I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning yesterday, and I went to watch Ronnie Ward's channel play some music and stuff. That was 3:30. So
yeah, but you're a machine. You're not like a real person.
You're part Terminator. I mean,
yeah. Boom. No, there are times I stay up for days, man. I think the longest I stayed up in the past year was probably a little over 4 days, man. I just couldn't sleep, bro.
I can't imagine.
Not. I mean, I'm talking not even one little
Yeah,
old
no,
man
not
nod
us.
like this.
Just-
I'm just like clear-eyed, mind wide awake, man. Boom. I mean, I had my moments of,
well, sure.
but I was just like, damn, why can't I sleep, man? Well, I know why I can't sleep, but yeah.
Oh, my
That's a-
sleep schedule's forever screwed. Ever since I did commercial fishing, like your sleep schedule is just done.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What's that? What are we? Oh, is that an SG?
Oh yeah.
That's a kit guitar that I built for a client of mine.
Is this something they
it's
bought and gave up putting together? And he said, "Here, man, put this together."
What
for
was
me."
the company? What was the company that did the kit?
And I can't answer that question. I've been asked that a
Okay.
lot. The guy that he was a guitar. He is and was still a guitar student of mine, and he played my SG here at my house one time during a lesson, and he's like, "Man, I love that guitar. I gotta have one." And I had built a few kit guitars, and he just said, "Here." And he bought the kit, and we ordered all the hardware. We did Sperzel locking tuners on it, and he ordered a Lawler P90 for it. And I ordered the bridge and all that. And
Was it a single P90?
Single P90 tone and volume control on it. And
Now, is there a special name for an SG with just a single?
I think it's called an SG Special, just like or an
Special.
SG Junior. Yeah.
So it'd be a junior too.
What's that?
It's just like it'd be a junior too, just like the LP.
That's a great question. I should know the answer to that. There's so many guitars out there. I think it's an SG Special. Somebody might Junior. Mark's right. SG Junior, whatever. It turned out really great. And if you wonder what is expensive about having somebody build a guitar, it's not the setup, and it's not putting the hardware on it. It's finishing it.
Yeah.
Especially if it's lacquer.
That took so much time.
What'd you do the finish with?
I used black stain that we ordered from Crimson Guitars. It was just jet black, mahogany body, mahogany neck, mahogany everything. I used black stain and stained the wood, the body, everything, and then did nitrocellulose lacquer from Stu Mac. And it's about, I think it was, I got to say it was 15 coats of lacquer to get the wood to finally fill to the point that you could level it and make it look like a glass.
How many sanding stages did you go through? Did you sand every stage or what?
I roughed the
You almost
finish.
had to.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a kind of a rule. I rough it with 400 grit in between every coat. You can shoot a coat on it and then rough it after about, I don't remember. I might have waited a half an hour to an hour.
Yeah.
The weather conditions were really nice. And I didn't have a nice paint booth or anything, but we hung some towels up and got them wet. And I shot it. Then we left it in the wide open in some cases and just shot it. And it turned out absolutely fantastic. That guitar is gorgeous. I mean, I'm tooting my own horn, whatever you want to call it, but man, that thing did turn out fabulous. The color
what was the final finish? I mean, did you buff it or did you just like hand buff it or wheel buff it?
Wet sanded I did everything by hand. I have a power buffer now that I use, but I did everything by hand on that. It was the final sanding grit was 22,000.
Yeah.
So 400,
now,
600.
I'm thinking about sanding the neck of my Schecter. Eventually it should come back to almost a full gloss shine, right?
Okay.
If you sand them down a little bit. So if I sand it down, am I just scuffing it with Scotch-Brite, or is that too rough on it? Or do I just tape it off and put some like little triangulated V in one end and one on the other end and tape it off, and then just tape off my fretboard and stuff like that, and just lightly sand it with 2,000 grit or 15,000, 1,500 grit, just to get that satin feel on the back of the neck.
Yeah, I would start with something heavy and then work your way, rough it up, and then work your way down. You know, I'd start
It
with
depends on if it's got a polyurethane. on
Right,
the
and
back,
that's-
because that stuff is thick.
Yeah.
I mean, man, you gotta go at that stuff. I mean,
Yeah, well, I don't want to scrape the wood underneath it, and I don't
Yeah.
want to leave permanent scratches that I have to take all the finish off.
Right.
That's not my goal. I just want to satin it up enough so that my fingers, or that I'm not like when I get the clammy hands and stuff, I'm not catching. But I want to be able to slide up and down until the sheen comes back, and eventually they do come back. But I hear guys just saying Scotch-Brite, tape it off, Scotch-Brite it, and leave it at that, and maybe put some, maybe 600 grit or something on it, and then call it done, and stuff like that. But I don't know. You get varying opinions about which one to use or not.
Yeah. In a lot of the finish repair work that I do, I end up having to sand really nice finish to blend the lacquer, the new lacquer that I'm going to shoot onto it, and on like broken headstocks on Les Pauls. And I got to be honest, using 400 or 600 grit sandpaper really makes that old, and we're talking about nitrocellulose lacquer, not polyester. So
yeah,
but the feel of that is, I mean, I really love the way that feels, that grit of wet dry sandpaper, just roughing that finish like that.
Yeah.
It really does feel nice, and it's not overdone or underdone, and it certainly won't go down to the wood. You'd be there for days trying to hit wood running a piece of sandpaper like that. You'd probably give up. You aren't going to take a whole lot of finish off, but you are going to scuff it enough to. Scotch-Brite, I've never done that. Honestly, I've never done that, and steel wool is not allowed in my music store.
Yeah.
I won't do it.
I was I'm just like with my this PRS here, it's already got a dime sized chunk of paint chipped off right in the center of the back of the headstock, because it landed on the corner of this table right here. I went to put it in it. I went to put it in its stand, and it slipped off the stand and just went clink. I was like, oh. Yeah. I looked down. I seen this chunk of stuff, and I'm like, what the hell is that? Thought it was an actual diamond, and it just chunked out a nice little chunk of stuff.
Yeah. On Bearwood, I use linseed oil, unboiled. Oh, nice. Yep. Get that snark off there.
Oh yeah, I see it.
See it now?
Yeah.
God.
Chunk.
Oops.
Yeah.
Hey, if it doesn't have dings in it, it's parked in the garage, man.
Yeah, well, you see how shiny this neck is? I don't mind sanding this down as a test pilot, but this is like a, I guess it's like a mellow D-shaped neck, maybe D wide. I think it's called a wide fat on this one also.
Yeah, that sort of, if you're I mean, Mark probably knows more about that than I would, because I haven't done that to any of my own guitars where I've roughed up the finish on a neck because I was uncomfortable with the finish that was on it, or it was sticky. And the other thing is I don't sweat a lot.
Yeah, neither do I. I mean, in certain times I do, but
sure,
more often than not, my hands aren't that clammy at all.
Wow. So you're using. So here's L&M is saying that they're using 30 coats of True Oil for finishing a neck, which
That's excessive.
man, yeah, they don't treat gun stocks with that stuff for no reason.
Yeah.
I'd use tongue oil to finish wood, to put a finish over a stain, and that works great, man. That stuff turns into a boy. You think
That
lacquer's
almost turns into an enamel. I mean,
right?
Dang.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's cloudy, so it gives a real it's an interesting, if you've got color under it and you're putting this tongue oil over the top of it. True Oil, I think, is tongue oil and True Oil, are they kind of the same?
I don't think they're the same compounds, if that's what you're trying to ask.
Yeah.
I don't think so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
Well, neither one's abrasive, right? It's just like a sealer, right?
Yeah. Keeps the bad stuff out and keeps the good stuff in.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Sweet.
Oh, okay.
True Oil has some poly.
Yeah, has some poly in it. Wow. Okay.
So that's just to like rub it up to a shine after coat after coat after coat.
Yeah, and it hardens. Man,
Yeah,
That's a
my
lot
next-
of polishing.
I would love to have a see-through white telly, man, with just like a what do they call that? When you can see through it, what do they call that?
Transparent.
Yeah, transparent, where you can see some of the wood grain. I just love to see a white telly.
Sound
like
like
that.
glare is. You can see the wood grain through there. It's got decent wood grain. It's basswood, but
Yeah.
I got one guitar that has just insane wood grain. Let me get that one real quick.
Nice. Yeah, True Oil is something that's interesting to hear about that. So it's, yeah, okay. Trans white. Could it be opaque?
Yeah. Well, it would be an opaque white, but just like, very translucent.
That's
yeah.
pretty different. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. That's crazy. That's pretty.
Dude.
Yeah, that's quilted.
It's the whole body too. It's not just the top. It's
Solid
literally
piece.
Yeah.
So somebody actually made that body from
I did.
Yeah.
From a chunk of maple.
Yeah.
Wow, that's it.
Yeah, I bought the entire chunk basically off eBay because I didn't really know where else to get it at the time. I didn't know my buddy that I did now. And he owns a cabinet store, so he gets all this exotic wood from just a bunch of different places and whatnot.
That's cool.
Do you work for Gress's son?
I don't actually like work like with him or anything like that. I mean, I just know him. That's all it is. And like we've talked a couple times. That's about it.
George Gress, the guitar maker.
Yeah. Or like Greg or something like that. There's Greg
his son.
and George.
Yeah, his son's an awesome guitar player too. He has a local band down there somewhere like that.
Yeah, his band hasn't played in a while, but I learned
Yeah.
a couple things from him actually, and that's kind of how I got a hold of this hobby. Was basically just doing stupid stuff like this, and it's just like, yeah, I play rock and roll, so
I don't know if I would describe that as stupid.
If I was you, man,
No,
I'd get
well,
to know,
I mean, yeah.
I'd get to know George, man.
No, he
Definitely
seems like
get
a
to know
cool
his
guy.
style. Yeah, George is a pretty mellow guy, man.
Well, there's a couple of guitar. There's me, there's George, and then there's another native guy here who actually does his shop, or he does his little building out of a shop in the Viking, which is like it's like the local bar that we have here, and it's not the biggest workshop, but I mean, like he gets stuff done, but he does like all the native artwork guitars, like all carved out and whatnot.
Well, does he do that is he the one that does that for George then?
I don't think so. because as far as I know, George does all of his own work. Like he does all like the country stuff and whatnot. Like I love the '80s heavy metal stuff, and then he does all like the country like Telecaster type of stuff.
Yeah, it's been a while since I visited his site. Check it out.
Yeah, I think last time I was there, he had a Telecaster for like 600 or something like that, all handmade and everything. I mean, it was a good deal. It's just like, oh man, nice wood and everything too. It's just like, oh, dude.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and then weird.
Did you
I'm
build the
sorry.
neck? Did you build the neck for that also?
No, the neck is a Warmoth.
Warmoth. Yeah.
Yeah, a Warmoth neck.
Have you done much of that where you're carving necks? Have you
I
done?
have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. Like that one, the one that I just had, that one I did the neck on. And necks are a very particular thing. You have to take your time.
Yeah.
Do not
Yeah.
mess up.
Where do you do that kind of work? Do you have a shop that you're working with wood all the time, or?
I don't have a shop, but I do have like a workbench and everything that I have at my house, and I have a whole bunch of power tools that help me out, and I have just basically all the hand tools that just help it out. I mean, it just takes a lot of time, really.
Yeah.
I mean, especially if you're doing it by hand, it's just like, I mean, if you want it to be good and whatnot, to the quality of what you want, you're going to do it by hand.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, this was, I think, like 20 coats of Triol or something like that. I mean, not 30, but I called it good after 20, and I thought this is a pretty good sheen.
Yeah. Yeah, and are you to polish that? What do you like if you were gonna if you felt like you needed to polish it or give it a nice? Oh, what would you do with regard to that? Just water and a rag and water, or what would
That's
you?
basically what I would do. Yeah, I mean, because yeah, I mean, other than that, like, there's no like actual scuffs on it or anything like that, so I don't really feel like I need to have any like protective chemicals or like any chemicals with some like enamel in there or anything like that. But I don't know. I usually just do water and then just on
Yeah.
a rag, quick clean it off, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Kind of wonder what happened to George because he normally posts when he does a new guitar. I hope he didn't come down with COVID or anything, man. Because he.
I don't think so. I mean, nothing like that I've heard of. But yeah, this is a dude that's out of where I live.
Yeah, this is George Grass. I saw him. I found him on Craigslist because he was selling guitars, and I'm like, "Yo, man, where did you get that?" He goes, "Oh, I build these." I'm like, oh, "Cool." So I'm just
Yeah.
like checking
Yeah,
out.
and he
he's
has a
doing a lot of
cab-
those finishes you're talking about right there.
Yeah, and he has a cabinet shop here in town.
Oh,
And that's
sweet.
where he gets all this wood from.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, but check some of these out, man. Look at that shit. That's all carved up, man.
Yeah.
It's a sweet looking guitar. It's got some abalone up in here and stuff. All hand painted,
Yeah,
all
it's
hand carved.
there's some copper and some abalone and whatnot because the natives really love the copper and they like cherish that stuff because it's part of their heritage. And I mean, yeah, they'll use it. And not only that, it's just it looks beautiful on instruments like that too. I mean, look at it. It looks nice.
Yeah, check this out. Oh, these are going worldwide, man. A lot of this stuff is shipped out far and
Yeah.
wide, man.
I wonder how much one. I wonder what he charges for one of those things after he's done.
I
It
wouldn't
varies, but
know.
he's reasonable, but I would imagine anywhere from 6 to 3 to 4 to 5,000, depending on the guitar.
Yeah.
I guess it would just depend on how custom it is. I mean,
Yeah. I mean, you get, and everything that he builds from is from scrap wood or like this here beetle kill stuff or like that, and he just accents it and stuff like this. But I imagine that would be a piece of pine or some type of yellow pine. Oh shit!
It's a telly. It might as well be out of pine, right?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it.
Wow.
But yeah, I met him selling on Facebook, and then we emailed a few times, and then I subbed his channel here on YouTube. But he hasn't put anything out in a long, long time, man. So I'm kind of wondering what's going on with him. Like here, you got one number. This is like 179th guitar he made. So yeah. Look at that, man. Now, you imagine if you stained that up with some type of stain, what kind of stuff you would get out of that with just the clear. But if you put some type of stain on that, blackened it out and pulled all that stuff out, man, that would be awesome. And then you got some spalted stuff.
Oh yeah, look at that grain.
Yeah, that's sweet. This is just all handmade stuff in his garage and stuff.
Yeah. Boy, if you got a bandsaw and a table saw and a planer and some sandpaper, you can do some pretty cool stuff.
Oh yeah,
it's got a leather
cool
leather with all lipstick.
Yeah, that's what I'm used to. Is like I guess the country aesthetic is kind of what I'm used to.
Oh, that's nice, man. Lipstick pickups with a leather
I wonder if he's got the one that I seen, because the one that I seen, it kind of had like a little horseshoe down at the bottom by the hardtail, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. That's pretty smart. It looked so nice, especially with the guitar. It just looked aesthetically pleasing. I was like, oh yeah.
Kind of makes you wonder how he does that, man. If he how he gets down all in there and stuff and gets that like the F hole put in there. It's like that's his F hole. But it's like that's the way he designed it. So I don't know if that's a two-part or a chambered guitar and glued together or what. But check that out.
The medicine bottle on the back end of that for the tailpiece or the bridge.
Yeah,
the
awesome
saddle.
stuff. Boom, skateboards.
Skateboard. My nephew built a guitar out of some skateboards.
Did he?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's a neat looking guitar. He plays the hell out of it.
Kind of looks like Zach Wild's Odin, but a little curvier.
Forcing
That's a nice
bits,
looking
yeah.
telly. That's a nice telly, man.
Yeah.
What do you think about those aftermarket telly plates that have the switch going like this? You know what I mean? Instead of like classic back and forth, they have them coming down on an angle like this. So you don't, I forget what company it is, but they make an aftermarket plate for these where the switch plate is like this, going this way.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
it
you
doesn't
can
interfere
squat
with-
it like a Strat.
Yeah, instead of getting your finger caught in the volume knob to turn it up or move it to the bridge or something.
Yeah.
Or the neck.
I've never played one, so I couldn't tell you what I think of them, but it seems like a pretty logical idea to do with them.
Yeah. Yeah, like to have this, like here's the switch plate all long like this, but then have the switch go down in an angle
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
There's a
just
guy
like
that
a-
actually, he makes the plates that go like that, so I was checking that out.
Yeah.
See how close that is, man?
Yeah.
That's just nuts. But that's nice binding you got on that one.
Wow. Big old knot.
Yeah. Look at that
Wow.
one. That's a hell of a spalt, man.
Yeah. Hey, Hippie, I think we're going to crash out.
I think I'm gonna follow right behind you guys. I'm about ready.
No worries, man. 7.5 hours. No worries.
Just a short hang.
Yeah, just a little one.
Quick hang, guys.
Quick hang.
This is really a quick hang, man. Last one was like 8 hours or something.
Right?
8 hours. That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think I've fallen.
Hey, amigos! See you Saturday at the replay at 10 p.m. Eastern.
What a goof.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
Well-
they'll be on tomorrow at 10 o'clock Eastern, I guess 7 o'clock your time, something like that.
Yeah.
Try to check them out.
All right.
It's been cool, man. Hanging. I hope everybody had a good time, chuckles and stuff.
Yeah,
At
lots
mine
of cool.
at mine and Marshall's expense.
Plug your damn guitar in.
That's all you gotta do.
Why can't I hear this?
I was rectified.
Happens
Right
to the
on,
best of us, man.
Oh man.
Sweet. Spencer's
plugged in
good
good
hanging
now.
out with you, man.
Right
Yeah.
on. It was likewise. Finally nice meeting all of you. Sorry it's been some time getting all my stuff together, but I mean complications
no
in
worries,
life and
bro.
whatnot. And
Working. I might get you a mic stand for Christmas though, because it's driving me crazy watching you hold that microphone, bro.
hey man, I kind of like holding it like a news reporter, man. I mean, just pop in with the one little quip. You kind of know.
Flat butt.
Kind of feel like a cowboy. Like anytime you pulled out of your holster, it's just like.
Right.
Awesome stuff.
Right.
Nice.
Well, and Jeff, thanks for bringing Richard and I together, man. We
Yeah.
would never have met
Yeah,
if it wasn't for your
was
show.
Sweet,
And,
man.
Awesome. Yeah, that's
Small
really
world,
cool.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I might, we hope maybe we'll get something, a video of some music shot while he's here.
It's a goal.
We'll just see what happens.
We've talked about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be cool, man.
Yeah.
Or at least that, man. Get some guitar work done for the guy. Get him playing correct, and his guitar's playing correct.
There
That'd
you
be
go.
cool.
Yeah.
I know that's what I'm doing on my day off tomorrow. Is I got a couple songs that I've had worked out and whatnot, but I'm actually spending a full day tomorrow just straight up recording. So I'll see how that goes.
Sweet, man. It'd be nice to have a new tune from you, man.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear it. Nice. Well,
all right.
Peace, everybody.
Peace out, G
guys.
Scouts.
There it is.
Take care, man.
Yeah, me too, Happy.
Peace, man.
Later.
Later. Peace, bro.
Have a good one, hippie. Stay warm, man. That's all you gotta
man.
do.
You too. All right, bro. We'll see
Later.
you, man. I'm gonna kick you out. Peace. There we go. Boom. Guys, it's been fun. Hope you have fun. Had a few laughs at the hippies' expense. I don't mind. I'm a big boy. I can take it. Mark, thanks for hanging out. Dogpaw. Boom. L&M guitar. Who else we got in here? Tim Thomas. Thanks for hanging, man. Good stuff. Dominic Torgrassi. What's up, bro? Thanks for hanging. Zach Thong. Good thing. Marshall. Ian. Francis. Happy birthday again, bro. Marshall. Falcro. Boom. Spencer. Good stuff, man. Thanks for hanging out, man. You guys rock. Billy, Mr. Back from Doing Time. Boom. And I believe that's about the extent of it, man. Bass Dreams. Thanks for popping in. Everybody else, Jade Star. Awesome stuff. Guys, keep an eye out on Jade's channel for interviews with the Hitman Bailey. November 18th, man. Boom. 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That should be awesome. Sean Aaron, take care, man. Nice to see you pop in. Zach, take care, man. Dog Park, bark. Good stuff, man. You guys are awesome. And I'm going to get the hell out of here because I'm tired myself, man. Peace, people.